The ancestor of the divine phoenix opened a space channel and disappeared into the void. He went to the same place as Tiank Suzi. Lin Moyu didn't know where they went, but he was sure that they would not just leave and go do something more important. The great Lord of natural disasters has planned such a big situation for countless years, so how could it be so simple? People like Tiank Suzi and the ancestor of Shen Huang are both important figures. In addition to them, there are also the green-robed and white-robed people who are hiding behind the scenes and secretly controlling the overall situation. This was a secret plan involving at least 3 great masters and a large number of powerful and accomplished people. Lin Moyu did not leave the palace of the divine phoenix ancestor. He checked and sorted out the information he had obtained. The divine phoenix ancestor delivered the instructions given by the great disaster lord through the disaster scepter. The great lord of natural disasters had a premonition that he would fail because he started too late and did not do many things well. Even if you try your best to make amends, it will be of no avail. So he made a plan so that after he was defeated, he would have another chance. He set up a large formation in each of the 4 poles and 3 domains, totaling 7 astonishing formations. Then he set up another large formation in the ancient wilderness, so there were 8 large formations in total. The 8 formations are all hidden. There is nothing surprising when viewed individually. However, if the 8 formations are combined into one, it will be a heaven-defying formation. The divine phoenix ancestral land is one of the 8 great formations. The great formation arranged by the great lord of natural disasters here is based on the ancestral land of the entire divine phoenix clan and the palace of the divine phoenix ancestor as the center of the formation. At this time, this formation is still in a hidden dormant state, waiting for the opportunity to be activated. No one knows what kind of grand spectacle will unfold once all 8 formations are activated. A large formation runs through the 4 poles and 3 domains, connecting the ancient wilderness. The work of the great lord of natural disasters is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. If a perfect and powerful being in the chaos could fly from one extreme to the other on his own, it would probably take tens of thousands of years. A powerful and perfect person can penetrate a realm with just one step, and it will take many days to return to see chaos. This style and pattern have completely exceeded Lin Moyu's imagination. The Tao is at the top of the chaos, and it can be said that it controls the entire chaos. The great lord of natural disasters is about to compete with it in the chaos. This kind of courage is unmatched. What's more, the great lord of natural disasters also dragged the ancient wasteland into it. Lin Moyu exhausted his imagination, but could not imagine how powerful this formation would be. According to what the great lord of natural disasters left behind, I will travel through the 4 poles and 3 regions, master all 7 formations, and then go to the ancient wasteland to master the 8th formation. Only then will I be qualified to fight against the Sika Tao. But this is just a qualification. Even the great lord of natural disasters is not sure whether we can win. A powerful person who has reached perfection cannot enter other extreme regions at will, that is, the 4 extreme regions. I need to go there before I reach perfection. The 3 realms are fine. I'm from the middle realm. Even if I've reached the chaos realm, I can still go to the upper and lower realms. Furthermore, only those who have reached the chaos realm can enter the ancient wasteland. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Lin Moyu had a strange feeling, as if the great lord of natural disasters had arranged a route for him. This feeling was very strange, as if his path had been arranged by someone. Lin Moyu was somewhat helpless. Although he was not happy, he had to admit that there was nothing wrong with the arrangement made by the great lord of natural disasters, and that he had taken his own situation into consideration. Just like this time, without the deliverance boat, you can't get in. Without mastering the rune formation, you can't break this formation. Even if you have the deliverance boat, it will be useless and you will be trapped here forever. All in all, the arrangement of the great lord of natural disasters took into account all the details and was perfect. Having a clear understanding of what he was about to do, Lin Moyu whispered, "Although you've pointed out the direction, I still have to walk the path myself. I hope I can come up with my own new ideas along this path. I'm sure you feel the same way." His voice was low, as if he was expressing some kind of determination, and the sound resonated with the avenue, making it buzz. Lin Moyu then looked at what happened in the ancestral city back then. The ancestral city was very prosperous back then, and the powerful people of the Divine Phoenix banner practiced and lived in the ancestral city. The ancestral city was located in the chaos at that time and was the core of the Divine Phoenix clan's ancestral land. The entire ancestral city was protected by a large formation and was extremely solid. An invisible attack suddenly came, and the entire ancestral land was severely damaged. The attack was just as Lin Moyu had expected, shattering the ancestral land and ignoring the formation, turning the ancestral city into ruins. None of the Divine Phoenix people living in the ancestral city were spared, only the Divine Phoenix ancestor survived. The source of all this was the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The attack of Tao came through cause and effect, and the Divine Phoenix clan was almost wiped out. After enduring the devastating attack of the Tao, the Divine Phoenix ancestral land escaped from the inexplicable space and moved far away. Fortunately, the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix came down and used his own essence, blood and soul to evolve into 3 Divine Phoenixes again. The 3 Divine Phoenixes then reorganized the Divine Phoenix clan, and it took countless years for them to slowly recover. His attacks are invisible and silent. Once you're locked onto them, you can't dodge. If you can't withstand it, you'll die. Even the Great Lord of Natural Disasters couldn't withstand his attack back then, but the Divine Phoenix ancestor managed to survive. There must be a reason for this, or perhaps he has some incredible magical weapon in his possession. The attack follows the law of cause and effect. There must be a cause and effect between the Divine Phoenix ancestor and the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The blue-robed and white-robed figures were unaffected because the cause and effect had already been severed before the Great Lord of Natural Disasters took action. It seems that he is not omniscient. As long as you can break the rules, you can avoid him. Lin Moyu glanced at the Scourge scepter in his hand. This was the treasure that allowed him to break free from the rules. It was the only one of its kind in the entire chaos. After knowing the reason why the Divine Phoenix ancestral land was destroyed, Lin Moyu's understanding of the Tao became clearer. With such a terrifying enemy above his head, Lin Moyu was not afraid. On the contrary, I am a little excited. Just as he said before, cultivation is against the will of heaven. If there is a blue sky above his head, then he will be overthrown and become the heaven himself. Finally, Lin Moyu took out a jade token and a storage ring. The jade token was given by Pang Chi, and it contains the information of the courageous pursuer. Since there is a cause between you and them, the initiative is in your hands, and you can find them through the cause. Zunyanhuan has this ability, they can't escape. It turns out that the woman is from the Demon Flower clan. Lin Moyu was deeply impressed by the woman who was summoned earlier and laughed sweetly. It was also in the information Pang Chi gave. She was a flower queen of the Demon Flower clan, a powerful person who had reached the perfection of the Chaos realm, but she was much inferior to the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix. Write down all the information of these people, and finally the storage ring given by the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix. The storage ring was filled with a lot of low-level Chaos realm materials, piled up into a small mountain, with hundreds of pieces in total, large and small. Lin Moyu took them all out and spread out the wings of chaos with a whoosh. The wings of chaos vibrated, and the wind of chaos swept up the materials, igniting flames in the wind and beginning to refine them. If these hundreds of ingredients could be refined, the wings of chaos would become even stronger. Lin Moyu had high hopes for the wings of chaos. This technique, which hadn't been very effective in the realm, might shine brightly in the primal chaos. The flames burned fiercely, and a large amount of chaotic materials were refined and integrated into the wings of chaos. Before the spells were fused, these materials could be used to summon elemental liches. Now that the elemental liches were gone, after the wings of chaos fused them together, countless points of light appeared, shining like stars in the wings of chaos. These light spots can evolve into chaos elves, which are similar to the elemental liches of the past. These Chaos Elves also have the abilities that Elemental Liches have. Moreover, a large number of Chaos Elves can cooperate with each other to completely disrupt the rules and forces of an area. In general, the fused wings of Chaos retain the abilities of the Elemental Lich, and without the limit on quantity, become even stronger. Lin Moyu once again summoned several Elemental Liches, including the Space Dao Demon, and found suitable Chaos Realm materials for them to sublime them. After sublimation, they will merge into the wings of Chaos together. It has to be said that the Divine Phoenix clan is very wealthy, and the materials they provide are not only large in quantity but also have sufficient properties. While refining the materials, Lin Moyu was not idle either. The soul fire rushed out and enveloped the palace. This palace is the core of the Great Formation arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster in the Central Region. Only by refining the palace can one freely control the Great Formation. Fortunately, refining the palace was not difficult and it was completed in just 3 days. On the contrary, the Wings of Chaos were slower in refining the materials. The Chaos Flame burned for a full 10 days, finally fusing all the materials. The Chaos Wings flapped slowly behind Lin Moyu, dotted with bright stars, constantly shedding millions of rays of light, looking extremely beautiful. Lin Moyu could feel that the Wings of Chaos had become much stronger again. Its power had reached the Chaos Realm, enough to affect a small city in the Chaos Realm. After trying it, the speed was much faster. It's time to go back. But before you go back, you have to give them some benefits, otherwise you won't be able to get any good things. Lin Moyu thought that he was not greedy, but he was not willing to suffer any loss. The purple gold Divine Phoenix had deceived him before. 2 people had clearly come here, but it told him that no one had been here. This isn't a big deal, but it still counts. Give the purple gold Divine Phoenix and the others a little sweetness now, and you will get more benefits later. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the situation outside the palace suddenly became clear. Now the center of the palace formation has been controlled by him, which means that the entire formation is covered by him. The formation covered the entire ancestral land of the Divine Phoenix clan, which meant that Lin Moyu almost controlled the ancestral land of the Divine Phoenix clan. The formation was not activated, only a small part of its power was used. The purple gold Divine Phoenix, the black gold Divine Phoenix, and the platinum Divine Phoenix, these 3 powerful beings evolved from the blood and soul of the Divine Phoenix ancestors, are now waiting in front of the palace's formation, eagerly waiting. There was anticipation and some nervousness in their eyes. Lin Moyu chuckled and tapped his fingers, triggering a strange force. This is the original power of the Divine Phoenix clan, which has been left in the ancestral land by the Divine Phoenix clan for generations and nurtured over countless years. Now it is all controlled by Lin Moyu. The Divine Phoenix ancestor was willing to hand over the ancestral land to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters as a formation plate, which shows how much he trusts the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. This original power belonging to the Divine Phoenix clan was divided into 3 parts, rushed out of the palace, and entered the bodies of the 3 purple gold Divine Phoenixes respectively. In the picture, the 3 people were stunned at first, and then surprise appeared on their faces. The power of origin can enhance their bloodline and make them stronger. For those who have already reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm and have difficulty in making further progress, it is a great opportunity. Lin Moyu chuckled and stopped the formation. Benefits can be given, but not too much. Then he activated the formation again, and suddenly a deep bird cry was heard in the palace. A Divine Phoenix with 12 golden feathers flew out of the palace, soaring into the sky, and then disappeared. It's the ancestors. The ancestors have shown their power. The 3 purple gold Divine Phoenixes knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. This is exactly the effect he wanted. After the 3 of them bowed for a while, Lin Moyu knew that it was almost time for him to leave. The passage opened, Lin Moyu stepped into it, and arrived outside the palace silently. At this time, the 3 of them were still kneeling on the ground. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I am flattered by the 3 seniors' generous gesture." Hearing Lin Moyu's voice, the 3 of them looked up at the same time, then stood up slightly awkwardly. The purple gold Divine Phoenix said, "Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lin on your safe return." Lin Moyu chuckled, with a hint of disdain and dissatisfaction in his laughter. Senior Zijin, you deceived me. The purple gold divine phoenix was a little embarrassed. Why do you say that, fellow Taoist Lin? Lin Moyu said, Ling Feng and Bai Shixing, please don't say you don't know. The purple gold divine phoenix stood there in a daze, feeling even more embarrassed. Did fellow Taoist Lin see them? Lin Moyu said, to be more precise, I saw their bodies. The purple gold divine phoenix gave a bitter laugh. Actually, I didn't lie to fellow Taoist Lin. I didn't find them. Fellow Taoist Lin was truly the first one I found. Requesting flowers. As one of the three divine phoenixes, a powerful being who had reached the perfection of the chaos realm, he actually spoke to Lin Moyu in such a tone. I have to say, the purple gold divine phoenix is already polite. But this politeness was largely based on the divine phoenix ancestor. They didn't know what Lin Moyu saw in there, and whether it was related to their own ancestors. The sudden arrival of the original power just now made their blood more active and their strength increased. Then the shadow of the ancestor appeared again, and it was obvious that something had happened to Lin Moyu in the palace. The three divine phoenixes had to be more polite to Lin Moyu, at least they didn't dare to turn hostile. Lin Moyu chuckled, I don't care about these things. I am a bit vindictive, and Senior Zijin should understand. The purple gold divine phoenix said, whatever compensation fellow Taoist Lin requires, as long as it is possible, I will definitely agree to it. 0. Lin Moyu had already thought about it and said simply, it's actually very simple. Give me some of the high-level Chaos Realm materials, and I'll also take some Chaos Gold. The purple gold divine phoenix agreed without hesitation, no problem, but fellow Taoist Lin, could you tell us what happened in the palace? Lin Moyu shook his head. There are some things I can't tell you. I promised my noble ancestors that some things must be kept secret. The three people's expressions changed. Did fellow Taoist Lin see our ancestors? Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, the noble ancestor is planning a big event. This matter cannot be disclosed. If it is disclosed, it may bring disaster to the clan. If it succeeds, the entire clan will ascend to heaven, and from then on, the status of the Divine Phoenix clan will be unshakable. After hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but show shock. Not only is their ancestor not dead, but he is also planning a big event that will bring great success to the entire clan. Could it be? The purple gold divine phoenix was about to say something, but immediately shut its mouth. Lin Moyu looked at their expressions and knew that one of them must have misunderstood. They must be thinking that the divine phoenix ancestor wants to plan for the position of the great venerable. After all, this is already the limit of their imagination. As for the existence of Tao, they don't know it at all, let alone think about it. This misunderstanding was a good one, Lin Moyu said smoothly. I promised your ancestor that I would help him with something. I need to go to the four poles. My strength is too slow to fly there, and if I want to use the cross-domain formation, Chaos Gold will be a big problem. Since you can lie to me, I can lie to you too. Lin Moyu will take revenge. Lin Moyu was telling the three divine phoenixes, I am going to do things for your ancestors. If you don't give me enough Chaos Gold and things don't get done, it will be your fault. Lin Moyu believed that as long as he brought up the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix, the three Divine Phoenixes in front of him would definitely compromise and the amount of Chaos Gold they gave would only be more, not less. As expected, the purple gold Divine Phoenix immediately said, Don't worry, fellow Taoist Lin. Whether it's Chaos Materials or Chaos Gold, we'll have them ready when we get back. Lin Moyu said, Okay, in that case, I will agree to this matter on behalf of your ancestors, and forget about deceiving Lin before. Lin Moyu seemed very generous and took advantage of many things, but the three divine phoenixes had to smile apologetically. He turned and bowed slightly towards the palace, then said in a clear voice, Senior, I have agreed to your request. I promise to do my best to handle it. Please rest assured. As he spoke, he moved his mind and activated the formation again. The ancestor's voice of 5, 6, 7 was suddenly heard in the palace, and then a source of power even more powerful than before surged out. Part of it rushed into the bodies of the 3 divine phoenixes, and the other part condensed into 3 gems. Divine Phoenix Pearls. The 3 people's eyes lit up and they recognized what the 3 pearls were. Of course Lin Moyu knew what this thing was, as he was the one who created it, but he pretended not to know and instead asked what the 3 divine phoenixes were. The purple gold divine phoenix now completely regarded Lin Moyu as an ancestral messenger, and its attitude was even more polite than before. This is a divine phoenix pearl. It can enhance bloodline and has excellent effects. These 3 divine phoenix pearls can create 3 8-feathered divine phoenixes. 8-feathered divine phoenix, that is the Chaos Realm perfection, Lin Moyu smiled and said, then congratulations to the nobles for adding 3 more perfect strongmen. The purple gold divine phoenix said politely, it's all thanks to fellow Taoist Lin. After chatting for a few words, the purple gold divine phoenix took Lin Moyu away. The black gold and platinum divine phoenixes had things to attend to, so they left first. After all, Lin Moyu was found by the purple gold divine phoenix, so the next task was naturally left to him. After leaving the ancestral city, the purple gold divine phoenix reached out to communicate with the formation covering the ancestral land. A moment later, a formation plate flew out of the formation and landed in his hand. This formation plate is the formation plate for traveling to the ancestral land. Back then, the ancestral land was attacked by the Tao and almost became a ruin. After that, it disappeared into the chaotic void and its whereabouts are unknown. After that, if one wants to travel to the ancestral land, one must teleport through the array disk. Every time one comes back, the array disk needs to be taken back and nurtured for 10,000 years before it can be used again. Before leaving, you can get a new array plate, which can be used twice, once when going out and once when coming back. The purple gold divine emperor activated the array, quickly locked onto the location, and gestured to invite him in. Fellow Taoist Lin, please enter the array. We are heading to 3 Phoenix City. Lin Moyu said nothing and strode into the formation. The transmission distance this time was still quite long, and it lasted for half a day before it ended. The chaos was too great, and there was nothing that could be done about it. According to the Purple Gold Divine Emperor, the speed of transmission across the Great Formation arranged by the Great Venerable will be much faster, but it will also take some time. However, in the chaos, whether it is chaotic creatures or cultivators, most of them have no sense of time, and there is no difference between a few days and a few years. After the transmission was completed, the 2 arrived in front of San Juan City. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix said, "Welcome fellow Taoist Lin to San Juan City." San Juan City is said to be a city, but in fact it is a region. Like the Falling Feather Realm, it was refined from a ruined realm and was also a trophy of the Divine Phoenix clan. The ancestral land of the Divine Phoenix clan was reduced to ruins, and all the powerful members of the Divine Phoenix clan perished. The Divine Phoenix ancestor survived, but dared not return to the world. Song Ming used his essence, blood, and soul to evolve into the Master Divine Phoenix. That period was when the Divine Phoenix clan was at its weakest. It was at that time that other races launched an attack on the Shenhuang clan. This period was the darkest and most dangerous period for the Divine Phoenix clan, but the Divine Phoenix clan survived. Not only did they survive, they also launched a major counterattack and slaughtered countless powerful people. It was also during that period that the Divine Phoenix clan obtained a large amount of spoils of war, and once again taught the people of the Central Region what it meant to say that a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak the Divine Phoenix clan is, no one can bully them. Later, the Divine Phoenix clan once again became the top powerful clan in the Central Region, and until now, no one dares to provoke them. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix introduced the 3 Phoenix City to Lin Moyu. Those who could live in the 3 Phoenix City were all powerful members of the Divine Phoenix clan. Most of them were 7-feathered divine phoenixes like Pang Chi, and those who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm were also called the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix. A few are the 8-feathered divine phoenix, who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Here, Lin Moyu saw countless powerful souls, and there were many who had reached the Chaos Realm perfection as if they were free. The Divine Phoenix clan does have strong confidence, and being a top powerful clan is not just talk. The buildings in San Juan City are all kinds of strange and varied, with tall buildings of different heights and towering mountains. A Divine Phoenix lives on every building and every peak. Lin Moyu and the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix walked into the city, immediately attracting the attention of many Divine Phoenixes. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix said, "There are very few outsiders coming here. Fellow Taoist Lin, please don't mind. They are just curious." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Of course not. It is my great honor to see the splendor of San Juan City." The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is too modest. In terms of style and elegance, how can it compare to the human race's Qinyu Divine City? Although our Divine Phoenix clan is powerful, we also know that the human race is the king of the central region. No matter how powerful other races are, they cannot compare to the human race." Lin Moyu said, "It's a pity that the human race is so independent. Although we are all of the same race, we have different forces, sects, and realms. We will fight against each other and it's difficult for us to unite." The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix shook its head slightly. Fellow Taoist Lin may not know that the human race usually appears to be a loose sand, but does fellow Taoist Lin know why, for countless years, the human race's position in the central region has never been shaken? Lin Moyu shook his head. "Please give me some advice, senior." The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix said, "Chaos is divided into 4 poles and 3 regions, especially the central region, which borders all 4 poles. Throughout Chaos' long history, wars have erupted between the central region and the 4 poles. No matter what the human race is like in normal times, as long as the war begins, the people in the central region will definitely unite and face the outside world. It can be said that in the wars between the extreme regions, the human race in the central region killed the most enemies and was the most aggressive. It is precisely because of this that their position in the central region has never been shaken. The dominant position is won through fighting." The saying that dominance is won through fighting was said with absolute certainty, and even the Divine Phoenix clan had to be inferior to the human race. Lin Moyu roughly understood what the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix meant. According to what he said, the various factions within the human race, who usually fought against each other and caused heavy casualties, were actually like raising goo. Eliminate the weak, survival of the fittest, this is a cruel screening. Those who can survive in the end are all top-notch in terms of luck, cause and effect, and strength. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix said, "If fellow Taoist Lin has time, you can go to the human race's divine city in the central region and see for yourself. You will then realize that what I say is true. But you can't just go to the divine city whenever you want. If you want to enter the divine city, you must first gain the recognition of the human race. As for the specific steps, I will compile a document for fellow Taoist Lin and you will know the answer at a glance." Lin Moyu nodded. "Thank you very much, senior. The rules of chaos are strict, and different places have different rules. No one can really explain them clearly, and they need to be understood step by step. But the saying that the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is will never be wrong." Because of the relationship with the Divine Phoenix ancestor, the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix was unusually polite, and he did not waste any time, taking Lin Moyu directly to the destination. Now that Lin Moyu has to work for the Divine Phoenix ancestor, wasting his time is wasting the Divine Phoenix ancestor's time. Regardless of whether time is valuable or not, the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix dares not waste it. He brought Lin Moyu to a big mountain. The mountain was covered by a formation and it was difficult to get in. Although the formation is powerful, it cannot stop Lin Moyu. As long as Lin Moyu really wants to get in, he can break the formation in minutes. The Eye of the Undead swept over and saw that there was a powerful man in the Chaos Realm in the mountains. Even if they could break into the formation, they would still have to face a strong man of this level. Most people would be helpless. The Purple Gold Divine Emperor was also proficient in formations. He casually drew a Chaos Rune, which turned into a key to open the formation. Then he said to Lin Moyu, "Please wait outside, Brother Lin. I'll be right back." Lin Moyu nodded. "Thank you for your help, Senior." This mountain is the warehouse of the Divine Phoenix clan. The moment the formation was activated, Lin Moyu felt the breath from the chaotic materials. These auras were extremely mixed, some strong and some weak, and a large number of auras were intertwined together, making it difficult to distinguish them. There are massive amounts of chaotic materials stored in the mountains. If this place isn't a warehouse, then what is it? It's just a warehouse, the treasure house of the Divine Phoenix clan. Real treasures would not be placed in such places. It is most likely carried by the 3 Divine Phoenixes. Lin Moyu believed that the Purple Gold Divine Emperor would not treat him unfairly. If anything went wrong, he would not be able to explain to his ancestors. After waiting for a while, the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix returned and handed a storage ring to Lin Moyu, along with a jade token. Fellow Taoist Lin, the materials and chaos gold you want are all inside. He didn't say how many there were, and Lin Moyu didn't go to see. He still chose to believe in the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix. Lin Moyu said, "Please show me the way, Senior. I want to go to the other pole." The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix asked, "Which extreme are you going to, fellow Taoist Lin?" Lin Moyu said, "We need to go to all 4 poles, east, west, south, and north. It doesn't matter which pole we go to first. I don't know where San Juan City is, so I don't know which pole is more convenient to go to." The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix said, "In that case, fellow Taoist Lin, please go to Dongji first. We can then use our teleportation array to go directly to Guangdong Realm, and then from Guangdong Realm to Lindong City. The large teleportation array is located in Lindong City. But in order to use the Great Crossing Formation, besides the Chaos Gold, there is another condition, which is to join the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Only those in the Central Domain Divine Alliance are qualified to use the Great Crossing Formation. The specific instructions for joining the Central Region Divine Alliance are on this jade token. Fellow Taoist Lin will know at a glance." As he spoke, he took out a purple gold feather and said, "If anyone gives fellow Taoist Lin a hard time when you join the Central Region Divine Alliance, this feather might be useful." The purple gold feather has been refined and it represents the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix. As one of the 3 Divine Phoenixes, he is extremely famous, and others will more or less give him some face. Lin Moyu accepted it without hesitation. "Then please take me to teach Zhang Zhen." The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix hummed and took Lin Moyu towards the teleportation array. San Juan City is very large, with several teleportation arrays arranged to lead to different areas. Arriving in front of the teleportation array leading to Guangdong Realm, the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix instructed the guards to adjust the position. "Fellow Taoist Lin, everything is going well." Lin Moyu said, "This time, Lin's success or failure is uncertain. I don't know how long it will take. It could be 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. Senior, please don't be anxious." The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix smiled and said, "That's fine. As long as fellow Taoist Lin can succeed, I can wait as long as it takes." Lin Moyu nodded, "Then I'll go. See you again if we're lucky." The teleportation array was activated, and under the gaze of the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix, Lin Moyu left. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix whispered to itself, "I hope it succeeds." At this moment, he firmly believed what Lin Moyu said. What happened before made it impossible for him not to believe it. The 2 original forces increased his strength by at least 10%. He was clear about his own realm. As someone who had also reached the perfect Chaos Realm, he had almost reached his limit. At one point, I thought that unless I was promoted to a Great Master, there would be no further advancement for me. Unexpectedly, this time the 2 original forces allowed his strength to increase by another 10%. A 10% improvement may not seem like much, but the leap may be greater than the distance between the minor success and the major success in the Chaos Realm. This also made him realize that he had not yet reached the limit of perfection in the Chaos Realm. The previous limit should be the bloodline limit. As long as there is enough original power, the bloodline can continue to improve, and even if the realm remains unchanged, the combat power can become stronger. There is no doubt that only ancestors can strengthen one's bloodline. Therefore, the three divine phoenixes would not doubt what Lin Moyu said. Now they only hope that Lin Moyu can succeed, and perhaps then the entire clan can really ascend to heaven. It was another long journey, with countless landscapes passing by before my eyes. Lin Moyu had no time to appreciate the strange scenery during the transmission. He was checking the contents of his storage ring. Hundreds of Chaos Realm high-grade materials were neatly stacked, each with different properties. In addition, there was a mountain of Chaos Gold, and Lin Moyu's soul power swept through the known quantity. No more, no less, exactly tens of millions of Chaos Gold. What a rich man! 10 million Chaos Gold is not a small amount. When he was wandering around in the Luoyu realm before, each item was only 1 or 2 Chaos Gold. Chaos Gold has considerable purchasing power. Crossing the teleportation array is very expensive, but even if it is more expensive, tens of millions of Chaos Gold would be enough for him to teleport back and forth many times. The purple gold divine phoenix was indeed generous. Lin Moyu suddenly went from being a penniless newcomer to chaos to a wealthy man. After putting all these things into his own storage space, Lin Moyu continued to check the jade token given by the purple gold divine phoenix. It records some of the rules in the chaos, especially the Central Region Divine Alliance. The Central Region Divine Alliance is a coalition of various races in the Central Region, led by the human race. The other races number tens of thousands, and the Divine Phoenix clan is one of them. The identity of the Central Domain Divine Alliance plays a very important role. For example, this identity is required to enter the Central Domain's Imperial City, and it is also required to use the crossing formation. Moreover, this identity allows people to travel freely in many places in the Central Domain. Of course, joining the Central Region Divine Alliance is not that easy. For example, the Divine Phoenix clan is a member of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, but not all members of the Divine Phoenix clan are members of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. This is true for every race. Races are races, and individuals are individuals. They are not counted together. Lin Moyu is a human. If he wants to join the Central Domain Divine Alliance, he needs to apply for it himself and pass the test before he can join. The content of the test is, in most cases, combat experience. It's not absolute combat power, but relative combat power. As long as the combat power exceeds that of the same level, there will most likely be no problem. The purple gold divine phoenix had never seen Lin Moyu's combat power, but he knew Lin Moyu's potential. With such abnormal potential, his combat power is needless to say. Therefore, he was not worried at all about whether Lin Moyu could join the Central Region Divine Alliance. But there were many people who wanted to join the Central Region Divine Alliance, and the number of places in each round was limited. He was afraid that someone would cause trouble for Lin Moyu, so he gave him the purple gold feather. The jade tablet also records some other information. Lin Moyu, note it down, and gain a preliminary understanding of chaos. There are thousands of races in the chaos, and different races have different rules and habits. Even if they are all human, their habits are not exactly the same. You can say hello to humans, but if you say hello to another race, this hello may be a swear word and will lead to a fight. There are so many rules that even the purple gold divine phoenix cannot explain them all. The best way is to try not to talk to strangers. If you must talk, it is best to find out the other person's ethnicity and customs first to avoid unnecessary arguments. 2 days later, this long transmission finally ended, and vision quickly returned to normal. What was seen was like rippling water, from distortion to calmness. Lin Moyu saw 2 practitioners. They looked no different from humans, but they each had 2 pairs of eyes. At this moment, 8 eyes looked over at the same time, with curiosity in their eyes. The Four-Eyed Clan. Lin Moyu thought to himself. Among those who had chased him before, there was a strong man from the Four-Eyed Clan. The Four-Eyed Clan is also a member of the Central Region Divine Alliance, and these 2 people should be responsible for guarding the teleportation array. Without any conversation, Lin Yu walked out of the transmission array. At this time, a ray of light fell from the sky and shone on Lin Moyu. The light lasted for 2 breaths and then disappeared. This light came from a formation, which was used to determine whether Lin Moyu was from the central region and what his cultivation level was. Cultivation can be hidden, but under the detection of the formation, most of the hiding methods will be ineffective. If the person who comes does not belong to the central region and is a perfect strong man, the strong men in the Eastern realm will take action immediately and kill them. Even if they are not perfect strong men, as long as they are not from the central region, the formation will mark them and keep an eye on them when needed. Guangdong Realm is located at the border of the central region. It is also made up of a realm. There is a team composed of 10 perfect masters and 1,000 Chaos Realm masters stationed in the realm. This team belongs to the Central Region Divine Alliance, and its purpose is to guard against practitioners from the eastern extreme. Over the years, many wars have broken out between the Central Region and the Eastern Pole, resulting in countless casualties and a deep hatred between the two sides. Even during the truce period, practitioners from both sides had interactions, but it was not too harmonious. Many cultivators from the Central Region died in Dongji, and Qingji was no exception. As for why they want to go to Dongji and why people from Dongji want to come to the Central Region, it is related to Chaos Gold. Chaos Gold contains the energy of chaos, but the Chaos Gold produced in the 4 poles and 3 domains is different. Some practitioners' techniques require some special chaotic energy, which is difficult to find in this area, so they will go to other areas to look for it. In addition to Chaos Gold, there are also some materials and so on. Therefore, the Great Masters also made rules that perfect and powerful people are not allowed to come and go. If they come, they will be regarded as invaders and can be killed on the spot. When one reaches perfection, one can travel freely and take charge of life and death at one's own discretion. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would go too far openly, otherwise it might trigger another war. Lin Moyu left the teleportation array. He was from the Central Region and his cultivation was only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, so he did not receive much attention. There is not just one teleportation array, but a group of them. People are constantly arriving through the teleportation arrays. A large number of 4-Eye clan members are guarding the teleportation arrays to maintain order. The different tribes hardly greeted each other. Everyone left the teleportation array quietly and went their separate ways. The Guangdong Realm is both big and small. It has a large scope, and even after being refined, it is not much smaller than a normal realm. However, the area available for human activities is very small, and no one is allowed to enter most areas. That is the territory of the Central Domain Divine Alliance and a restricted area for ordinary practitioners. Only the Central Region Divine Alliance knows what is in the restricted area, and even ordinary members of the Central Region Divine Alliance may not know clearly. Lin Moyu walked on the street, and there were scattered footsteps on the street. Some people here like to walk on the ground, while others like to walk in the air. The street is very wide, with the widest part exceeding a kilometer. On both sides are strange buildings that seem to have no doors and no one goes in or out. The people coming and going were of all shapes and sizes, most of them were humanoid. They hardly spoke, and the whole area was extremely quiet. Only the sound of footsteps was clearest, revealing a strange feeling. There is a clear difference between the Guangdong realm and the Luoyu realm of the Shenhuang clan. Lin Moyu feels very depressed and has an indescribable discomfort, as if there is a hand that is pressing not only on his body but also on his soul. Looking up at the sky, there was a formation in operation above the sky. All the problems came from this formation. It is said that the Guangdong realm was refined by the Great Venerable. It seems that this formation was also arranged by the Great Venerable. The Great Venerable wants to tell everyone that in the Guangdong realm, they must be honest and obedient and not do anything out of line. Lin Moyu muttered in his heart that some of these things came from the jade token of the purple gold divine phoenix, and some were also from Lin Moyu's own observations. If I want to go to Dongji, I need to pass through the cross-domain formation. Otherwise, it will take a long time to fly, and there will be dangers on the way. If you want to use the cross-domain formation, you need to join the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Only members of the Central Domain Divine Alliance are qualified to use the cross-domain formation. After walking in Guangdong Realm for half a day, we were already far away from the teleportation array and finally arrived at a place that could be considered a square. There were quite a few people in the square, some setting up stalls, and finally some people talking. The weird atmosphere had mostly dissipated, and there was some life. This square looked very casual, without any special rules. Lin Moyu stood at the edge and watched for a while, then entered. After visiting several stalls, I found that most of the things sold there were materials. There were very few finished magic weapons. Even if there were any, they were broken and I had no idea where they came from. Lin Moyu didn't recognize most of the things here, and he wasn't very interested in them. He crossed the square and continued to move towards the location of the Central Region Divine Alliance. The Central Domain Divine Alliance is easy to find. The only palace suspended in the air in the Guangdong Realm is where the Central Domain Divine Alliance is located. But to get there, you need to go through specific stairs. This type of staircase is called the Divine Staircase. There are 4 of them, spread out like an octopus, connecting the palace of the Qinyu Divine Alliance. Lin Moyu came to a ladder leading to the gods and set foot directly on it to the Central Region Divine Alliance. The place where he stepped suddenly lit up, and an invisible force fell on him, doubling the pressure. But this pressure is just what I can bear, neither too strong nor too weak. Lin Moyu's mind was in a state of clarity, Zhao Hao, and the formation above the sky was operating. When he had just arrived at Guangdong Realm and was being checked by the formation, his cultivation information had already been recorded. The pressure generated by the ladder to the gods now also corresponds to one's own realm. There are 1,000 steps in the ladder to the gods, and the pressure increases with each step. If you cannot withstand the pressure of the ladder to the gods, then you cannot even reach the Central Domain Divine Alliance, let alone join the Central Domain Divine Alliance. You can't even enter the gate, so how can you be qualified to join? This is one of the rules. Another rule is that the ladder to divinity is only applicable to those below the level of perfection. Once you reach perfection, the requirements for joining the Central Region Divine Alliance will be different. There were 8 ladders leading to the gods, and many people were walking on them at the same time. However, many of them were obviously struggling, and they had not even reached the halfway point. There were some people watching at the bottom of the ladder to the gods. There were people climbing the ladder all the time, and people would fall from time to time. Every time someone fell, there would be laughter from below. The laughter was not malicious, but full of ridicule. In the short time that Lin Moyu stayed there, 2 people had already fallen down. The people who fell from the ladder to the gods were obviously unable to control their bodies. There was a formation about 10 meters above the ground, and these people would fall into the formation. The formation is not to prevent them from getting hurt, but to prevent the earth from getting hurt. Not only that, the formation is covered with sharp spikes, and anyone who falls on it will only be seriously injured, and it is normal for their flesh to be pierced like a honeycomb. Fortunately, the soul will not be hurt, and physical injuries are not a big deal for most practitioners. However, pain is unavoidable. Looking at the people who fell down and their grimacing faces, you can tell how painful it is. Pain is the punishment for failing the ladder to the gods. Laughter was heard from the side. There was finally some popularity here. It was always pleasant to see people in trouble. It seems that the gossips of all races are similar. Talking to himself, Lin Moyu began to climb the ladder formally. Step by step, as the pressure gradually increased, to him, such a small pressure was like child's play, and he walked fast and steadily. His speed was too fast, and there was no change from beginning to end, which immediately attracted some people's attention. The ladder to the gods reminded Lin Moyu of the time when he climbed a similar ladder in the small world in order to obtain divine power. There are some differences between the two, but the difference is not huge. I was so weak back then, but now. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had already walked 1/3 of the way. At this time, the pressure brought by the ladder to the gods had more than doubled compared to the first step, but it was still nothing to Lin Mo. He quickened his pace and headed towards the Central Region Divine Alliance at a faster speed. There were 4 people on the path Lin Moyu had chosen. The fastest walker had already completed 2/3 of the way, the middle one had also completed more than half, and the third one was nearly halfway. Now Lin Moyu is coming from behind and is about to surpass the third person. His sudden acceleration immediately attracted some people's attention. So fast. To be able to advance so quickly on the divine ladder, even though this person is only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, he is quite capable of fighting against all enemies. The divine ladder is actually not difficult. It doesn't depend on one's realm, but on one's ability to withstand pressure. There are always people with outstanding pressure-bearing abilities. There are always a few of these people who appear every once in a while. There's nothing strange about that. Even if you complete the divine ladder, you may not be able to join the divine alliance. Yes, there are already enough people in the divine alliance now. It is said that the conditions for joining are stricter and more demanding than before. Just because you're moving fast now doesn't mean you'll be able to move fast in the future. You might slow down later, and it's not impossible that you'll fail in the end. The onlookers came from different races, and at this moment they seemed to have abandoned the racial barriers and gossiped about the ladder to the gods together. Watching others fail and make a fool of themselves can make them feel happy, but seeing others being too strong can make them jealous. The hearts of intelligent creatures are so complicated. They dislike others for what they don't have and envy others for what they do have. Lin Moyu completely ignored what these people said. He continued to speed up and soon reached the halfway point. The original third place was overtaken, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face when he was overtaken. Lin Moyu walked with great ease, as if walking on flat ground, while I walked with great difficulty, bearing tremendous pressure with every step. As they were both at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, he felt a sense of humiliation and was extremely uncomfortable. Watching Lin Moyu's back walking further and further away, I felt a deep sense of powerlessness after the humiliation. In the ladder to the gods, you must never obstruct others, otherwise the Central Region Divine Alliance will take action. He had no choice but to stare blankly. Lin Moyu overtook the third place and quickly completed the halfway point, with the second place also within reach. Suddenly, Lin Moyu looked up at the end of the ladder to the gods. There was the palace of the Central Region Divine Alliance. He felt that a wool was descending from the palace, watching him. This wool is very strong and should come from a perfect and powerful person. Is it because it was so fast that it attracted attention? In that case, then hurry up. Lin Moyu knew very well what he wanted to do. He did not want to complete the ladder to the gods, but to join the Central Region Divine Alliance. The ladder to divinity was only the basic requirement, and there were other requirements afterwards. Since the powerful and accomplished people in the Central Region Divine Alliance had noticed him, he should pay more attention to him. Lin Moyu is very clear that sometimes you need to hide your shortcomings, but sometimes you also need to show them off. He quickened his pace again, directly overtaking the second-placed person in the section and rushing towards the Central Region Divine Alliance at an even faster speed. The pressure in the ladder to the gods has no effect on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's renewed acceleration shocked and also made some people jealous. How can he still speed up? Is the pressure of the divine ladder so weak? Impossible. You see how hard others are walking, it's completely different from him. Could it be that his combat power has reached this level? We are both at the Chaos Realm. Even if there is a difference in combat power, there is a limit. The test of the divine ladder is not easy, and it requires all your strength to reach the end. How can it be so easy for him? Their arguments are correct, but they don't apply to Lin Moyu. His body and soul have been sublimated 10 times, which is not comparable to the ordinary Chaos Realm minor achievements. His transformation into Chaos was accomplished with the help of the Chaos Pearl, and was also one level higher than Chaos. In addition, Lin Moyu can share the pressure with the undead servants and the realm. Any of the three can make Lin Moyu walk very fast, not to mention that when the three are combined into one, even if the pressure of the ladder to the gods is several times stronger, it will not be a big deal for Lin Moyu. Finally, Lin Moyu finished 2/3 of the way. The pressure suddenly increased by several times, and the difficulty of the last third was obviously much higher than the previous ones. The person walking in first place has to rest after each step before taking the next one. Lin Moyu still didn't feel anything and quickly surpassed the first place. The original first place looked at Lin Moyu, his body trembling with pressure. How could it be possible? He rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe it. Even in the minor stage of Chaos Realm, his combat power was already very strong, almost crushing those of the same clan and realm. He was 80% sure that he could reach the end of the ladder by himself. As for the speed, he didn't even think about it. It's a great achievement to be able to complete the ladder to the gods, and the Domain God Alliance has never said how fast it should be. But now, Lin Moyu's passing by made him realize that he was nothing in the same realm, and there were many people who were better than him. Lin Moyu has now become the number one. Not only has his speed not decreased at all, but it is actually getting faster and faster. It would take others half a day or a whole day to walk up the ladder to the gods, but Lin Moyu only took less than 5 minutes to complete the whole journey. He could have gone even faster, in less than a minute, but there was no need. It can shock people, but don't make them feel like you are a monster. There is an open space at the end of the ladder to the gods, and behind the open space is a lake. The Chinyu Divine Alliance is located in the lake. There is a floating bridge on the lake, connecting to the Central Region Divine Alliance. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, the second test is crossing a floating bridge. If I'm not mistaken, this bridge won't be easy to cross. I'm afraid we'll have to fight. The Eye of the Dead swept across, and Lin Moyu saw a large number of soul flames under the lake. These soul flames were strong and weak, the strongest reaching the Chaos Realm, and the weakest only half a step away. At this time, Lin Moyu was only a kilometer away from the palace of the Central Region Divine Alliance. He only needed to walk across a floating bridge several hundred meters long to enter the palace. Lin Moyu vaguely saw a figure appear in the palace, and that figure was looking at him. It was the same person who had previously shown his concern for his ascent to the divine ladder, and was now also looking at him. Lin Moyu walked towards the floating bridges. There were also 8 floating bridges, corresponding to the 8 ladders to the gods. No one told me the rules throughout the whole process, nor did I need to be told the rules. It was like going to the battlefield and no one would tell me how to fight. There are only 2 things to do on the battlefield: killing the enemy and saving your life. It is the same now. It is nothing more than walking across the floating bridge and stepping onto the palace of the Yongyu Divine Alliance. The moment he stepped onto the floating bridge, the entire bridge suddenly lit up, the space expanded rapidly, and the original space was magnified hundreds of times. The distance between him and the Central Region Divine Alliance increased from a few hundred meters to tens of thousands of meters. The surface of the lake was boiling, and a large number of fish monsters in the Chaos Realm rushed out of the lake and pounced on him. The Chaos Realm is a minor achievement, but not a strong one. Lin Moyu saw at a glance that although these fish monsters were at the same level as himself, their combat power was at the bottom among those in the Chaos Realm. Even Xiaoping could beat them. Chaos creatures are not divided by realm, and the combat power of different races at the same realm varies greatly. These fish monsters obviously have no intelligence and are at the bottom of the same realm. They are only fit to be used as a test here. Facing the fish monsters rushing towards him, Lin Moyu slapped them with one palm. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. A huge palm print swept across, and a large number of fish monsters were smashed to pieces by one palm. Then Lin Moyu struck out with one palm after another, and in an instant, there were hundreds of palms, and he forcibly created a passage in the group of fish monsters. He moved forward quickly in the passage, and in a blink of an eye he had passed half the distance. Countless fish monsters were killed or wounded, and none of them could get close to him. Fish monsters kept rushing out of the lake. Their number became smaller, but their strength became stronger. Finally, the power of the fish monsters was enough to block the Dao Miesher palm. Several fish monsters shattered the palm prints and rushed to Lin Moyu. The wings of chaos spread out, creating a chaotic wind. In an instant, a large area of space was disrupted, all the power in this space was distorted, and the rules within the space were twisted together, becoming a mess. The fish monsters seemed to have lost their source of power all of a sudden, and then they became confused and they completely lost their goal. Spots of light flew out from the wings of chaos, transformed into elves and landed on the fish monsters. The fish monsters screamed, and the next second they turned their targets and attacked their own people. Under the wind of chaos, everything became chaotic and there was no pattern at all. Lin Moyu continued to move forward on the floating bridge, getting closer and closer to the palace of the Central Region Divine Alliance. Boom! The water column shot up into the sky, and a gigantic fish monster jumped out of the lake. His aura was already very close to that of the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, just a little bit short, and his combat power far exceeded that of the average small perfection of the Chaos Realm. This was the final obstacle, but Lin Moyu didn't care. The power of the 5 worlds flowed in silently, and the kingdom palm slapped out. The great Tao world-destroying palm. This palm was blessed by the power of the realm, and was much stronger than the previous big palm, the world-destroying palm. It was simply a magic of another level. When Lin Moyu created the Tao Miesher Zhang, his intention was to refine the myriad forces, transform them into their essence, and gather them together. As long as there is enough power, the power of the great Tao world-destroying palm has no end and can evolve infinitely. The fish monster let out a strange cry and collided with the great Tao's world-destroying palm. This foolish chaotic creature didn't even know how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. It was really pathetic. Lin Moyu didn't look at the result, he already knew the result, so he just kept moving forward. The seemingly powerful fish monster was swept by the palm print, and its body turned into powder and disappeared. Lin Moyu easily walked across the floating bridge and officially arrived at the entrance of the Palace of the Central Region Divine Alliance. The palace is magnificent and exquisite, with murals everywhere. The characters in these murals are all kinds of strange and varied, describing one war after another to the world. When you look over there, the battle described in the mural will appear before your eyes, replaying what happened like a movie. They were tall and strong figures, fighting against heaven and earth in the chaos, engaging in life and death battles with the enemy. In the end, they killed the powerful enemy and returned victoriously. These people were once heroes of our central region. An old voice came. Lin Moyu looked up and saw an elderly man walking towards him. In the chaos, powerful creatures do not have to worry about their lifespan, and their age cannot be measured by appearance. Some children may have lived for billions of years, while some old people may have only lived for 1,000,000 years. Appearance is a personal choice and can be changed at any time. The old man in front of him looked old, but he didn't give Lin Moyu any sense of age at all. Compared to the purple gold divine phoenix, he is much younger. The old man exuded the aura of perfection of the chaos realm, and his expression was somewhat kind as he looked at himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lin Moyu realized that the other party was a human and used human etiquette. Junior Lin Moyu, greetings to the senior. The old man was a little surprised. The etiquette used by my friend. Lin Moyu is confused. Is there something strange about the etiquette of the younger generation? The old man said, the etiquette you are using is the most ancient etiquette of our race, and few people use it now. As we are all human beings, our etiquette is similar, but there are slight differences, and most people cannot tell the difference. The etiquette used by Lin Moyu was very standard. It was the etiquette he had been using in the small world and had not been used until now. There was no change in his experience in the big world and the origin continent. It is surprising that this etiquette is the oldest etiquette of the human race. Looking back now, it seems that there is indeed a difference in the etiquette of the human race in the big world and the origin continent. At that time, I was completely concerned about these trivial matters. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Senior, have you ever seen anyone use this kind of etiquette? The old man said, of course I've seen it, but it's rare. That doesn't mean it's not used. Why do you ask this, young friend? Lin Moyu said, oh, maybe I'm just overthinking it now. He changed the subject and said, I, a junior, would like to join the Central Region Divine Alliance. What else do I need to do? The old man chuckled and said, "Young friend, you have passed the test of pressure resistance and combat strength. You can join the Central Region Divine Alliance by passing one more test. Please follow me." The old man's attitude was very good, without any airs of a senior, which made Lin Moyu feel uncomfortable. Are the strong men in the chaos so easy to talk to? Of course not. He instinctively felt that this old man must have his own purpose. Lin Moyu asked, "I wonder what your name is, senior?" The old man smiled and said, "Young friend, are you wondering why I am so polite to you? If you can pass the final test, you will know the answer. The same is true for my name. If you can join the Central Region Divine Alliance, you will naturally know it." Lin Moyu felt something was wrong, so he didn't give a direct answer. He knew he would have to wait until he joined the Central Region Divine Alliance to find out everything. There seem to be some problems, but I can't figure out where the problem is at the moment. Now I can only take it one step at a time. The old man took Lin Moyu into the palace. There was a main road in the palace, and two small roads branched off from the main road on the left and right, so there were 3 directions to go. The old man led Lin Moyu along the left side and came to a house. "Young man, are you familiar with the formation?" The old man suddenly asked a question at the door, and Lin Moyu did not hide it. "I know a little bit." "Okay, your final test for joining the alliance is the formation." The old man stretched out his hand and pressed on the door, and the door opened in response. "Go in, I hope you can break out of the formation." Lin Moyu didn't feel any danger, and now he had no choice. After bowing slightly to the old man, Lin Moyu walked into the door. The door closed automatically, and a faint light suddenly appeared behind the door. The space behind the door has been transformed and is very vast. Its layout is like void chaos, with fog spreading everywhere, which is very similar to real chaos. The place where he landed was a disk with a diameter of more than 2 meters. There was a formation engraved on the disk, but the formation was already broken. The old man's voice echoed in my ears, "This test is about formations. You need to repair the flying disc formation under your feet, and then use the flying disc to search for hidden formations in the void. These formations are already broken, so you need to repair them. There are 10 formations hidden in this void. You must find and repair 7 of them to pass. Danger lurks in the void. My friend, please be careful and don't leave the frisbee." The old man announced the rules, and Lin Moyu looked into the void. The void was full of fog, and the hidden formation could not be seen. But this is not a difficult task for me, but I don't need to be careful about what dangers are hidden in the void. Lin Moyu is confident in his own strength. He understands the assessment rules of the Central Region Divine Alliance and will not exceed his own realm even if there is danger. If I use all my means, being invincible in the same realm will be child's play. I can also fight against the powerful people in the Chaos realm. Therefore, Lin Moyu also focused his main attention on the formation. The first thing people repair is the frisbee under their feet, which is the means of transportation in this test. After just a short while, he had already grasped the formations in the flying disc, knew where the problem was, and began to repair it. Without using any materials, just using runes, the flying disc formation was repaired in a few seconds. This level of formation was no problem at all for Lin Moyu. The flying disc slowly flew up, carrying him into the fog, and began to search for the hidden formation. The old man who led Lin Moyu appeared in another room. There were 4 people sitting cross-legged in the room, and in the middle of them was a projection, which was Lin Moyu. When the old man arrived, Lin Moyu had just repaired the flying disc and entered the void. The old man was visibly stunned. "Fixed it so quickly?" Another person said, "It took only 18 breaths, which is faster than expected." The old man sighed. "When he first arrived in Guangdong Realm, I detected an extremely strong rune aura on him, which shows that he has been dealing with runes for many years. I didn't expect his formation skills to be so high. It looks like there's hope this time." Another person said, "Originally, when we discovered he was here, we wanted to bring him here directly. We didn't expect him to set foot on the ladder to the gods on his own. It was truly a coincidence, destined by fate." Haha, I didn't expect that after practicing for so long, I would still believe in heaven. Why not? Sometimes you have to believe. As the group chatted, the old man stared at the projection, watching Lin Moyu's next move. 000. The flying disc entered the void and took Lin Moyu around in a circle in the void, but did not find any hidden formation. Since it was an assessment, it naturally wouldn't be easy, and Lin Moyu was not disappointed. He continued to control the flying disc, flying in the void, and quickly found the boundary of the void. This piece of void was not very big. Lin Moyu determined the position and began to draw the formation pattern. Runes flew out one after another and landed accurately at the edge of the void, forming a large formation that enveloped the entire void. Soul power was injected into the formation, and the formation suddenly started. In an instant, the fog cleared away, and all the mist disappeared. But the formation hidden in the void was not revealed because of this. The fog was just a decoy. Seeing this, several people in the room couldn't help but smile. Good idea, but we're looking in the wrong direction. The fog isn't the key. Based on the level of formation he has demonstrated so far, it's already quite good. Perhaps that thing can actually be accomplished. No, we need to wait and see. We don't have many opportunities to succeed. If we alert the enemy, it will be troublesome. The great venerable of Dongji might take action. The old man who had led Lin Moyu before whispered, "Don't you think that his formation is more than just this? Let's not talk about it for now, let's just continue watching." They continued to watch the projection, wondering what Lin Moyu would do next. After dispelling the fog, Lin Moyu did not find the hidden formation and muttered to himself, "It's not that simple, but my formation is more than just dispelling the fog." Lin Moyu's array formations were never this simple. Dispersing the fog was only the first step. If he couldn't find the array formation, he still had a second step. A divine talisman flew out and the formation was activated again, this time with even greater movement. The entire void began to vibrate, space began to distort, and ripples began to appear. Since it is not hidden in the fog, it must be hidden in the cracks in space. There is no other way to hide. There are many layers of space, and the number and intensity of spaces in different areas are different. Lin Moyu didn't know how many layers there were in the chaotic space, nor did he know whether the space here had been modified by anyone, and how many layers there were. There will be a gap between each layer. The gap is very small, but if it is expanded by some means, a lot of things can be hidden. For example, the ancestral land of the Divine Phoenix clan is hidden in a mysterious space crack. As long as the formation is hidden in the cracks of space, Lin Moyu has a way to find it. The formation he set up began to stir the space. The chaotic space was very solid and could not be broken by him. So Lin Moyu had no intention of breaking the space. He just turned over the layers of space like turning the pages of a book, and the things hidden in the cracks would naturally be revealed. No matter whether it is a formation or any other danger, nothing can escape their sight at this moment. The space was distorted more and more violently, and after only 10 breaths, a broken formation suddenly appeared. Sure enough, it's in the cracks. Lin Moyu chuckled, his tone full of confidence. His judgment was correct. He did not take action immediately, but continued to stir the space, looking for the remaining formations. Soon another formation was discovered and surfaced, but Lin Moyu still did not move. He wanted to wait until all 10 formations were found and then repair them together. In addition to the formation, there are also unknown dangers. We need to find them out and deal with them before we can do our work with peace of mind. The formations were found one after another, and the people in another room were speechless at this moment. They were still discussing what Lin Moyu would do. After all, there was no time limit for this assessment. However, they did not expect Lin Moyu to find a way so quickly and uncover all the hidden formations in one go. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Moyu's formation level. Good, well done. The old man who led Lin Moyu clapped his thigh and looked very happy. The higher the level of Lin Moyu's formation, the higher the possibility of completing that task, which is of course worth celebrating. The old man who was leading Lin Moyu seemed very happy, but someone beside him was shocked. "Third brother, don't be too happy too soon. Our best estimate is to find all 11 formations." The old man laughed and said, "Whether we can find it or not, it's always a good idea to be happy for now." He had previously told Lin Moyu that there were 10 formations hidden in the space, and if he could repair 7 of them, he would pass the test. In fact, there are a total of 11 formations in the space, and the last one is also the deepest hidden one. This assessment is actually divided into 2 parts. One is to find the formation, and the other is to repair the formation. There are 11 formations in total. The last one is extremely difficult to find, so it is good enough to be able to find 10. As for repairing the formation, it is more difficult and there are dangers involved during the repair, so only 7 need to be repaired. If we can find the last formation or repair more formations, it will be considered as overachievement, which is naturally better. The formations were found one by one from the cracks in space and surfaced. In just half a day, the Sun Seat formation had been captured by us. Lin Moyu was always on guard, but no danger appeared. 10 broken formations flickered in the void. The space was still distorting, and these formations also bent accordingly. Lin Moyu briefly examined the formations and said with doubt, "These 10 formations seem to be related to each other, as if they are part of the same formation group." After observing carefully again, Lin Moyu was absolutely sure that these 10 formations belonged to the same formation group. At the same time, he saw something else. This formation complex is extremely large, and the 10 formations are just the tip of the iceberg. If this formation complex is broken down, these 10 formations should be combined into one of the functions of the formation complex. However, these 10 formations are not enough. There is still one missing. Lin Moyu had never seen this formation group before. He just reversely deduced from the 10 damaged formations and deduced a huge formation group. In his mind, this giant formation group was in a hazy state, and one corner contained the 10 formations in front of him. Although he had not officially repaired the formation, in his mind, the formation had already been repaired. The 10 formations combined together have an independent function, but 10 formations are not enough. There is still one missing, and that missing formation is used to coordinate the 10 formations. Without this coordinated formation, the 10 formations before us would not be able to merge together and would be useless. Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. There are more than 10 formations here, and there is at least one method hidden in its king. The space has been overturned, and all the formations in the cracks are exposed. If there is another formation hidden in it, then there is only one possibility, that is, this formation itself has spatial properties and can roll with the space. Just like the waves can overturn the fishing boat, but they cannot overturn the fish in the sea. After much thought, this is the only possibility. In that case, let's muddy the water. When a whirlpool appears in the water, even fish will be sucked in by it. The wings of chaos appeared with a whoosh, and the box vibrated, blowing out a wind of chaos. Countless points of light transformed into elves and flew out from the wings of chaos. The elves further strengthened the wind of chaos. Wherever they passed, the space became chaotic and the rules of chaos were distorted. The space that was originally rolling like waves turned into a vortex, and the vortices collided with each other, further intensifying the chaos. The chaotic wind combined with the formation to stir the void into a paste. In this case, whatever is hidden inside will be revealed. Unless it doesn't exist at all, as long as a corner of it is exposed, Lin Moyu can follow the clues to find it. Sure enough, not long after the chaos began, a corner of a formation vaguely emerged. This formation is different from the other 10 formations. It is in operation and always attached to space, so it did not appear at the beginning. Now the space is too chaotic, and the space it depends on is also in chaos. It cannot completely depend on it, and this is when the clues appear. Really? Lin Moyu chuckled, a gleam in his eyes that was a gleam of confidence. My judgment was correct. There was indeed an 11th formation hidden here. The formation has not yet fully emerged, only a corner of it has been exposed, but this is enough for Lin Moyu. With just this corner, he can make out the entire formation. There are many methods, and Lin Moyu chose the simplest one. He used the remaining 10 broken formations as a basis to pull out the 10th formation. These 11 formations were originally one entity, a part of another giant formation group, so there is a cause and effect relationship between them. The next moment, Lin Moyu began to draw the divine runes, preparing to repair the 10 broken formations. In the room of the Central Region Divine Alliance Palace, everyone was speechless. The old man who led the way smiled even more broadly. He really did find it. He's so proficient in battle formations at such a young age. Amazing. Another person said, it's truly remarkable. With his level of skill in formation arts, repairing these formations shouldn't be a difficult task. It seems like this can be accomplished. The other people also had smiles on their faces and looked extremely happy. The old man who led the way laughed and said, at least the chances are much better than before. Someone whispered, he's going to start repairing the formation. Let's see how he does it. How are the techniques? Lin Moyu said these are all basic operations. Runes were drawn one by one. They were not divine runes, but more complex than divine runes. They were all chaos runes transformed and activated by Lin Moyu. Chaos runes is a general term, and its number is endless. Different races have different runes, but no matter how they change, they all remain essentially the same and ultimately cannot escape the rune system. Lin Moyu's view on the way of runes is that if you master one method, you will master all methods. He did not give up the divine rune, but transformed it into a chaos rune. In the blink of an eye, thousands of chaos runes flashed in the air, and some of them had already connected to each other, like pieces of dogskin plasters. After Lin Moyu finished drawing the runes, he waved his hand and the runes immediately flew towards different formations. The runes seemed to actively seek out the points where the meteorite was broken, returning to their respective positions and repairing the formation. The whole process seems simple, but if it is seen by someone who is not familiar with formations, it is simply incomprehensible. Lin Moyu's technique was exquisite and precise, and the runes all landed precisely in their designated positions. 10 formations were completed at the same time, and the remaining formation began to operate. Breaths of air emanated, and the ears were filled with spatial attributes. As the formation was operating, several gaps suddenly appeared in the void, followed by beast-like roars, and huge eyes emerged from behind the gaps. So the danger is here. Among the 10 formations, 3 have their own space, and the danger is hidden in the space. After the formation was broken, the chaotic creatures were sealed into this hidden space. When the formation is repaired, danger will naturally emerge. 3 giant beasts rushed out from the gap in space. They were huge in size and roared at Lin Moyu. They are all top-level creatures in the Chaos Realm, with extremely powerful combat capabilities. Lin Moyu chuckled, shaking his fingers lightly, and his thoughts swayed with his fingers. The 10 newly repaired formations suddenly erupted with a roar, and the space in front of the formations was cut into pieces, along with the main Chaos Beast. The world-burning fire followed, turning this place into a sea of fire. The 10 formations possessed extremely powerful attack power, shattering the space and chopping the 3 giant beasts into pieces. The power was so great that even Lin Moyu, the instigator, was a little surprised. These 10 formations may seem simple, but the effects are surprisingly good. Even if he set them up personally, he might not be able to set up a formation of this level. The person who arranged these 10 formations had an extremely astonishing level of formation skills, and was definitely stronger than himself. Each of these 10 formations alone would be useless, but after being coordinated, they can instantly kill a Chaos Realm minor success cultivator. The formation method simplifies the complex, and then goes from simple to complex, this idea. The 10 formations in front of him seemed to open up a new idea for Lin Moyu. It turned out that formations could not be played in this way. It's not that he doesn't know how to do it, he just hasn't thought about it before. By learning from this, Lin Moyu gained a deeper understanding of the formation. Even if the result of this assessment is not satisfactory, it is worth it for him to come. The next step is to use these 10 formations to completely pull out the deepest hidden 11th formation. The 5 people who watched the whole process had smiles on their faces. Moyu's performance completely exceeded their expectations. Not only did he find the 11th formation, but he also repaired all 10 broken formations in one go. At the same time, he could use himself as the center of the formation and utilize the 10 formations to eliminate the hidden giant beasts. This series of operations was enough for Lin Moyu to get full marks in this assessment. Now no one would doubt that Lin Moyu could completely complete the 11th formation. This matter was of great importance to Lin Moyu. Now let's discuss whether we should let him do this. Someone asked the most important question. The ultimate goal of this assessment is to let Lin Moyu do something very important. They need to discuss whether to let Lin Moyu do it, or wait for another opportunity and find someone else. Someone commented, "I think he's the right one. We've looked at others, but they were all barely qualified after testing. I don't have any objections. At least his level of formation skills is already higher than others. The only problem is that his cultivation level is not high enough. The problem of insufficient cultivation can be compensated by borrowing from outside, and it would be a problem if the cultivation there is too strong." After some discussion, the 5 people quickly made a decision. The 11 formations were originally 1. Lin Moyu used the 10 formations he had repaired as a lure to hook the 11th formation and forcibly pulled it out of Dishirkam's space. The formation became complete and began to operate. Boom! The void shattered, Lin Moyu's eyes blurred, and he found himself in another room. In the room, 5 people were looking at him with smiles. One of them was the old man who had led him earlier. The old man who led the way smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. We are elders of the Central Region Divine Alliance. You can call me the 3rd elder, and the other 4. The elders in the Central Region Divine Alliance are considered to be the ones who truly possess real power. At least in the area of Guangdong Realm, they are in charge. The one who led the way was the 3rd elder, and there were also the 2nd elder, the 4th elder, the 7th elder, and the 9th elder. Guangdong Realm belongs to the eastern part of the Central Region. The Central Region Divine Alliance has established an eastern branch in Guangdong Realm, which is jointly managed by 9 elders. The 9 elders were in turn managed by an ASEAN leader. At the time, the ASEAN leader was in retreat, and the other elders were also busy. The affairs of the East Branch were now in the hands of these 5 people. There is no distinction between the 5 people in terms of status. They are just arranged in order of age, and everyone is on an equal footing. Lin Moyu greeted them and asked, "Seniors, did I pass the assessment?" The 3rd elder said, "You have naturally passed the assessment. It will not be a problem for you to join the Central Region Divine Alliance. However, I have a question. Why do you want to join the Central Region Divine Alliance?" Lin Moyu said, "Junior is going to Dongji." The 5 elders understood after hearing this. With Lin Moyu's cultivation level, it would take too long to fly to the 4 poles, so he could only use the cross-domain formation. If you want to use the crossing formation, you must join the Central Domain Divine Alliance. The 3rd elder narrowed his eyes slightly. "Young friend, is there something going on at Dongji?" Lin Moyu said, "I'm doing something for a senior, but I swore not to reveal the reason." The 3rd elder looked at Lin Moyu and said, "This is your privacy, young friend. We shouldn't ask about it. But unfortunately, something went wrong with this cross-domain formation." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. Something had gone wrong with the crossing formation. Could it be that he couldn't use it anymore? If it doesn't work, then you have to change the route and go somewhere else first, waiting for the cross-domain formation to recover. But what if I can't recover after crossing the formation? Moreover, Lin Moyu felt that things should not be that simple. Judging from the attitudes of these elders and his previous assessment, it seemed that something was waiting for him. Otherwise, it would just be joining the Central Region Divine Alliance, so there would be no need for 5 elders to come forward together. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "What's the problem?" The 3rd elder said, "This is something we, the old fellows, would like to ask of you. However, before we do so, we would like to ask young Master Lin to swear an oath not to share what you heard today with anyone else." Lin Moyu already knew in his heart that something must have happened to the cross-domain formation, and it was a serious matter. If I don't agree to take the oath, I'm afraid I won't be able to use the cross-domain formation in the short term. This short period of time may be millions or even tens of millions of years. After all, for powerful and accomplished people like them, the concept of time is extremely weak. Lin Moyu immediately responded, same as. The third elder took out a round stone and said, "This is the stone of chaos. Please infuse your soul into it and swear an oath on your own path." Lin Moyu did as he was told. The other party didn't make any excessive demands, just asked for confidentiality, which he could agree to. After the oath was made, the Chaos Rule Stone turned into smoke and dissipated in the dim light. Thunder was heard in the void, and the picture and words came true. The third elder then said, "The cross-domain formation has two ends. One end is in Lindong City, and the other end in the east is hidden in a space crack. There's something wrong with the cross-domain formation at the easternmost point. We don't know what the problem is, we only know that it has deviated from its position and disappeared into the void. We're conducting tests here and know that the cross-domain, money-burning, formation at the eastern end should be damaged, but the extent of the damage is still unknown, and its exact location cannot be determined for the time being. Many cultivators from the central region went to the eastern pole and now cannot return. We hope that after you go there, you can find the cross-domain formation and repair it." Lin Moyu finally understood that the assessment he had just conducted was to check his level of formation skills. They were satisfied with the level of their own Dao formation, so they hoped to find the crossing formation and repair it. It's not that there are no powerful formation masters in the central region, but those powerful and qualified formation masters are almost all perfect strongmen, and they cannot get through. However, among the practitioners who have achieved great or minor success in the Chaos Realm, their formation skills seem to be insufficient. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "I hope there will be more specific information." Even if I agreed, I had no choice but to go. After all, I really had to go there. Several elders smiled warmly and said, "It's just natural. The cross-domain formation can still be used, but you can only go there and cannot come back. The large formation deployed at the eastern end is currently out of contact. We can only know the general situation, it is damaged and its position has shifted. If you teleport yourself, you can only teleport to a nearby location, and the positioning will not be that accurate. Once I get there, I must repair the cross-domain formation on the Dongji side, otherwise I won't be able to teleport back and I can only fly back. Problems encountered when crossing a large formation have been happening for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, many practitioners had no choice but to fly back, and many people encountered danger along the way, or were injured, or died. The Central Domain Divine Alliance has been looking for a solution, but the powerful ones cannot get through, and the formation skills of those who have achieved minor or major success in the Chaos Realm are not enough to repair the cross-domain formation. This time, Lin Moyu finally appeared, so they naturally had to hold on to him tightly. The third elder smiled and said, "In fact, we noticed you when you first arrived in Guangdong Realm. You have an extremely strong rune aura, which shows that you often deal with rune formations." Lin Moyu was curious. The Chaos Realm is so vast, and there are countless powerful people. Even the human race has countless formation masters. Why can't we find anyone? The third elder shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. Although there are many formation masters, most of them are half-baked. Let's put it this way. The formations of chaos creatures come from bloodline inheritance. They have a limit, and this limit is not high. A cultivator's formation runes are obtained through their own comprehension, but they also have a limit. It's just that this limit is higher, and there is a chance of breaking the limit. There are many formation masters in our human race, but not many are top-notch. Most are second- and third-rate formation masters. Occasionally there are first-rate ones, but they are basically all perfect. After all, you also understand that the level of formation is often equal to the level of cultivation. Lin Moyu nodded. He naturally understood this principle. What the third elder said was the most normal situation. The third elder continued, "In the primal chaos, there exists a unique race called the Yintian. It said that the Yintian were born from a chaos rune and are naturally proficient in formation runes. Any member of their clan is a first-rate formation master, and the most outstanding are even top-tier formation masters. They do have the ability to repair the cross-domain formation, but unfortunately, they belong to the western extreme. If it is an ordinary formation, it is not a problem to ask them to repair it, but the cross-domain formation is not possible. The cross-domain formation is very necessary, so naturally we can't find people from outside the central domain to build it, we can only find people from the central domain. Although the central region is vast, there are not many suitable candidates. At least in the past tens of thousands of years, no one who is absolutely safe has been found. There are a few candidates who are barely suitable. If it is delayed for another tens of thousands of years, maybe we can let them go and give it a try. The third elder said, after all, that was in Dongji. The Great Venerable took action when the Great Crossing Formation was set up, hiding it from some of the powerful people in Dongji. But the Great Venerable won't act rashly. Once the Great Crossing Formation is exposed, when we start fighting with Dongji again, the Great Crossing Formation may become a hindrance to us. So this time, we're trying to be absolutely sure that nothing goes wrong with the repairs and not alert anyone in Dongji. Lin Moyu understood this principle. In fact, not only the central region had a cross-domain formation, but Dongji also had a cross-domain formation in the central region. Both sides knew this very well, but they were not sure of the specific location where the other side had set up the formation. If you know it, you can help make use of it. Lin Moyu said, okay, I'll try my best. The third elder said, don't force it. If it really doesn't work, just retreat and look for another opportunity. A warship set out from Wangdongji and headed for Lindong City. The warship is extremely fast and can reach Lindong City in just 10 days. Lindong City is an important military city hidden in the chaos. It is usually hidden and never revealed, and no one knows its exact location. The cross-domain formation is set up in Lindong City. If you want to go to Lindong City, you can only take the warship specially made by the Central Domain Divine Alliance. The battleship continued to accelerate, and soon broke through the chaos and rushed into the space crack. Moving forward through the cracks in space is not only fast, but also makes it impossible to be tracked. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to locate, and you don't know how far you have flown or in which direction. But these problems are nothing to this specially made warship. This warship goes nowhere and only travels back and forth between Wangdongji and Lindong City. It has clear coordinate guidance and will never fly wrong. Moreover, it can navigate fully automatically without human intervention. The third elder set up the tea table and invited Lin Moyu to have tea with him. It will take 10 days to fly. Let's chat together to kill some time, little friend Lin. Lin Moyu smiled and sat down. The tea sets on the tea table were all magic weapons that brewed tea automatically without the intervention of the third elder. The third elder handed Lin Moyu a storage ring. Here are the materials needed to repair the formation. It should be enough. Little friend Lin, please use it when the time comes. As long as the formation is repaired, the extra materials do not need to be returned. Just consider it as Lin Daofa's reward. Lin Moyu took the ring and examined it. It contained all the materials for the formation, which was very complete and had all been refined and could be used directly. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Senior, you are very thoughtful. The third elder looked at Lin Moyu with a smile in his eyes, as if he was looking at an outstanding junior. Little friend Lin, you are very young. Lin Moyu has been practicing for less than 20,000 years. He is considered a small kid in the chaos and is too young. Many humans born in chaos may not even be Dao masters after 20,000 years. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I had some adventures in my early years, so my cultivation speed is a bit faster. The third elder disagreed. Young friend Lin is too modest. Even if a fortuitous encounter can speed up your cultivation, your understanding of formations and runes cannot be changed by any fortuitous encounter. My friend, you have now entered the primal chaos. In the future, you will understand that in the primal chaos, cultivation is actually nothing. If you were to reach the Central Region Imperial City, you would understand what it means to be a small success, but not as good as a dog. Big cities are everywhere. Even if you achieve perfection, you are only showing your potential. The gap between man and man is huge. Lin Moyu understood that even a perfect being like the purple gold divine phoenix was not strong enough to be killed by an ordinary perfect being. The third elder continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you came from the divine phoenix clan before." Lin Moyu nodded. "I happened to go to the Falling Feather Realm and encountered the Three Phoenix Festival, so I stayed there for a while." The third elder said, "There was news earlier that someone had obtained 9 purple gold fruits during the Three Phoenix Festival. Could it be you, my friend?" Lin Moyu knew that the third elder must have seen something, so he admitted generously, "It was me." "Ha, good boy." The third elder smiled and said 3 good words in a row, "It seems that your luck is also amazing. To be valued by the purple gold divine phoenix is incredible, incredible." The third elder obviously didn't know the significance of the purple gold fruit, but that was normal. Finding people based on their potential was the biggest secret of the Divine Phoenix clan. Only the 3 Divine Phoenixes and the 8 Kings knew about it. No one else knew about it, and it was impossible for it to be passed on to others. Since the third elder had some misunderstanding, Moyu would not explain. Suddenly, the warship shook slightly, and an invisible force rushed into the warship. The third elder remained calm, obviously he was used to it. Behind Lin Moyu, the shadow of the 5 worlds flashed by. The third elder was shocked. "Young friend is actually a domain lord." Lin Moyu didn't expect that the shadow of his own realm would suddenly appear. Even when he uses the power of the realm's shadow will not appear. It is the most basic principle to hide one's weakness. He has just entered the Chaos Primal Realm and naturally will not reveal his strength. But he didn't expect that the shadow of his own realm would automatically appear and be discovered by the third elder. Since he had already seen it, Lin Moyu did not hide it. Junior is lucky. The third elder chuckled, "Young friend, there's no need to be so. I mean no harm. What I just saw was just a scan of the security formation, which will reveal some hidden things. We have no choice. This is the border. We have fought several wars with the Eastern Territory, so we have to be on guard. What's the point of caring? It has already happened." Lin Moyu didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was somewhat interested in the warning formation. This security formation seems to have a very wide range. The third elder said, "Not only is it widespread, but it also covers the entire border of the Central Region, enveloping the entire Central Region. If an enemy invades the Central Region, the security formation will detect it and send out a warning. Then, people from border regions like Guangdong will be sent to deal with it. Of course, the security formation isn't omnipotent. There are ways to evade its detection, but it might be enough for 1 or 2 people, but it's definitely impossible for a large group of people to evade it." Lin Moyu sighed. Extending the entire Central Region with a security formation is truly a grand undertaking. The third elder said, "Yes, it took millions of formation masters hundreds of thousands of years to complete. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. I didn't expect that young friend is actually a domain master. Your future achievement is a foregone conclusion." Lin Moyu could only smile in response to the third elder's praise. If he was too modest now, it would make people think he was proud. After all, in the chaos, it is not easy to transcend the realm, and it is even more difficult to become the master of the realm. Once you become a domain master, there is indeed a high probability that you will achieve perfection in the future. The third elder continued, "Xiaolong should be aware that the gap between perfection and perfection is huge, and since you became a domain master at such a young age, you should also know that success and failure are both due to the domain." Lin Moyu's expression was stern. "Please come forward and teach me." The third elder said, because the domain master's cultivation went so smoothly, they didn't need to search for a new realm when they reached consummation in the future. They could usually achieve it with just one push. This also led to a problem: their strength wasn't strong enough. The strength of a perfected master is largely determined by the strength of his realm. Achieving perfection too quickly will make his realm less powerful. After achieving perfection, it's not as easy to strengthen the realm as before. You don't need to ask why, my friend. This is determined by the laws of chaos. I don't know why either, but it's just like that. So it's best for you, my friend, to strengthen your realm as much as possible before achieving perfection. Lin Moyu didn't ask why, but simply asked, then how do we strengthen our realm? The third elder thought for a moment, then took out a jade tablet, wrote a message on it, and handed it to Lin Moyu. Here are several methods for strengthening your realm. Feel free to check them out. Thank you, Senior. Lin Moyu took the jade token and immediately examined it. There is a lot of information recorded in the jade plate, and the information given by the third elder is very specific, down to every detail. For example, which material can enhance the boundary, where to find this material, how to use this material, and if it is supplemented with another material, the effect will be better. There are all detailed records. This information was very valuable. It was the result of countless years of accumulation by the third elder. Now that he had given it to himself so easily, Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a little grateful to the third elder. After reading it, Lin Moyu returned the jade token to the third elder. Thank you, Senior. I have taken note of everything. The third elder smiled and said, so, which method do you think is more suitable for you? Lin Moyu said, the first method is to find materials for the realm to refine. Although this method is slow, it is safe and reliable. Some materials can be obtained through trading, so it is actually quite efficient. This method is worth considering. The second method is to seek out realms that haven't entered the Chaos Primordial Realm, refine them, extract their power, and integrate it into your own realm. While this method is highly effective, realms that haven't entered the Chaos Primordial Realm are in a semi-invisible state, making them difficult to find. It's also inefficient and depends on luck. This approach is not sustainable. It's good if it works, but it's okay if it doesn't. We shouldn't force it. The third elder looked at him with a smile. Well said, continue. Lin Moyu said, as for the third method, I would kill those who also possess a realm, refine their realm, and strengthen my own realm. However, those who possess a realm are generally all perfect and powerful beings. There aren't many people like me, so this method is not feasible now. It's basically seeking death. The last method is to use my own body to refine the chaotic energy and transform it into the power of the realm. At the same time, I will cultivate the practitioners in the realm. As long as there are enough transcended practitioners in the realm, they will be able to feed back to the realm during their cultivation, which can also strengthen the realm. However, this method is time-consuming and laborious, but its advantage is that it is stable and continuous. So for the younger generation, the most suitable approach right now is to carry out the first and last methods simultaneously. The third elder smiled and said, that's right, especially the first method. It's actually the most suitable for you and the one most people choose. But you have to understand that materials that can enhance your realm are not common. While you can obtain some through trade, the quality of those materials is not very good. The materials that can truly transform a realm require you to find them yourself, and they are often found in dangerous places. For example, there's a material called Gyunxin, which only appears in the ancient wasteland. It has a very powerful effect on the realm. But as you know, the ancient wasteland is extremely dangerous, and it's not recommended to enter until you've reached perfection. After reaching perfection, it becomes difficult to strengthen the realm. The effect of the Guiyuan heart decreases at least tenfold, which becomes a contradiction. You need to weigh the pros and cons yourself. I can only give you some advice. Lin Moyu nodded, I understand. Even if I want to go to the ancient wasteland, I will be fully prepared before going. The third elder said no more. People like Lin Moyu who could become a domain master in just 20,000 years and have such a deep understanding of the way of formations were all extremely intelligent. If he talks too much, it will only make people unhappy, which is unnecessary. Having lived for a long time, Sandman has long become a shrewd person. The two continued to drink tea and chat. The third elder talked about many interesting things he had experienced in the chaos. Lin Moyu gained a lot from the third elder. 10 days passed in a flash, and the warship finally arrived at Lindong City. Lindong City is closer to the East Pole than Guangdong Realm. Outside Lindong City is a void. This void is the place where chaos and ancient wilderness merge, and it is also the division between the 4 poles and 3 domains. This piece of void is called the Desolate Mark, but no one knows why it is called the Desolate Mark. This name has been passed down for countless years. It has existed since ancient times and has been used to this day. It is extremely difficult to cross the Desolate Scar. Only the powerful ones who have reached perfection can cross it with 100% certainty. Even those who have reached the highest level of Chaos Realm have a chance of falling into it. Lindong City is right in front of Huanghen and is the closest place to Dongji in the central region. It is the first stop, usually hidden in the cracks of space and not easily discovered. After leaving the warship, Lin Moyu saw Lindong City and Huanghen. The moment he saw Huanghen, a special aura rushed towards him. Lin Moyu's soul trembled violently, and he couldn't help but say, "Huanghen sect." The third elder was not at all surprised by Lin Moyu's slightly shocked reaction. He stood beside Lin Moyu, looking at Huanghen with him. Everyone who sees Huanghen for the first time will be shocked. Do you know why? Lin Moyu shook his head slightly to indicate that he didn't know. He had seen quite a few things, big and small, and even the most bizarre things were not enough to shock him. Beast Abyss is somewhat similar to Huanghen in appearance. When I first saw Beast Abyss, I didn't feel the soul-stirring shock I feel now. The shock brought by the desolate scars is not only the appearance visible to the naked eye, but also the trembling that reaches the deepest part of the soul. Lin Moyu had a feeling that there was an extremely terrifying power contained in the Desolate Mark, a terrifying existence that he could not understand for the time being. In his memory, the only thing that could be compared with this power was the Tao, not even the Great Venerable could match it. The third elder said, "I don't know when it started, but a legend has emerged in the chaos, saying that the Desolate Mark is the wound of chaos. We are creatures of chaos, and chaos is our parent. We cannot bear to see our parents get hurt, so we are so shocked." Lin Moyu was a bit amused and confused. This legend is too outrageous. Even if it's just a fabrication, it should be more plausible. The third elder also laughed and said, "Indeed, I also think this legend is not well made. My friend, just listen to it for now, but don't take it seriously. But if you have the chance, you can go to the Wasteland Scar for a walk. This can be considered as a prelude to entering the ancient wasteland. The Wasteland Mark contains the power of the ancient wilderness. Many people choose to go to the Wasteland Mark before entering the ancient wilderness to adapt to the atmosphere of the ancient wilderness." Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, Senior. I'll remember that." Walking into Lindong City from the warship, compared to Guangdongji, Lindong City is very small. This is a military city, where there is also a team stationed. This team belongs to the Central Region Divine Alliance. In the eyes of many people, the Central Domain Divine Alliance is an organization jointly established by various races in the Central Domain, and they hold great power in the domain. But according to the Third Elder's introduction, the Central Region Divine Alliance is more like an army, guarding the Central Region. The Central Domain Divine Alliance usually does not care about the affairs of various races. Only when war breaks out will the Central Domain Divine Alliance issue one order after another to integrate the power of the Central Domain. At that time, the authority of the Central Region Divine Alliance will be fully released, and all races must obey orders in unison. If they do not obey orders, the consequences will be disastrous. The Third Elder apparently came to East City frequently. He walked through the city with Lin Moyu and no one stopped him. There are dense formations here, and there will be a formation sweeping every few steps. Almost all actions are under the surveillance of the formation. In addition to direct combat, battles between practitioners also involve many shady tactics. There are countless races in the chaos, and some races have some magical abilities. If they are not closely monitored, it is easy for others to sneak in. Lin Dongqing's strictness was something Lin Moyu had never seen before. Even he was not sure he could sneak in silently. The third elder brought Lin Moyu to the square in the center of Lindong City, but they had not seen the crossing formation yet. The third elder said, "Young friend, have you figured out where the crossing formation is?" Lin Moyu glanced around and said, "Isn't this right here?" "Oh?" The third elder chuckled, "Xiaolong, why don't you tell me in detail?" After 10 days of long conversation, Lin Moyu and the third elder had become quite familiar with each other. He understood what he meant and said with a smile, "You are testing me." The third elder smiled without saying anything and motioned Lin Mo to continue. Lin Moyu said, "The cross-domain formation was created by the Great Venerable. Although it may not have been arranged by the Great Venerable himself, it was at least designed by the Great Venerable. Everyone knows that the cross-domain array is a giant teleportation array that can cross the desolate scar and reach the eastern pole. If I'm not mistaken, the cross-domain formation is not only a teleportation formation, but also a group of 10 supersided formations that combine concealment, vigilance, defense, and attack. And Lindong City is actually at the center of the cross-domain formation, so I said it's all here." The third elder looked at Lin Moyu with a smile, and the satisfaction in his eyes became more and more intense. Lin Moyu's performance was beyond his expectations. "You are right. It's not that the interdomain formation is in Lindong City, but that Lindong City is in the interdomain formation. Before you depart, I have a few final reminders for you. Once you arrive at Dongji, remember that safety is your top priority. If something is impossible, don't force it. It's not easy for my central region to produce a formation master like you. Your life is very valuable. As for how to save your life, I'll lend you this thing. Remember to return it to me when you return successfully." As he spoke, the third elder took out a thin needle. The needle was as long as a finger and as thick as a hair. The tip of the needle was extremely fine and sharp, and it flashed with blue light. When Lin Moyu saw the thin needle, his heart trembled. He felt the danger of this thin needle. The third elder said, "This needle is called Soul Severing, and it's a high-level chaos magical weapon. Its advantage is that it can be used without any cultivation. The effect will be similar between you and me. This needle is enough to kill a Chaos Realm Great Master, and can also injure a Perfect Master. The only problem is that after each use of this needle, it must be used a day later before it can be used again. I'll lend you the soul-breaking needle. Please return it to me in the future." Lin Moyu understood the value of the soul-breaking needle. Most magic weapons needed to recognize their master before they could be used, and the cultivation level was closely related to the power of the magic weapon. Magical weapons like the soul-breaking needle, which can unleash their full power without recognizing a master, are extremely rare and naturally extremely precious. Moreover, its power is so great that it can severely injure a powerful person and kill a person in the Chaos Realm. It is incomparable to ordinary magic weapons. For the third elder, the soul-severing needle is also extremely precious. Lin Moyu carefully took the soul-breaking needle and left his own soul mark on it, not to refine it and recognize its master, but just to make it easier to manipulate. Putting away the soul-breaking needle, Lin Moyu said, "I will do my best." The third elder continued, "The cross-domain formation in Dongji has lost contact, so the location we teleported to isn't entirely accurate. The cross-domain formation might be nearby, or it might be very far away. We don't have any good solutions for this. You'll have to find it yourself. As always, do your best while ensuring safety." Lin Moyu asked, "According to the assessment you gave me earlier, the cross-domain formation in Dongji should be hidden in the cracks in space." The third elder said, "That's right, but it's hidden very deep and very difficult to find." Lin Moyu understood. "I'll try my best to find it. I hope it goes well." The third elder said, "There is one more thing you must remember. In Dongji, you must be careful of everyone, including those in the central region. In chaos, don't trust anyone except yourself." Lin Moyu nodded slightly, "I understand. In fact, it is not just in chaos, it is the same everywhere." Lin Moyu never trusts anyone easily, especially after leaving the small world. He believes that he has to rely on himself for everything. After the third elder gave some instructions, he personally activated the formation for Lin Moyu. He took out a large amount of chaos gold and threw it into it, because the cross-domain formation provided power. In order to hide itself, the cross-domain formation will not absorb too much energy from the chaos. The energy required for transmission almost all comes from chaos gold. Members of the Central Domain Divine Alliance need to pay 1 million chaos gold each time they use the cross-domain formation. This includes the round-trip fee, which is actually not too expensive. Generally, people in the chaos realm can afford a bed. If you don't want to spend the money, you can only take the risk of flying over the desert. The cross-domain formation began to operate. It operated silently and still hid itself tightly. For countless years, many practitioners from Dongji have been searching for the location of the cross-domain formation. They knew that the cross-domain formation was in Lindong City, but they didn't know where Lindong City was. This was one of the secrets that the Central Domain Divine Alliance guarded closely. Of course, the reason why it can be kept so secret is also due to the concealment of the cross-domain human formation itself. This also increased the difficulty for Lin Moyu to find the cross-domain formation. But Lin Moyu has a way. He has already figured out how to find it. After a while, the cross-domain formation accumulated enough energy, and a vortex slowly emerged from the sky and fell, eventually turning into a space channel. The third elder said, "Go in, and be careful when you get there." Lin Moyu nodded, "Wait for my good news." As he walked into the passage, a powerful force instantly enveloped his entire body. Lin Moyu felt his body being stretched out, and layers of space passed through his body and soul, and he was heading towards his destination at an astonishing speed. This transmission was more intense than any previous 127 had experienced. The terrifying force of space fell on his body, almost tearing it apart. Lin Moyu realized that in order to withstand the teleportation of the cross-domain formation, he would need to at least reach the minor level of the Chaos Realm. If a half-step chaos being used this formation, like the former Emperor Kunlun, he would die instantly in it. Even a chaos creature with a strong body like Xiaoping might not be able to withstand it. The Great Venerable's formation incorporates the rules of chaos and is fast, but the backlash force is also huge. After half a day, Lin Moyu gradually adapted to his current situation. The speed of transmission had reached its peak and could not go any faster. The current state is very strange, as if it has merged into chaos, and Lin Moyu's feeling of chaos is even more profound. The chaotic energy contains infinite rules and countless avenues, and can be said to be the mother of all rules and avenues. At this moment, the chaotic energy was stripped away, and the spatial rules within it were pulled out and magnified. No, not magnified. Instead, all the rules in the chaotic energy were transformed into spatial rules. I understand now. It turns out that the rules within the chaotic energy can be converted into each other. Every wisp of chaotic energy contains infinite rules of the great Tao. It can evolve all the power needed for the realm, evolve all attributes, and even evolve living beings under the influence of some strange power. But at the same time, he can also be controlled by others and turned into any kind of rules or any kind of power. When practitioners use their own great way to attract the chaotic energy, they are actually turning the rules in the chaotic energy into their own heavenly laws. Using one's own avenue as a catalyst, he changed the power of the rules of the chaotic energy, making it single and bursting out with even more astonishing power. Lin Moyu felt like he had grasped the source of chaos power. At the same time, a thought occurred to him: my Tao-destroying palm refines the power of all Taos, and chaos contains all the power of all Taos. If I refine chaos directly, what would the effect be? An urgent desire to try it arose in his mind. As soon as the thought arose, all the spatial rules disappeared, everything returned to normal, and the transmission ended. Lin Moyu then realized that in that moment of enlightenment, more than 10 days had passed, and he had already arrived at Dongji. Although both are chaos, there are still obvious differences between the eastern pole and the central region. The chaotic energy here gave Lin Moyu a sense of irritability, unlike the calm and peaceful atmosphere in the central region. Those who cultivate and grow in such an environment will also be affected by the chaotic energy and become impatient. No wonder the practitioners in Dongji are so prone to rage. It seems to be due to the chaotic energy. It's all chaos, but the chaotic energy in different areas is completely different. Could it be because of the desolate scar? The 4 poles and 3 realms are separated by the desolate mark. The difference in the chaotic energy is inseparable from it. Lin Moyu did not test his idea immediately, but looked around. The chaotic void in the easternmost part, apart from the difference in the chaotic energy, there is no apparent difference for the time being. The eye of the undead swept over and found no trace of living creatures, so he began to set up the formation. A large number of chaos runes flew out and quickly formed a formation, the function of which was detection. Through the dual detection of the formation and the eye of the dead, Lin Moyu was able to confirm that there was no one around. As a person from the central region, it is quite dangerous in Dongji. He may encounter enemies at any time, so he has to be careful. After confirming that there was no one around, he began looking for the cross-domain formation. Teleported from the central region, Lin Moyu was not clear about his current location. The only thing he was sure of was that he was not too far from the central region, probably somewhere near Mohin. Huang Hin's aura radiates for billions of miles. Now we can't see Huang Hin, nor can we feel his aura, which means that the distance between them should be more than billions of miles. But there was no direction in the chaos, and he didn't know which direction to fly to get closer to the desolate trace. The third elder once said that the cross-domain formation located in Dongji is within the radiation range of Huang Hin. With the help of Huang Hin's aura, the cross-domain formation can better hide itself. Lin Moyu took out the cause-finding ring. There's a result but no cause. Do not pursue any causes, but want to get the results. This is what Lin Moyu thought of, a way to find a cross-domain formation. There is no need to bother with the means, only the cause and effect. Everything in the world is subject to cause and effect, and very few things can escape cause and effect. If you are in a small world, within a domain, you can use some special means to get rid of the cause and effect. Once you reach chaos, the power of cause and effect becomes even stronger, and it becomes impossible to escape from it. Even a great master will be caught in the cause and effect. Even the Tao will use cause and effect to attack. Therefore, cause and effect is a very unnatural means. Lin Moyu was blown to pieces with a bang. The backlash of the fruitless cause did not let him go. His request this time seemed a bit too high. The cross-domain formation was related to the Great Venerable. The backlash from the Seeking Cause ring was extremely strong. Even though he had reached the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm and his body and soul had already turned into chaos, he was unable to withstand it. Purple light flickered in the chaos, and Lin Moyu was reborn. After the rebirth, Lin Moyu felt neither happy nor sad. The backlash had not yet ended, and in less than half a breath, he was blown to pieces again. Lin Moyu is confident, as the Chaos Ancestral Tree has accumulated a lot of new births during this period. After dying 10 times in a row, the backlash force finally subsided. The cause-seeking ring has officially completed its work. From now on, he only needs to choose a direction at random and he will eventually find the location of the cross-domain formation. This is a lazy way, but also the simplest and most direct way. Lin Moyu whispered, "It's truly a treasure from the Chaos Realm. With my current abilities, it's still a bit difficult to fully control, but with the help of my new life, I can at least use it. If I can be reborn enough times, I might be able to kill even a Chaos Realm perfect strider. The Seeking Cause ring has a magical effect. As long as you can withstand the backlash, it is not impossible to kill the Chaos Realm perfection. But if it is replaced by the Great Venerable, that would be a bit unrealistic. Even if he is reborn 100,000 times or 1,000,000 times, it is estimated that it would not be enough." He put away the cause-seeking ring, took Xiaopeng out, and randomly chose a direction. Xiaopeng asked curiously, "Father, have we reached Dongji?" Xiaopeng's bloodline is ancient and powerful, and his soul perception is equally sharp, so he immediately discovered the difference. Lin Moyu laughed and asked, "How did you know we were at Dongji?" During this period of time, Xiaoping has been sleeping in the storage space and has no idea what is happening outside. Xiaoping laughed and said, "The east is hot, the west is in, the north is cold, the south is wet, the top is clean, the bottom is muddy, and the center is upright. My blood memory has mentioned the differences between the 4 poles and 3 domains of chaos. Having ancient bloodlines has these advantages. Xiaoping's understanding of chaos is better than that of ordinary practitioners. This is the result accumulated from generation to generation, and it is not something to be envied." Xiaoping further explained the situation in the chaos. The chaotic energy in the eastern part of the chaos is hot. The chaotic creatures and practitioners in it are relatively irritable, but their magical attacks are also relatively powerful. The chaotic air at the Chaos South Pole is extremely humid, and the chaotic creatures inside are strange and difficult to understand, as are their magic. The westernmost part is cold and gloomy, and the chaotic creatures there are good at soul-related magic. The Arctic is truly cold, and the chaotic creatures there are also extremely special. They don't like to talk, and they won't fight easily, but once they do, they will fight to the death. The chaotic energy in the upper realm is the purest, and the rules of the avenue are relatively clear, so it will be much easier to practice. The chaotic energy in the lower realm is extremely turbid, and it is extremely difficult to practice cultivation in it, but the chaotic creatures and practitioners in the lower realm are the strongest in the same realm. The central region is at the center of chaos, and the chaotic energy inside is the most neutral and does not lean towards any side. Lin Moyu felt that the reason why chaos was divided in this way was most likely related to the desolate mark. Perhaps the root lies in the ancient wilderness, but it was just a thought, and the ancient wilderness was not a place he could go to now. Lin Moyu asked, "Does your bloodline contain any record of the ancient wilderness?" Xiaoping thought for a moment before saying, "I looked for it, but didn't find much information. Many of our ancestors entered the ancient wilderness, saying they were looking for a way to break the curse. But the final result is not good. Either you gain nothing or die in the ancient wilderness. After we were cursed by the Great Venerable, the place that suffered the most damage was Gulai." Lin Moyu continued to ask, "It seems that the ancient wilderness is very dangerous. Do you know where the danger is?" Xiaoping shook his head. "I don't know, the bloodline doesn't mention it, it only says not to enter the ancient wilderness before perfection." This answer is actually not good. The most troublesome thing is not knowing the danger, which means that anyone who encounters danger in the ancient wilderness will die. They couldn't even retain their bloodline memories, which meant they died quickly or had their bloodlines cut off. No matter which one it is, being able to make a perfect and powerful person like this means great terror. As the two chatted, Xiaoping now truly regarded Lin Moyu as his father and told Lin Moyu a lot of information in his bloodline. In the blink of an eye, they had been flying for dozens of days, but they had not discovered anything and had not encountered any practitioners. Xiaoping asked, "Father, are we heading in the right direction?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That should be right. Just keep flying. The chaos is so big, and we have only been flying for a short time. It would take tens of thousands of years just to cross the desolate scar, so a few dozen days in the chaos is really nothing." Xiaoping patiently continued to fly in the direction indicated by Lin Moyu. During this time, Lin Moyu took out a purple gold fruit and gave it to Xiaoping to eat, and he also ate one himself. The final result was similar to what he expected. The purple gold fruit could indeed stimulate potential and use the potential to strengthen the bloodline. The purple gold fruit is a good thing, but compared to the chaos fruit, it is nothing. Lin Moyu felt that if chaos gold was needed one day, he could simply sell the chaos fruit and guarantee a massive amount of chaos gold in return. But Lin Moyu will not sell it. This kind of thing should not be known to outsiders, otherwise it will bring about fatal disaster. "Father, there's someone ahead." When Xiaoping spoke, Lin Moyu also saw the soul flame through the eye of the undead. There are not only people, but also quite a few. Lin Moyu said calmly, "These guys are not cultivators." Xiaoping sniffed hard, then searched his blood memory, revealing a hint of disgust. "It's these guys." Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know who it is?" Xiaoping said, "These guys are called rotting corpse leeches. They can be found in all four corners of the world. Their stench is overwhelming and disgusting." Stinking? Lin Moyu didn't understand the meaning of this word for a moment, and suddenly heard Xiaoping shouting, "Father, quickly seal the soul." Xiaoping was a step too late. Lin Moyu's soul suddenly smelled a foul odor and felt dizzy instantly, almost fainting on the spot. He immediately sealed his soul, but the stench still seeped in through every pore. Lin Moyu was speechless. "What the hell is this?" Xiaoping said, "This is a bug that evolved from chaos. It has an extremely foul odor and can pollute the human soul. If you smell it too often, your soul will also become smelly. Then it will become extremely difficult to comprehend the laws of chaos. It is precisely because of this that rotting corpse leeches are detested by everyone in the chaos. No matter who they are, they hate them. This kind of bad guy with a foul smell is really disgusting. Apart from anything else, I really hate these guys now and want to kill them. If that's the case, why kill them all?" Xiaoping shook his head. "They can't be killed off. These guys have a very strong reproductive capacity, and they are born with the ability to travel through space, so it's difficult to kill them. Their eggs can silently parasitize other chaotic creatures, or even any layer of space, making them extremely difficult to detect. The most troublesome thing is that their parasitic method is unusual and poses no threat to the host. Even a keen soul would find it difficult to detect. When they hatch one day, they will immediately travel through space and leave. Many people only realize they have been parasitized at that time." After hearing what Xiaoping said, Lin Moyu naturally understood that the corpse leeches were indeed difficult to kill. It seems that the creatures of chaos all have their own way of survival. Yes, existence is reasonable. Xiaoping also sighed, and then added, "This is not what I said, but what an ancestor said." "Hello, Lili." Lin Moyu didn't care. He looked at the soul flames that kept flickering and jumping. There seemed to be a complex chaos rune in these soul flames. Some chaos creatures have chaos runes in their souls, which will grant chaos creatures some special abilities. The souls of corpse leeches contain chaos runes, which means they also have some special abilities. Besides parasitism and space travel, what other abilities do they have? Xiaoping thought for a moment and said, "They can suck blood." Blood-sucking? Lin Moyu realized that it was definitely not a simple literal meaning. Xiaoping said, "By blood-sucking, I don't mean literally sucking blood, though of course they can. Blood-sucking also means they can absorb the essence of various magical weapons, materials, and even formations. Once they've sucked you, nothing else matters." Lin Moyu was startled and subconsciously said, "Could it be that the problem with the cross-domain formation is related to them?" He was getting closer and closer to the rotting corpse leeches. Even though he had sealed his soul, he could still smell the foul stench. Xiaoping seemed to be unable to bear it and screamed, it stinks, you filthy, smelly corpse leeches, I'm going to eat you." Suddenly Xiaoping was stunned and quickly changed his words, Pa, I don't want to eat it, those things are too disgusting, they are not edible at all." Lin Moyu smiled but said nothing. She was used to Xiaoping calling her that. Not everything could be eaten. My attention was focused on the rotting corpse leeches. As the distance got closer, I finally saw the true faces of these guys. Not only are they smelly, they are also ugly. They lay like stiff corpses in the void. After sensing the presence of Xiaoping and Lin Moyu, they all raised their heads, revealing half-human, half-insect faces. It was extremely creepy to look at. Fortunately, these guys are not very strong. Most of them are half-step into the Chaos Realm, and only a few are in the small success stage of the Chaos Realm. The total number is about thousands. If other cultivators who have achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm saw this kind of combination, they would basically turn around and leave. No matter how weak the corpse leeches are, once they are numerous, they can dominate the same environment. Only those who have reached the Chaos Realm can easily destroy them. 597 However, to Lin Moyu, these guys are nothing. With a thought, tens of millions of undead servants rushed out, crushing them with thousands of times their numbers. The combat power of the rotten corpse leeches was indeed not strong. In the first collision, a large number of half-step chaotic corpse leeches were killed. Faced with the powerful undead servants, the resistance of the corpse leeches was useless. Those corpse leeches that had reached the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm fought back desperately, but their power was indeed not strong enough, and the damage they caused to the undead servants was limited. Even if the undead servant dies, it can be resurrected immediately the next second. In the blink of an eye, most of the fetid corpse leeches were killed. The fetid corpse leeches that had reached the minor stage of Chaos Realm were only able to protect themselves and were helpless against the army of undead servants. Most of the time, the enemies that undead servants face are extremely powerful and require their lives to defeat, and they often only serve to delay the enemy. There aren't many semi-crushing battles like this one. The undead minions were all in a killing frenzy, their massive attacks overwhelming the rotting corpse leeches. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes and the rotting corpse leeches were defeated. The void began to distort on a large scale, and space channels appeared one after another. Xiaoping shouted, "They are trying to escape." Rotting corpse leeches have the ability to travel through space, which is also their ability to save their lives. Lin Moyu was well prepared. A large formation was ready and activated on the spot. The ripples of the formation swept across the void, and the void suddenly became quiet and the space was no longer distorted. However, the spatial channels created by the rotten corpse leeches were not affected by the formation and continued to appear one after another. The few remaining rotten corpse leeches dived into the space passage and disappeared without a trace. Xiaoping said, "Ordinary space blockades are useless to them, this is their talent." Lin Moyu was a little surprised. "I didn't expect their spatial abilities to be so strong." Xiaoping said, "That's why they are so difficult to kill, especially the rotting corpse leeches after they reach perfection. They are extremely difficult to kill. No matter how strong the space blockade is, it will not be of much use to them." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "It seems that's the case." Xiaoping said, "Fortunately, they are not very strong. They are basically at the bottom among those in the same realm. Even if they are one realm lower, it is possible to cross the level and kill them." Lin Moyu said, "All living things have their strengths and weaknesses. If I'm not mistaken, it's not easy for corpse leeches to evolve. Their population should be large but not strong. There are many of them, but only a few top-tier warriors." Xiaoping shook his head. "I'm not sure, it's not in my bloodline memory." Xiaoping knows nothing about anything that is not in his blood memory. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, I'll ask them if the cross-domain formation has anything to do with them." "Ah?" Xiaoping looked at Lin Moyu in surprise and asked, "Rotting corpse leeches?" The rotting corpse leeches either died or fled, and of those who died, almost no remains were left. Suddenly his nose twitched. "No, there are still rotting corpse leeches here, and the stench hasn't dissipated yet." The undead servants returned one after another, some of them carrying some, Siba, pieces of meat that emitted a strong stench. Xiaoping sealed his soul tightly. "Father, why do you keep these things?" Lin Moyu chuckled and threw out a ball of immortal flames, infinite summoning. He wanted to turn these rotting corpse leeches into resurrected beings, so that they could communicate with each other as long as they had a little bit of intelligence. The stench became stronger and stronger, and the flesh and blood of the rotten corpse leeches that had just died were reborn, and their souls were reorganized, and they were quickly resurrected. The closer you are to death, the faster you will be resurrected. In just a moment, these newly dead, stinking corpse leeches returned to chaos as resurrected beings. Rotting corpse leeches crouched before Lin Moyu, but they were already lying down, and now they just lowered their heads, no different from usual. Lin Moyu waved his hand, signaling them to move away, as the smell was too bad. The resurrected rotten corpse leeches retreated thousands of miles on the spot, and only then did they feel better. They don't have much intelligence, can't speak, and can only communicate with their souls. Lin Moyu had to endure the stench, open up a little of his soul, and start asking. The intense stench continued to assault his soul, and Lin Moyu felt that this was the most painful interrogation he had ever experienced since his cultivation. Fortunately, soul communication was still effective. After asking, Lin Moyu got the information he needed. The reason why the rotting corpse leeches gathered here was indeed because of a large formation. They discovered this formation by chance. It was very huge and contained a huge amount of materials, which had an amazing appeal to them. So this group of guys rushed over and looked for the formation here. They have searched here for thousands of years and have never found it. The location of the formation seemed to be constantly changing. They tracked it all the way but still couldn't find it. After years of searching, they discovered a clue. The formation seemed to have been taken away by another chaotic creature, and that chaotic creature also possessed spatial abilities. As for the others, not much is known about these rotting corpse leeches. After Lin Moyu had clarified the situation, he then asked about their talents, about which they knew nothing. Talent is talent, you can use it directly. As for why you have this talent, I don't know. As for blood memory, they don't have any, and their activities rely more on instinct. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and these resurrected corpse leeches collectively exploded and died completely. The stench gradually dissipated, and Xiaoping breathed a sigh of relief. It's no longer smelly anymore. Lin Moyu explained the information he had just obtained. Search your bloodline memories to see if there are any such chaotic creatures. Chaos creatures have their own characteristics. Although corpse leeches have no intelligence, they have instincts. Instinct is sometimes even more accurate than intelligence. They said that another chaotic creature stole the formation, which should not be wrong. It is hard to say whether this formation is a cross-domain formation, but for now we can only assume that it is. Xiaoping searched his bloodline memories for a long time before finally making a discovery. There is indeed a chaos creature with similar abilities. They are called the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. The Dongji Dragon Python is a chaotic creature that lives in the Chaos East. They have a certain amount of wisdom. Although not as smart as most other races, they can at least think and have their own ideas. Chaos is also fair. The lack of wisdom is exchanged for powerful abilities. They are born strong, having completed the chaos transformation since birth and can fully adapt to chaos. As long as they reach more than 80% of adulthood, they can reach the minor success of the Chaos Realm. Once they reach the minor success of the Chaos Realm, they can awaken their racial talents. Their talents are somewhat similar to those of the rotting corpse leeches, and they can also travel through the void and enter the cracks in space at will. Many treasures lost in the cracks of space will be found by them. In addition to their spatial talent, they also possess an ability, which is the ability to control the Eastern Flame. The chaotic energy in the East Pole contains strong fire rules, and many chaotic creatures possess this ability. The Dongji Dragon Python, with their spatial talent, can refine treasure materials across space or launch attacks across space. Some materials cannot be touched directly and may even actively fight back, but the ability of the Dongji Dragon Python just avoids this. Their power can penetrate layers of space and burst out silently. After listening to Xiaoping's story, Lin Moyu could only sigh that there were countless creatures in the chaos, and all kinds of strange creatures would appear, which were difficult to predict. Lin Moyu whispered, based on this, the cross-domain formation may be related to the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. Xiaoping shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. This was something that was not in his blood, so he naturally wouldn't understand. Lin Moyu was also trying to determine whether this was the case for a moment, but one thing was certain, the direction he was heading in was correct. If it is really related to the Dongji Dragon Python, then he will encounter some troubles. The Dongji Dragon Python is different from the Rotting Corpse Leech. Their combat power far exceeds that of the Rotting Corpse Leech, and they have the blessing of spatial ability, so they can fight and move. Even if the undead servants came in overwhelming numbers, it would be difficult to contain them. If it's really them, then we have to think of a solution. Lin Moyu thought about it and concluded that there were only 4 methods he could use. Ice Jade Cushion, looking for the cause of the ring, the disaster village materials, and the formation. The first 3 are external forces. The Ice Jade Futon is not weak, but I cannot fully control it, so it is ruled out first. A thing like Zunyanhuan that hurts both yourself and others is not a problem for it to deal with one or two opponents stronger than Kwai Kwai. If you were to deal with a group of opponents, you would be a little overwhelmed, unless you had been reborn enough times to be able to do so at any cost. Lin Moyu was reluctant to use his freshmen on these guys. The Scourge Scepter can be used, but he doesn't want to rely too much on it. This is his biggest trump card. It will do him no good if he has to rely on it every time. Then the best choice is naturally the formation. Using formations to deal with the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python is the best option. No matter how strong the external force is, it is not as strong as yourself. Since the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python possesses spatial talent, I imagine their fighting style is also based on space. Then I will destroy their foundation. This way, the Undead Servant's human wave tactics can be effective. Lin Moyu felt that there was no problem. Xiaoping led the way and continued to fly in the direction indicated, while he began to steady the formation. He wanted to set up a large space formation that could cover every layer of space and every gap, without leaving anything out. As long as every inch of space on every layer can be blocked, no matter how strong the Dongji Dragon Python's talent is, it will be useless. Chaos runes were drawn by Lin Moyu one by one, and then turned into smoke and dissipated. Lin Moyu continued to study his own rune system, looking for and transforming the most suitable runes. There weren't too many runes in the space, so he studied all of them, carried out in-depth transformations, and continuously enhanced their effects. Every rune expert has his or her own understanding of runes. Chaos runes don't have a specific template, nor are there any absolute right or wrong. As long as it can be used, is easy to use, and is sufficient, then it's fine. After repeated transformations, Lin Moyu finally found the runes he needed. This talisman combines the characteristics of several space talismans. It looks like a giant claw that can penetrate through layers of space, to the deepest part of space, and into the turbulent flow. It can absorb the power of spatial turbulence, and the space within tens of thousands of miles of the void where the rune is located will fall into chaos. Lin Moyu did not make the space stable, but made it chaotic, like an ocean full of whirlpools, which was the most terrifying. He named this talisman the Chaos and Void Talisman. Based on the Chaos and Void Talisman, Lin Moyu began to arrange the formation. The formation was composed of 100,000 Chaos and Void Talismans as the core of the formation, and the formation was used as a connection to enhance the power of the Chaos and Void Talisman as much as possible. This large formation can cover an area of tens of millions of miles in radius. In the Chaos, this range is not too large, but if it is just a large-scale war, it is enough to serve as a battlefield. Please give me flowers. Of course, this is not enough. Lin Moyu also has the Wings of Chaos, which will add to the chaos and make the entire space completely chaotic. Lin Moyu didn't believe that the Dongji Dragon Python could move freely in such a chaotic space. After the formation was set up, Lin Moyu refined it into a formation disc and said to himself, if this still can't restrain you, then... Xiaoping, who had been flying for many days, suddenly said, so what? Lin Moyu said, then think of another way. Xiaoping almost vomited blood. Father, you are not sure at all. Lin Moyu chuckled, I can't say I'm unsure. If the Eastern Pole Dragon Python's spatial talent is similar to that of the Rotting Corpse Might, my Chaos Sky formation should be able to handle it. 0. But the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python has a Chaos Realm Master, so it's hard to say. Lin Moyu certainly had confidence in his Chaos Sky formation, but the strength of the Chaos Realm Grand Perfection was too strong, so he was not very sure. They are both at the peak of the Chaos Realm, and can be very weak, so weak that I still have ways to fight against them. They can also be very strong, such as Pang Chi. He is a strong man among those who have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, and is strong enough to crush most of those who have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm. So it's hard to say, you have to try it to know. Xiaoping flew for dozens of days again, and balls of soul flames appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. Constrain your breath. Lin Moyu growled, restraining his breath. Xiaoping didn't notice anything this time, but he was still very obedient and completely restrained his breath. Father, I didn't sense anything. There is a chaotic void ahead, with nothing but the chaotic energy. Even if the other party was hiding in the chaotic energy, Xiaoping believed that he could sense it. Lin Moyu said, they are not in this space. Xiaoping really wants to ask, how did you discover it if it is not in this space? He was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Moyu's Eye of the Dead couldn't penetrate space yet, but the soul flame he saw this time was very strange. It was clearly not in this layer of space, but the breath of the soul was reflected in this layer of space. To be precise, the other person's soul permeates every layer of space, like a big hand, holding all layers of space in its palm, and one can enter the layer of space he wants to go to at any time. Lin Moyu didn't attack immediately, but instead asked Xiaoping to pause and carefully sense the situation while he drew a Chaos Void rune. The Chaos Talisman has a maximum range of tens of thousands of miles. Lin Moyu controlled it within a range of 10,000 miles. At this time, he was more than 100,000 miles away from those soul flames. The soul flame was moving in one direction, and Lin Moyu was in the same direction as them. The Chaos Talisman vibrated the space, affecting the first layer of space. Then, under Lin Moyu's manipulation, the space in the Wanli area rolled like waves. Whatever is hidden in the space will be turned out. This wasn't the first time Lin Moyu had done this. He had done it in the Central Region Divine Alliance not long ago. Xiaoping was a little surprised. Father, there's nothing here. I know. Lin Moyu responded casually. He also knew that there was nothing here. What he was looking for was not a specific thing, but the remaining breath. According to the information provided by the rotting corpse leeches, something was dragging a large formation away. Lin Moyu speculated that it might be a cross-domain formation. But he was not very sure. After all, the cross-domain formation was too large and should not be able to be dragged away. But in chaos, anything is possible. Maybe I can just drag it out. If it is really dragged away, the cross-domain formation will definitely leave behind a breath, but this breath is hidden in the cracks in space. He used the Chaos Talisman to overturn all the spaces, and as long as there was any breath left in it, it could be dug out. Lin Moyu had felt the aura of a cross-domain formation before, and he closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. After a while, a trace of energy was finally captured. Yes, it is a cross-domain formation, but why is the aura of this cross-domain formation so weak? This strand of energy was very weak. Although the cross-domain formation had concealed itself, it shouldn't be so weak. Never mind, let's catch up first. There is nothing to analyze at this point, we still have to see it for ourselves. Lin Moyu signaled Xiaoping to chase after him. The other party was not flying very fast, and Xiaoping caught up with him in a short while. The other party was hiding deep in the space and did not show up. Lin Moyu had already counted the number of soul flames. There are a total of 59 soul flames, representing 59 living beings. The strongest among them is a Chaos Realm Great Success. Among the remaining 48 people, 20 are Chaos Realm Small Success, and 28 are Half-Step Chaos. The number is not large, and the only trouble for Lin Moyu is this guy who has reached the peak of the Chaos Realm. He summoned the chaotic sky formation that he had refined himself, and the formation plate burst into a strong light. The formation instantly expanded and enveloped the void. A large number of chaos symbols sparkled, and their effects were greatly increased by interacting with each other. The originally peaceful space immediately became chaotic. Lin Moyu added fuel to the fire, and the wings of chaos spread out, stirring up the wind of chaos. Countless points of light emerged from the wings and transformed into little elves, driving various rules of the avenue, turning the chaos into a mess. The originally clearly defined space suddenly became a mess, as if mixed with rice paste of various colors. Those soul flames could no longer remain hidden in the chaotic space. With sounds like dragon roars and python roars, dragons and pythons appeared. It's really the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. Lin Moyu's heart moved. He looked at the center of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. Along with them, a broken formation also appeared. It's a corner of the cross-domain formation. He frowned, feeling something was not good. What the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python dragged away was indeed the cross-domain formation, but it was only a corner of the cross-domain formation. This is the worst outcome, meaning that the cross-domain formation deployed in Dongji has indeed been damaged and is very likely to be dismembered. If this is true, there is no need to practice it yourself, as it cannot be practiced at all. It is impossible for me to rearrange a cross-domain formation. Let's take it one step at a time and get the Dharma back first. The Eastern Pole Dragon Pythons were forced to emerge from the deep space. The leading dragon python roared, and the aura of the Chaos Realm rushed towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, a huge monster of 100,000 miles in size appeared in the void. The Eastern Dragon Python spewed flames from its mouth and rushed towards Lin Moyu. He was extremely angry that Lin Moyu, a small Chaos Realm ant, dared to provoke him. Lin Moyu's fingertips shimmered, and the soul-breaking needle was already in his hand. Go! The soul-breaking needle disappeared silently into the void. The next moment, the extremely angry Eastern Dragon Python, which was spewing flames and had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, suddenly froze in place and did not move. His body shrank rapidly, returning to his true form of 10,000 meters, but his eyes had lost their luster and his soul was shattered. Chaos Realm reached perfection, then fell. The soul-breaking needle killed him instantly, and even Lin Moyu himself didn't see clearly how he was killed. He only saw the soul-breaking needle flash, and the Eastern Dragon Python died. His body was intact, but his soul was annihilated. He died silently and had no power to resist. Maybe even he himself doesn't know how he died. After returning, the soul-breaking needle's luster has dimmed, and it needs a day to recover before it can be used again. Killing the Chaos Realm Great Perfection Dongji Dragon Python in seconds, the biggest problem was solved, and the rest were just minor troubles. The remaining 58 Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons were stunned when they saw their leader being killed so easily, and they were unable to react for a moment. Lin Moyu didn't care about that. The army of undead servants had already appeared in the chaos, surging over like a tsunami and surrounding them. Perhaps the Dongji Dragon Python is too confident in its own talent and does not care about being surrounded at all. It can freely travel through space to escape the encirclement. But now, the space became extremely chaotic. Before Lin Moyu removed the formation and the wings of chaos, the space would not recover, and it would be impossible for them to travel freely. Previous experience became their death knell. The massive attacks from the undead servants overwhelmed them, a war broke out, and the Eastern Dragon Python instinctively resisted. Those Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons that had reached the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm unleashed an astonishing battle, and were much more powerful than the fetid corpse leeches. The undead servants died in large numbers under their attacks, and the National Highway attack could kill tens of thousands of undead servants. There is an insurmountable gap between the half-step Chaos Realm and the small success Chaos Realm. But there were too many undead servants, and no matter how fast they killed them, they could hardly break out. Those Eastern Pole Dragon Pythons that were half a step into the Chaos Realm were not so lucky. They did not last long under the siege of the undead servants and died with screams. The Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons were a group and reacted quickly. Those Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons that had reached the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm protected their companions. Although they could not break out, it was difficult for the undead servants to kill them. Lin Moyu waved the immortal flame, infinite summoning. The undead flame 4.4 fell on the Dongji Dragon Python that was killed by the soul-severing needle. His body was intact, only his soul was annihilated, and it had just been dead for a short time, so it wouldn't take much time to resurrect. In less than half a day, this Chaos Realm Great Perfection Eastern Dragon Python completed its resurrection and became a resurrected being. Kill them! At Lin Moyu's command, he, the resurrected one, turned around and faced his people without hesitation. The tribesmen who had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm and their former leader were so powerful that the Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons had no time to react and were killed in the blink of an eye. Miserable cries echoed throughout the chaos, bringing the battle to an end. Among the battles Lin Moyu had experienced, this battle was child's play. He had all kinds of ways to kill these guys. Undying flames burned fiercely in the chaos. Lin Moyu resurrected these Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons while simultaneously refining the formation disk, intending to reclaim this shattered cross-domain formation. The cross-domain formation is very powerful and cannot be taken away by ordinary formation plates. Lin Moyu can only try little by little and use his understanding of formations to find a way to take away the formation. During this process, Lin Moyu observed the formation, which was severely damaged. The cross-domain formation is not a rune formation, it contains a large amount of precious materials. The same is true for this corner formation, but now these materials are damaged, a lot of their essence has been lost, and some materials have become useless. Lin Moyu looked at the leader of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python and said, "Tell me, how did you discover this formation?" This leader of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python, who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, had now become a resurrected being. He prostrated himself in front of Lin Moyu obediently, without any trace of his previous temper. When faced with Lin Moyu's questions, he told her everything he knew. His name is Dong Guansan, and he is the leader of a small tribe in the Dongji Dragon Python. When Lin Moyu heard the word tribe at first, he was a little confused. Later, after Dong Xuansan's explanation, he understood the composition of the Dongji Dragon Python tribe. There are 8 perfect masters in the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. With each perfect master as the core, 8 major tribes are formed. The 8 major tribes are named after Heaven, Earth, Mysterious Yellow, Universe, and Wilderness respectively. Under each large tribe ruled by a perfect strong man, there are many small tribes, and every 29 small tribes are ruled by a Chaos Realm great strong man. Dong Xuansan is the 3rd small tribe belonging to the large tribe of Xuanlongmeng. In the Xuanlongmeng tribe, there are a total of 12 powerful masters like him. According to Dong Xiansan, the Dongji Dragon Python is also a large group. Although it is not as big as the Divine Phoenix clan, it can still be considered a behemoth, at least for Lin Moyu. Afterwards, Dong Xiansan talked about what happened this time. The Dongji Dragon Python liked to travel through layers of space, looking for treasure materials from the cracks in space, and then refining and absorbing them. This was their path of evolution. This time they discovered a large formation. This formation was so huge that they had never seen it before, but it seemed to have been damaged and had fallen apart. Their entire tribe went out to bring the formation back. Although the formation collapsed, there were still many materials in it that could be refined and absorbed. If they could refine all the materials in this formation, they would have at least 10 more clansmen who could reach the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. So, under the leadership of their leader Xuanlongmeng, they launched an attack on the human formation. The formation was very powerful, and their attacks penetrated the void and fell, avoiding the defense of the formation. Their attacks accelerated the collapse of the formation. The formation, which might have been able to be maintained, collapsed in less than 100 years under the attack of the Dongji Dragon Python clan. When the formation collapsed, a violent explosion occurred. The destructive power of the explosion was so astonishing that it pierced through the void. At that time, many Dongji Dragon Pythons were killed, and even their leader, the Chaos Realm Xianlong Python ancestor, was injured. In the explosion, the formation broke into 5 pieces. The Black Dragon Python Patriarch ordered all members of their tribe to search for these fragments, while he went to recuperate. Dong Xiansan and his men tracked it for tens of thousands of years and finally found a fragment, which was the smallest of the 5 pieces. As they dragged the fragments away, they refined and absorbed the materials inside. The formation was too powerful, and even they could not carry it through space. They could only fly slowly in the cracks of space, and as a result, they met Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has now confirmed that the large formation they encountered is the cross-domain formation. The cross-domain formation was designed by the Great Master himself, and the entire formation is divided into 2 parts. One part is placed in the central region, and the other part is placed in the easternmost part. The formation designed by the Great Venerable, even if it was not necessarily set up by the Great Venerable, is not something that anyone can shake. Lin Moyu had seen the cross-domain formation and experienced it personally, and he knew very well that even if the entire Eastern Extreme Dragon Python clan was mobilized, they would only be able to defeat 8 perfect masters. Not to mention 8 people. Even if there are 800 people, there is no way they can move the cross-domain formation. According to Dong Xiansan, when they discovered the cross-domain formation, it had already suffered a lot of damage. They just pushed it to make it collapse faster. Even so, it took a full 100 years to complete. Moreover, when the cross-domain formation collapsed, it injured the Black Dragon Python and killed the Great Emperor Dongji Dragon Python. Therefore, Lin Moyu was absolutely certain that someone else had destroyed the cross-domain formation. Who was that person? There was only one answer: the Great Venerable. As to whether it was the Great Venerable of Dongji, it is hard to say. It is most likely the Great Venerable of Dongji, but it is not ruled out that other Great Venerables sneaked in and did this with the intention of provoking conflict between Dongji and Zhongyu. This kind of thing seemed very normal to Lin Moyu. The great masters would resort to any means to intrigue against each other. But the cross-domain formation was hidden so well, how could it be found? Suddenly, Lin Moyu was slightly startled. He thought of another possibility and said to himself, could it be those 2 guys who did this? He thought of the man in green robe and the man in white robe. One of them should be a great master in the central domain. It is not impossible that they deliberately destroyed the cross-domain formation and used it to stir up some trouble, such as designing for him to come here. Lin Moyu had to think so. Dezun was too calculating. If he didn't think more, he might be sold out and still be counting money for others. At the moment, he seems to have no choice. He must do what he promised, and since he has already come here, he also has to consider how to go back. Flying for tens of thousands of years across the wasteland is impossible. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also a waste of time. Keep looking, there doesn't seem to be any other way at the moment. Let me see what you guys are planning. Xiaoping listened to Lin Moyu's mumbling, feeling a little confused and not understanding what Lin Moyu meant. Lin Moyu said to Dong Xiansan, find a way to trick all 980 people from your clan here. The resurrected Dong Xiansan immediately accepted the order, and Lin Moyu asked him to stop lying and come in groups. Later, you can gradually increase the quantity. The Dongji Dragon Pythons have a way to communicate with each other. Dong Xiansan uses a cross-domain formation to attract his own kind. Dong Xiansan said that he found a piece of debris, but he couldn't take it away and needed help from his fellow tribesmen. Several Chaos Realm masters of similar age as him, following the orders of the ancestor Zuanlongmang, are searching everywhere for fragments of the cross-domain formation. If they find it, it will be a great achievement. Moreover, they all have selfish motives. After finding it, in addition to bringing it back, they can also refine some privately. Anyway, it cannot be seen. Now that they have heard Dong Xuansan's message for help, they will naturally come over. The Dongji Dragon Python can travel through space and move at an extremely fast speed. Someone arrived in just over 10 days. Unfortunately, what awaited them was Lin Moyu's soul-breaking needle and Long Xuansan's sharp claws. Lin Moyu had already set up the Chaos Sky Array, and with the Wings of Chaos, once someone came over, there was no way they could escape, and even the news couldn't get out. Long Xiansan and his clansmen have now become Lin Moyu's subordinates, and they show no mercy to their own people. Lin Moyu harvested waves of Dongji Dragon Pythons, strengthening his own strength. At the same time, he completed the refining of a special formation disk, and finally successfully collected the fragment of the cross-domain formation. The army of resurrected people under Lin Moyu is growing rapidly. Under the command of the Black Dragon Python ancestor, there are a total of 12 Chaos Realm Masters like Dong Xiansan. Each of them has hundreds of clansmen under his command. All in all, the number of people in the Black Dragon Python ancestors branch is about 1,500. When the cross-domain formation exploded, more than 300 people were killed, and now there are still about 1,200 people left. At that time, Long Xiansan and his men were relatively close, so he suffered heavy losses and only had a few dozen pings left. The remaining people were deceived in groups and then became Lin Moyu's subordinates. In just over a year, Lin Moyu had gathered 9 Chaos Realm Masters like Dong Longsan and all of their subordinates, totaling nearly 1,000 people. This is not a weak force. At least it can move sideways before encountering a powerful and perfect person. For more than a year, Lin Moyu didn't go anywhere and just strengthened his strength here. He knew very well that if he continued to search for the cross-domain formation, he would most likely encounter the powerful and accomplished Xianlong Python. Even if he is not very powerful among the perfect strong men, he is still a perfect strong man after all, and is far beyond his ability to deal with. But if you have enough powerful masters under your command and make sufficient preparations, and cooperate with the soul-severing needle, it is not impossible. However, dealing with the perfect strong ones is not worth the loss, because they have realms, so they cannot be resurrected. It's not that it can't be done, but it shouldn't be done. The rebirth of the realm will cause large-scale changes in the rules of chaos and attract the attention of Tao. But in order to form a cross-domain formation, he had to take the initiative to deal with a powerful and perfect person. 9 great masters, at least 50% chance of success. Plus, the Black Dragon Python's injuries may not have healed yet, so our chances of survival increase by another 10%. Add to that the combined attack of these 9, and we'll have another 10% chance of success. So, we have at least a 70% chance of success. 70% sure, it's worth a try. Lin Moyu was thinking in his mind that there were still 3 Chaos Masters who had not appeared. According to Dong Xiansan, they must have received the news. It is possible that the 3 of them have already discovered the cross-domain formation, so they did not respond to my call. Everyone wants to get the benefits for themselves, but few are willing to share them with others. Since they were unwilling to come, Moyu excluded them. The next step is to choose a good place and design the powerful Xuanlongmeng. The Black Dragon Python has not appeared since it was injured by the cross-domain formation. He is currently recovering from his injuries. Coincidentally, someone knew where he was recuperating. And the person who knew happened to be the resurrected person of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes gleamed. If that's the case, then I'll take the initiative to attend your funeral. He began to arrange the formation, or to be more precise, to change the formation. He wanted to transform the Luankong formation to increase its attack power so that it could not only trap the enemy but also kill them. Lin Moyu knew very well that with his current level of formation, it was unrealistic to rely on formation to kill a perfect strong man. But at least it can interfere with it and increase the success rate even a little bit, which is good. At least, he cannot escape, so the Luankong formation needs to be strengthened in terms of trapping the enemy. The transformation of this formation took a full 100 years, and Lin Moyu used all his research on cross-domain formations here. In his opinion, the cross-domain formation is the ultimate use of space and the Great Venerable's understanding of space. Even races like the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python that possess spatial talents are not as good as the Great Venerable. The Great Venerable's understanding and mastery of the rules of chaos has reached an unimaginable level. Studying cross-domain formations is of great benefit to his own formation skills. 100 years is the time for Lin Moyu to lay out his plans, and also the time for Lin Moyu to learn the art of formations. Through the cross-domain formation, Lin Moyu got to know a little bit of the Great Venerable. He had seen the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters before, and found that the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was still better. The Great Venerable formation gave Lin Moyu a lot of inspiration and helped him to make further progress in the art of formations. 100 years later, a new chaotic sky formation was set up. This formation further utilizes the turbulence in the deepest part of space, and combined with the wings of chaos, it further makes the space chaotic. If the previous chaotic sky formation and the wings of chaos made the space feel like a ball of paste, now we need to cut this paste into countless pieces that are not connected to each other. The balance of space was completely shattered, and each one was like an independent individual, a chaotic one at that. Lin Moyu believed that unless the other party had the ability of a great master, he would not be able to travel through space, thus curbing the possibility of the other party escaping. After all, the person he was about to deal with was a powerful and accomplished person, so Lin Moyu had to be cautious. The modified Chaos Sky Array also gained attack capabilities, using spatial turbulence to attack from the gaps in the cut space. The attacks were not very destructive and were mainly harassment. Because of the existence of the Wings of Chaos, the countless elves inside can use various powers, and the effects are similar to curses. This level of attack cannot hurt a perfect strong man, but it can at least make him feel nauseous and make the space more chaotic. Everything was ready. Dongji Dragon Python took Lin Moyu through space and rushed to the place where the Black Dragon Python ancestor was healing. It is very dangerous in the chaos. The Dongji Dragon Python has no fixed residence except its own ancestral land. The Black Dragon Python has a magic weapon that can turn into a castle when unfolded. This castle can be placed in the gaps in space and can also shrink itself to the size of Song Yu's fist. In such a vast chaos, and in the cracks of space, finding a fist-sized thing is much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, there was someone leading the way this time, otherwise Lin Moyu would never have found it. Those who can survive in the chaos and cultivate to perfection are not simple people. If this were my own way of survival, I would have died long ago. Unfortunately, the perfect ancestor Xuanlongmang could never have imagined that his own people would become resurrected and bring the enemy to their doorstep. Lin Moyu was also a little surprised when he saw this castle, which was only the size of a fist. He had seen this castle before. It was in the Five Worlds realm and was almost identical to the Flower Fairy's castle. The castle itself is not very powerful. Its main function is to hide, which happens to be the most favored ability of many creatures in the Chaos realm. The castle has always been carried by the Black Dragon Python. Wherever the castle is, the Black Dragon Python will be there. That's perfect, I can set up the game first. Wings of Chaos. The Wings of Chaos spread out, and Lin Moyu took out the modified Chaos Sky Formation plate at the same time. The array disk was activated, and a large area of void quickly began to become chaotic. The Wings of Chaos vibrated continuously, and a large number of elves flew into the void, exerting their power in the cracks of space. The space of tens of millions of miles in radius was first stirred into a paste, and then cut into pieces, becoming independent voids that did not interfere with each other. When the space becomes chaotic to a certain extent, the castle can no longer remain in its shrunken state. It quickly grows larger and reveals its true appearance. It is indeed exactly the same as the Flower Fairy's castle. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and when the castle returned to its original appearance, a powerful aura rose into the sky. At the same time, Lin Moyu moved his mind, and a large number of Dongji Dragon Pythons shouted loudly at the same time, "Ancestor, wake up!" Nearly 1,000 Dongji Dragon Pythons shouted at the same time, and the sound entered the castle. The atmosphere in the castle suddenly increased, and the Black Dragon Python began to wake up. Lin Moyu felt the Black Dragon Python's aura. The injury hasn't fully healed yet, so I have a better chance. Judging the severity of the other party's injuries by their breath is likely to be accurate if the other party is unaware. With the calls of the Dongji Dragon Python, the Black Dragon Python's aura became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu calculated the time and felt that it was about time. A large number of undead servants appeared and fought with the Dongji Dragon Python. The two sides seemed to be fighting very fiercely, to the point of life and death, and both sides seemed to be fighting desperately. In fact, both sides were acting out a big show for the Black Dragon Python. The Black Dragon Python finally woke up completely, and a roar resounded through the void, but what greeted him was an overwhelming attack from the undead servants. The castle's specialty is hiding, but its level is not very high, and it can barely be considered a low-level chaos magic weapon. Under the saturation attack of the undead servants, a large number of cracks appeared on the castle, and it seemed that it would be shattered in no time. A terrifying aura rushed out from the castle, and a 1,000,000-meter-long dragon python appeared in the chaos. The terrifying aura dispersed the attacks of the undead servants. His eyes swept across like sharp knives, and a large number of undead servants shattered and died on the spot. What happened? He was filled with anger and his injuries had not yet fully recovered. If he forced himself to wake up now, it would waste at least 1,000 years. Immediately, an Eastern Extreme Dragon Python shouted, "Xuanzu, someone attacked us and killed many of us." There were many corpses of Dongji Dragon Pythons floating in the void. After seeing this, the Black Dragon Python became even more angry and locked onto Lin Moyu with a cold murderous intent. The huge dragon eyes narrowed. Lin Moyu was just a guy who had achieved a minor level of success in the Chaos Realm. In his eyes, he was nothing. But how could a mere Chaos Realm minor perfectionist force his own people to this point? Could the 9 Chaos Realm Masters before him be vegetarians? But it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that I have woken up. If Lin Moyu disturbs my recovery, he deserves to die. Die! With a roar, an attack came out of nowhere. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. The formation was running at full power in an instant, and the space around him was in chaos. The attack, originally aimed at Lin Moyu, suddenly lost its direction, appeared in the void thousands of miles away, and then disappeared again. Xianlong Python was stunned for a moment, and he immediately sensed the changes in space. CJDF, the space here has been cut into countless fragments. The entire space is extremely chaotic. Even he cannot move around in this chaotic space. If he can't do it, then the other Dongji Dragon Pythons can't do it either. Unable to utilize space and with its talent suppressed, the Dongji Dragon Python's combat effectiveness would be reduced by at least half. He's actually a formation master. No wonder he dares to challenge our group with only a minor success in the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu didn't say anything and silently took out the soul-breaking needle. The soul-breaking needle flashed across the fingertip, and the Black Dragon Python's face suddenly changed. He felt the fatal threat and let out a fierce roar. The void shattered and the space was cut off in the roar. The Black Dragon Python hid in 10 independent spaces that belonged only to him. The soul-breaking needle flashed through the shattered void, and in the next moment it had entered the independent space where the Black Dragon Python was. When the Black Dragon Python noticed this, panic showed in his eyes. He quickly shrank his body and went back into the castle. The soul-breaking needle flashed outside the castle and also entered the castle. Screams rang out from the castle, and cracks on the castle became more and more numerous. Then, with a loud bang, the castle exploded. The Black Dragon Python reappeared, his breath was weak and he was obviously seriously injured. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the Black Dragon Python's soul was severely damaged, and it would take 1,000,000 years to heal this kind of injury. The soul-breaking needle reappears at the fingertips and can only be used again after a day. The third elder had indeed not lied to him. The soul-severing needle could instantly kill a Chaos Realm expert and injure a Perfect Realm expert. The Black Dragon Python was not considered strong among the perfect warriors, and he was injured. This time he was attacked by the soul-breaking needle, which made the injury worse, and his situation was very bad. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the Black Dragon Python, and at the same time, more anger. "You deserve to die. It's a pity you can't kill me." Lin Moyu snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. A large number of attacks appeared at the same time, and the one who attacked was the Dongji Dragon Python who had reached the Chaos Realm. Just now, when the Black Dragon Python was injured, they had already approached quietly, and it seemed that they wanted to protect the Black Dragon Python. As a result, the strongest attack was launched at the same time, and the target was the Black Dragon Python. The attack came too suddenly, and the Black Dragon Python's full attention was on Lin Moyu at the moment, and it was not on guard at all. Under normal circumstances, the attack of a Chaos Realm Master cannot hurt a Perfect Realm expert. But now the Black Dragon Python was injured and wounded, and was caught off guard and was suddenly overwhelmed by the attack. The screams rang out again, and the Black Dragon Python roared angrily. Its powerful aura pushed them back, and it roared, "What are you doing?" The only answer he had was attack. Not only the 9 Chaos Realm Great Perfection Donji Dragon Pythons, but the rest of the Donji Dragon Pythons also launched attacks at the same time, regardless of whether they were useful or not. They attacked with all their might. As a resurrected being, once Lin Moyu gives an order, he will faithfully carry it out. Xianlong Python didn't know what was happening. The space was in chaos and his spatial talent was useless. He unleashed the absolute suppressive power of a consummate strong man, blasting away all attacks. But as soon as one wave of attacks dissipated, the next wave came again, leaving him no chance to breathe. The Black Dragon Python roared angrily. Facing the attacks from his own people, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and started to fight back. In an instant, a large number of Donji Dragon Pythons were killed. But the dead Donji Dragon Python will be resurrected immediately. They are resurrected and are not afraid of death at all. The undead servants have also caught up, and the massive attack overwhelms the Black Dragon Python. No matter whether it is useful or not, they will fight first. Lin Moyu thought, sublime. Entering the Chaos Realm, the two original techniques of gathering strength and strengthening soldiers merged into one, forming a new chaos technique, sublimation. Sublimation has the effect of gathering strength and strengthening troops at the same time, and is more powerful than before. This is the first time that Lin Moyu uses this technique in actual combat. In an instant, the aura of the undead servant increased dramatically. Originally, the undead servant was only half a step into the Chaos Realm, but after sublimation, it was infinitely close to the small success of the Chaos Realm. The Eastern Pole Dragon Python also benefited from this, especially the 9 guys who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. Their strength increased again at this moment. Although not as strong as those who had reached the Perfection Realm, they were much stronger than before. What is even more exaggerated is Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's aura has reached the level of Chaos Realm. The wings of chaos vibrated, and Lin Moyu manipulated the formation at the same time, opening up a space channel for himself. He took a step forward, and with the power of the formation, he instantly appeared in front of the Black Dragon Python, and slapped out with one palm, the Great Tao Destroying World Palm. This palm melted the chaos, and the chaotic energy was refined and gathered on the palm. Although Lin Moyu did not practice the Great Tao world-destroying palm deliberately, he had gained some insights during the past 100 years. In addition, his strength had greatly increased at this moment, and the power of the Great Tao world-destroying palm had also increased accordingly. When the Black Dragon Python reacted, the Great Tao world-destroying palm was already in front of it. He also slapped out a palm to meet it. At this time, the wings of chaos vibrated, and once again cooperated with the chaotic space of the Chaos Sky Array. The palm of the Black Dragon Python actually passed through the space. The Dao Miesher palm landed on his head with incredible accuracy, shattering his dragon scales with a resounding bang. The Black Dragon Python was left dizzy and dazed, and the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python took the opportunity to add insult to injury. The massive attacks from the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python and its undead servants once again overwhelmed the Black Dragon Python. The only ones that could really play a role were the 9 Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons that had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm. The attacks of others were just tickling the Black Dragon Python, and they couldn't even break his physical defense. With a dragon's roar, space twisted, all attacks instantly disappeared into thin air, and the chaotic void suddenly became quiet. A giant domain phantom appeared, and Xianlong finally sacrificed his domain. There are different levels of strong and weak perfect masters. For powerful perfect masters like Emolan, their realms are also extremely powerful. They can reveal the phantom of their realms at any time and fight with the power of their realms. But the relatively weak and powerful ones will not easily sacrifice their realms. They are worried that someone will directly attack their realms through the realm phantom. The realm is their foundation, and once damaged it is extremely difficult to recover. Xianlong Python is the latter, but he forgot that he was facing a guy who was only at the small success level of Chaos Realm, not an opponent of the same realm. In fact, he should have sacrificed the realm from the beginning. A domain appeared to suppress the void, and the power of the domain was released wantonly, offsetting part of the power of the chaotic space formation. The chaotic space was actually forcibly restored to part. The black dragon python spewed out flames, and the next moment Lin Moyu turned into a fireman and was instantly burned to ashes. The black dragon python used some of the recovered space to directly attack Lin Moyu. The attack of the perfect strong man was not something Lin Moyu could resist. Lin Moyu could hold off for a while, as the passive spell of Realm was not just for show. Trillions of undead minions and realms could share the damage. But Lin Moyu did not do so. He suppressed his passive magic and directly endured the flames of the black dragon python. Before the black dragon python could breathe a sigh of relief, a purple light flashed and Lin Moyu reappeared. "Is this all you're capable of?" Lin Moyu shook his head slightly, with a hint of disdain and contempt. The black dragon python gritted its teeth and said, "How could you not be dead?" Lin Moyu answered the question irrelevantly, "Actually, I have been waiting for your realm." As he spoke, his mind moved, and the 9 Chaos Realm Great Perfection Dongji Dragon Pythons suddenly became engulfed in flames, transforming into streams of flames and rushing towards the shadow of the Black Dragon Python's domain. They burned their souls, burst out all their strength, sacrificed themselves, and temporarily broke through the blockade of the realm. Xianlong Python's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to drill into the space suddenly became chaotic again. At the same time, a strange force rushed into his soul, and his soul instantly became stagnant for half a breath. The wings of chaos vibrated continuously, and the chaos sky array was running at full power. The elves hidden in the chaotic space exerted their strength at the same time, and all kinds of curses, whether useful or not, rushed towards the black dragon python. In the past, these curses were doomed to be useless, but now, the curses still played a little role, and the black dragon python lost consciousness for a moment. This very moment is enough to decide the outcome. 9 Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons that had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm burned their souls to the utmost and demonstrated a power much stronger than usual. They burned everything and rushed into the shadow of the Black Dragon Python's domain, using the shadow as a bridge to attack the Cu that was nowhere to be found. One after another, self-explosions broke out in the virtual shadow of the realm, and the realm was suddenly severely damaged. Although it had not yet shattered, it was not far from breaking. After all, it was a self-detonation of a Chaos Realm Master, coupled with Lin Moyu's sublimation technique. Its power was very close to the full-force attack of a perfect strong man. Everything happened in an instant, and when the Black Dragon Python came to its senses, it was already impossible to stop it. The realm was damaged and the Black Dragon Python was even more seriously injured. His breath dropped sharply, and even the strength of his roar was 7 points weaker than before. The injury was getting more and more serious. Judging from his aura, Lin Moyu knew that his strength had fallen from perfection and was at most equivalent to that of a Chaos Realm Great Perfection. But we still can't take it lightly. After all, this is a powerful and accomplished person who has lived for countless years. God knows what cards he has. Using his mind to manipulate the formation, the wings of chaos opened up a spatial channel, and Lin Moyu took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the Black Dragon Python. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Just as he slapped out with his palm, the Black Dragon Python suddenly spat out a bead, and the bead burst out with strong light, and the great Tao-destroying palm was torn into pieces by the strong light. Lin Moyu's expression changed and he quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late, and his body shattered in the bright light. A purple light flashed and Lin Moyu was reborn, but the strong light still existed and Moyu was torn into pieces again. Reborn and died again and again, a space channel was forcibly opened in the strong light. Ignoring the chaotic sky formation, 3 huge figures appeared in the void. Xuanlongming also has 3 subordinates who have reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, and now they have been forcibly summoned by him. Lin Moyu died 8 times in a row and finally seized the opportunity to retreat. Looking at the bead spit out by the Black Dragon Python, he whispered, "The greatest treasure of the realm." It is indeed difficult to kill a perfect strong man. The Black Dragon Python has already given birth to a treasure of the realm, and this treasure of the realm has a powerful spatial force that can break through his own chaotic sky formation. A powerful person who possesses a perfect realm can gather the power of the realm to give birth to a powerful magic weapon, which becomes his own natal magic weapon. This magic weapon is very magical and has various wonderful abilities, and can often break through the limits of rules. Please give me flowers. This kind of magic weapon is called the supreme treasure of the realm. The treasure of the realm will not be used easily. Once used, it means he will fight for his life. The Black Dragon Python possessed a talent for space. He integrated this talent into the realm, and the realm treasure he created also possessed powerful spatial abilities. It completely shattered the formation set up by Lin Moyu and summoned his 3 remaining subordinates. Seeing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh at himself. I'm really not that smart. The Dongji Dragon Python is not a race known for its intelligence. 90% of their strength comes from talent. The main reason why the Black Dragon Python was able to cultivate to perfection was because of his strong talent and good opportunities, not because he was really smart enough. 0-0. If it were someone else, when using the realm's treasure, they would definitely take the first step and escape from here before making plans for the future. But he summoned his remaining 3 men. With the previous precedent, wasn't he afraid that the men he summoned would still be the same as before? Or is it that his realm treasure can only summon people, but cannot allow him to escape? Or maybe he had hatred in his heart and was unwilling to be killed by an ant like himself. The power of space was still surging, and the treasure of the Xianlong Python's realm was shining. It drew powerful forces from the realm and chaos at the same time, and all these forces gathered on the Xianlong Python. The Black Dragon Python's aura increased dramatically, and the injuries it had suffered previously were recovering rapidly. The price paid was that the realm, which had already been severely damaged, was now even more shaky. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu understood what the Black Dragon Python was thinking. He really didn't want to be killed by a tiny ant like him. Using the power of the treasure of the realm, he did not hesitate to consume the origin of the realm to recover some of his injuries and strength, and fight with himself again. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. If you had used the realm treasure to escape, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but now. The wrong choice always comes at a staggering price, and your price is your life. With a slight movement of his mind, the void twisted rapidly, and hundreds of billions of Guangling servants appeared in the Minister of Chaos. There are hundreds of billions of undead servants who are close to the minor success of the Chaos realm. Although their individual strength is not strong, it is a desperate thing to kill them all. There were so many of them that Xianlong Mang and his 3 men were stunned on the spot. They had never seen such a grand occasion. Xuanlong Mang and the other 3 did not know that the hundreds of billions of undead servants were only less than 1/10 of the total number. Chaos is vast, and there are countless Chaos Realm Masters. Looking at the entire Chaos, let alone hundreds of billions of Chaos Realm Masters who have achieved minor success, even hundreds of billions of Chaos Realm Masters who have achieved major success are no problem. But it is precisely because the chaos is so vast that these powerful beings are scattered, and it is almost impossible for hundreds of billions of them to gather together. Even if a cross-domain war breaks out and so many powerful people appear on the battlefield at the same time, they will be scattered throughout the battlefield and it is impossible for them to gather together. There are so many of them that it would take a long time for them to kill them all. The Chaos Sky Array was operating at full power, and the wings of chaos vibrated rapidly, disrupting the space once again. Lin Moyu judged from the Black Dragon Python's breath that his injuries had not fully recovered, and his realm was on the verge of collapse. Activating the realm's treasure twice consumed a lot of the realm's power. If he activates the realm's treasure 583 again, the realm will definitely collapse. Once the realm collapses, he will definitely fall from perfection, and even lose the great Cheng of the Chaos Realm. Therefore, for the Black Dragon Python, this is a fight to the death, with no way out. Then the next step will be easy. Lin Moyu has many ways to deal with the Black Dragon Python. The simplest method is to use the undead servants to hold them back. In half a day, the soul-breaking needle will be restored, and then the Black Dragon Python will die. In addition to the soul-breaking needle, he also has the trump card of the Scourge Scepter, so it is not difficult to kill the Black Dragon Python. In Lin Moyu's opinion, Xianlong Python's wrong choice made him lose his only way to escape. The undead servants attacked one after another and began to surround and kill Xianlong Python and his 3 subordinates. A wounded perfect strong man, 3 Chaos Realm Masters, their combat power should not be underestimated. The undead servants are no match for them at all, and they will die in large numbers. Undead servants return immediately after death and do not resurrect on the battlefield, but new undead servants will be summoned in the next second, and the total number on the battlefield remains unchanged at 100 billion. In this way, it seems that the undead servants can never be killed out, and their number never decreases no matter how much they are killed. Facing the vast number of undead servants, they had no chance of fighting their way out. After losing their spatial talent, they had become trapped. Lin Moyu didn't know whether Xianlong Python would regret it, but even if he did, it was too late. This was Xianlong Python's own choice. Time passed minute by minute, and the battle never stopped. Xianlong Mang and his men continued to attack and try to break through. Lin Moyu could feel that the Black Dragon Python wanted to kill him at first, and it kept attacking him. His position was also retreating again and again. One advantage of the Chaos Sky Array after it was refined into an array disk was that it could be moved. So while Lin Moyu was retreating, he was also constantly moving and changing the position of the Chaos Sky formation, and Xianlong Mang and his companions were unable to escape from the coverage of the formation. Unless they can exceed the speed of the formation, it will be useless no matter how they break through. They didn't have much time left. Half a day passed quickly and the soul-breaking needle shone again. Lin Moyu had 2 choices. One was to use the soul-breaking needle to deal with the Black Dragon Python directly, and the other was to deal with the 3 Chaos Realm Masters he summoned. If used against the Black Dragon Python, the soul-breaking needle might not necessarily kill it. After all, its injuries have recovered somewhat, and the most likely scenario is that it will be severely injured again. If 3 people have reached the highest level of Chaos Realm, they can kill one of them instantly with the soul-severing needle. Then use the corpse to kill the other 2. According to past experience, he can obtain 2 corpses of Chaos Realm Masters, and then use these 2 corpses to deal with the Black Dragon Python. Even with the corpses of 2 Chaos Realm Masters who had reached the peak of their powers, there was no guarantee that they would be killed by the Black Dragon Python even if they used the corpse explosion technique. If they were resurrected and then allowed to self-destruct, the result would probably be the same. Moreover, Lin Moyu didn't want to use the bodies of these 3 Chaos Realm Masters, as they were still useful. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced as he locked onto Xianlong Mu. The soul-breaking needle flashed by, ignoring the chaotic space, and suddenly appeared in front of the Black Dragon Python in a way that Lin Moyu could not understand, piercing straight into the soul. The Black Dragon Python sensed the danger coming, just like last time, but they had no way to dodge or resist. The only thing you can do is to use your own soul power to bear it. A scream was heard, and the Black Dragon Python's aura dropped sharply, and it was hit hard again. Xianlong Python was the main force. Once he was injured, the momentum of the breakout immediately weakened. Despair enveloped the 4 people. If this continued, they would have no chance. Suddenly, the encirclement of the undead servants seemed to loosen a little, and the pressure eased. The loosening of the siege means that the number of undead servants begins to decrease, and the possibility of them breaking through increases. A glimmer of hope emerged in the heart of the Black Dragon Python, which had just been severely injured. The soul-breaking needle silently returned to Lin Moyu's hand and was quickly hidden. At the same time, Lin Moyu quickly retreated and evaluated far away. He knew that the current situation had reached the most critical moment for the Black Dragon Python, with life and death hanging by a thread. As a powerful and perfect being, he still has one last resort, which is self-destruction. If a powerful and perfect being self-destructs, the power will surely be astonishing. I'm afraid that these hundreds of billions of undead servants will be buried with him. If I were within the range of the self-destruction, I would have died dozens or even hundreds of times. There is absolutely no need to do this. The reason why Lin Moyu hid the soul-breaking needle was that he knew that its existence would most likely stimulate the Black Dragon Python and make it choose to self-destruct. So he deliberately relaxed the encirclement of the undead servants, giving them the illusion that the pressure was reduced and there was a chance to break out. At the same time, he hid the soul-breaking needle. All of this was actually done to mislead the black dragon python. Not only could he not deceive the other party, but at least he could delay it for a while, not too long, just a few days would be enough. After having hope, the black dragon python did not self-destruct, but dragged its seriously injured body and continued to break through with its men. The speed of breaking out continued to increase, and a large number of undead servants died, and their numbers seemed to be decreasing rapidly. Gradually, Lin Moyu, who was hiding in the distance, came back into their sight. Lin Moyu's appearance made the black dragon python murderous. He let out bursts of dragon roars and rushed towards where Lin Moyu was. In order to cooperate with him, Lin Moyu showed panic and quickly retreated. This time, the speed of the formation seemed unable to keep up with Lin Moyu's retreat. The Zilong python clearly felt the stable and orderly space outside the formation. As long as he can break out of the range of the formation, he will be able to go anywhere like a dragon entering the chaos. Even if he fails to kill Lin Moyu, it doesn't matter. After he recovers from his injuries, he will come back to settle the score. For a powerful and perfect person, waiting for millions of years is not too long. Try harder and rush out. Xianlong Python shouted in a low voice. Yes, sir. The three men shouted in unison. They also saw hope at this moment. They broke through faster and faster. Lin Moyu kept retreating, and the speed of the array plate was always a little slower, allowing them to gradually approach the edge of the array. Hope grows bigger and bigger, and they are getting closer and closer to success. Finally, half a day later, they arrived at the edge of the formation. Lin Moyu was not far away. As long as he escaped from the formation, Long Xuanmong would kill Lin Moyu immediately. Although I am not in a hurry to take revenge, I will still kill if I have the chance. Suddenly, he saw a smile on Lin Moyu's face and a thin silver needle in his hand. A silver needle flashed by. We've fallen into a trap. The chill rose from the depths of the black dragon python's soul, but it was too late. The third attack of the soul-breaking needle almost destroyed the black dragon python's last chance of survival. The soul was annihilated, and the black dragon python, which was still struggling to death a second ago, was now floating silently in the chaotic void. His three subordinates felt the passing of their ancestor and cried out in grief. Not only were they wailing, the chaos in the area of hundreds of millions of miles became turbulent, with strong winds howling and the chaotic energy colliding and roaring nonstop, as if it was seeing off the black dragon python. The demise of a perfect strong man in the chaos does not happen often. The status of a perfect strong man in the chaos is second only to the great master. He is favored by the chaos and has a close relationship with the chaos. When the black dragon python fell, the power from chaos quickly dissipated and returned to chaos. Especially the realm that belonged to them, it overturned and shattered on the spot, and the realm's phantom broke into countless pieces, which also meant that the real realm was the same. Lin Moyu saw it and found that the realm was not completely annihilated. The realm is different from the black dragon python. After the black dragon python died, his realm lost its owner. The realm shattered into countless pieces, flying in all directions and disappearing into the chaos. These fragments are full of vitality. They will be reborn in the chaos. Perhaps after tens of millions of years, they will grow into a new realm and evolve into countless creatures. This is the reincarnation of the realm. Lin Moyu seemed to understand that to chaos, the realm was just one of them, each with its own reincarnation. Watching the reincarnation of the realms, Lin Moyu vaguely felt some truths in the chaotic world. But this truth is still too vague, and it is still too early to understand it clearly. If he could become a great lord and reach the same level as the great lord of natural disasters, perhaps he would be able to figure out the true meaning. The battle did not stop amid the wails of the fallen powerful men, and the undead servants continued to bombard the three Chaos Realm Great Perfection Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons. They fought back amidst their cries, and their combat power actually increased by 3 points compared to before. Unfortunately, no matter how much they improve their combat power, they cannot escape. Lin Moyu noticed this and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Xiaoping, do you know why? Xiaoping said, most races among the chaos creatures have a passive ability, which we call bloodline return. How can I put it specifically? For example, if the total strength of the bloodlines of all members of a race remains constant, then as the number of members increases, the bloodline will be continuously diluted, and the richness of the bloodline obtained by each member will decrease. Of course, the strength of their bloodline cannot remain unchanged. As the number of their clan members increases, especially the number of strong ones, the total number will gradually increase. Now that the Black Dragon Python is dead, he was a perfect powerhouse. The extra blood left after his death will be distributed among the various clan members. The stronger the member, the more blood power they will gain. Xiaoping explained the reason, and Lin Moyu was a little surprised. So, everyone in the Dongji Dragon Python clan should know that the Black Dragon Python has fallen. Xiaoping said, it should be said that the consummate powerfuls among them already know that a fellow consummate powerful member of their clan has fallen, but they don't know who it is. Unless their race has the ability to communicate through blood, they can only obtain information instantly. But there are very few races like this, and this ability is hard to come by. Lin Moyu nodded. The ability of blood communication allows communication through blood regardless of distance. This ability is very powerful. Even the Great Venerable may not be able to do it. It is naturally very rare. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment. According to this, if there is a member of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python clan who is only one step away from perfection, perhaps they can take this opportunity to reach perfection. Xiaoping hummed, that's the theory. Lin Moyu remembered a saying that once a whale falls, all living things will die. The death of a perfect and powerful person may activate some fresh blood for the Dongji Dragon Python clan, which is not necessarily a bad thing. In that case, let's add some more spice to this scene. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger, and the undead servants instantly retreated madly, leaving a large area of void. At the same time, the body of the Black Dragon Python turned into powder and disappeared. Boom! A loud noise was heard in the chaos, resounding for billions of miles. The corpse was exploded using the body of a perfect strong man as material, and the power was beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. His chaotic sky formation was torn to pieces in an instant, and the space was shattered. From the surface to the deepest layer, every inch of space was torn to pieces by the huge force. The elves that were originally hiding in the space were not spared and died along with the space. Fortunately, they share the same origin as the elemental liches, so as long as Lin Moyu is not dead, they will not really die. Death is but a return for them, and they will soon be reborn on the wings of chaos. Not to mention them, even Lin Moyu, the instigator, was not spared. The huge force swept over him, leaving him no time to escape. Lin Moyu was also blown to pieces in the explosion. Fortunately, Lin Moyu reacted quickly enough. When the explosion was about to happen, he realized that something was wrong and put the small thing away immediately. He can be resurrected, but Xiaoping can't. Once dead, he is really dead. The three Chaos Realm Great Perfection Dongji Dragon Pythons that were targeted were the first to be killed in the explosion. Purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu was resurrected immediately. Before his body could fully recover, the immortal flame flew out and covered a large area around him. The power of the explosion was still sweeping, and the undead flame kept swaying. In the explosion, it grabbed the remaining flesh of the three Eastern Dragon Pythons and turned them into resurrected ones. In the explosion, Lin Moyu was reborn 3 times before he could finally stabilize himself. Looking at the space that was gradually shattered and then slowly recovering, his eyes were filled with deep shock. He never imagined that the power of a perfect strong man exploding a corpse could reach such an extent. Even if a perfect strong person uses all his strength, he cannot be so strong. No, even if they self-destruct, they cannot be so strong. However, when the corpse exploded, the destructive power erupted was at least dozens or even hundreds of times greater than the self-detonation of a perfect strong man. Why is this happening? Lin Moyu was deep in thought. The space around him gradually recovered, the immortal flame was still blazing, and the three newly dead Dongji dragon pythons were reorganizing their bodies and moving towards the resurrected one. Lin Moyu chose to kill the black dragon python in order to keep these three guys, as they might be able to help him find other fragments of the cross-domain formation. To him, they are more valuable than the black dragon python. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu suddenly realized why this happened. The explosion of the corpse seemed to have detonated the body of the black dragon python, but in fact it was not only his body, but also the realm. The realm is the foundation of the perfect strong. In the explosion of corpses, the power of the area and the power of the perfect rope are integrated. Therefore, when a powerful person uses the power of a corpse to explode, the power of the realm is taken into account. How powerful the realm is, with countless creatures and a vast world inside. That's why it can unleash such amazing power. It seems that the perfect strong ones are indeed different. Lin Moyu exhaled softly. The space had almost completely recovered. Three newly resurrected beings were prostrating themselves respectfully before him, waiting to receive his orders. The Eastern Extreme Dragon Python, which had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, opened a space channel and flew rapidly forward in the chaotic void with Lin Moyu and Xiaoping. To be precise, he was traveling through the void with Xiaoping, and Lin Moyu was just sitting on Xiaoping's head. The Dongji Dragon Python, which has the talent of space, is extremely fast. Every time it travels, it can cross billions of miles of void, which is much faster than Lin Moyu. Just as Lin Moyu expected, the reason why these three guys didn't come here before was because they also found the remnants of the cross-domain formation after it was broken. However, the black dragon python used the realm's treasure to forcibly summon them, forcing them to come even if they didn't want to. The racial composition of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python made it impossible for them to disobey the black dragon python's orders. As a result, the black dragon python was killed, and they became resurrected, and obediently took Lin Moyu to find the remaining formation. Xiaoping was still in shock. That explosion just now was so terrifying, I felt like it was almost as terrifying as Daozuan. Lin Moyu shook his head. It's far from that. It can't even compare to the fur of the Great Venerable. Although Lin Moyu had never personally experienced the Great Master taking action, he could analyze how terrifying the Great Master was through the images left by the Great Master of natural disasters. The explosion just now shattered billions of miles of chaotic void. It seemed powerful, but compared with the Great Venerable, it was a world of difference. But what Lin Moyu knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Without becoming a Great Venerable, it would be difficult to truly understand the horror of a Great Venerable. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, according to what they said, the three remnants of the formation they found were all small pieces, and the largest piece is nowhere to be found. At that time, the cross-domain formation was broken and divided into 5 parts, 4 of which were small and 1 was large. The large one was the most important core. The 4 small pieces put together are not as big as the big one, but it's a pity that the big one is nowhere to be found. Xiaoping said, although I don't know how to find it, but Father will definitely have a way. Of course there is a way, but we have to take those 3 pieces away first. The best way is to use the Seeking Cause ring, but now there are 4 remaining pieces of the formation. If we use the Seeking Cause ring, Song Lian pointed to the 3rd piece of the circle. Only by collecting all 3 pieces and then using the cause-seeking ring can we point to the last piece. However, Lin Moyu was a little worried. He felt that things were not that simple and that the last piece might be difficult to find. And after finding it, it needs to be repaired, which is also a big project. Although Lin Moyu is confident that he can do it, it is estimated that it will take a long time. He came to Dongji for other things. If it wasn't related to his own retreat, he really didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. In fact, in his opinion, this matter would be much simpler if it was done by the Great Master. With the ability of the Great Venerable, it is not difficult to find the fragments of the formation, and it is definitely easier to repair it. However, the Great Venerable has not done it for so many years, and no one knows why. One day later, after traveling an unknown distance, they finally saw the remains of the cross-domain formation in the vast chaotic air. The remaining formation was a little larger than the one he had obtained, and was surrounded by chaotic energy. In the chaotic energy, a large number of Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons were flying and circling, greedily absorbing the power of the cross-domain formation. Because the cross-domain formation was broken, its power was leaking out and a large number of loopholes appeared. Otherwise, with the power of these Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons, it would be difficult to truly shake the cross-domain formation. Seeing their leader return, these Dongji Dragon Pythons were very excited and roared continuously. Kill them all! At Lin Moyu's command, 3 Chaos Realm Great Perfection Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons rushed forward with overwhelming murderous intent. At the same time, Lin Moyu took out another Chaos Sky Formation disc. The previous Chaos Sky Formation disc had been broken, and this time it was newly refined by Lin Moyu, and the effect was even better than before. The wings of chaos vibrated, and a large number of elves flew out again, making the space even more chaotic. No matter who he faces, Lin Moyu will not take it lightly and will not give the enemy any chance. Under the slaughter of 3 Chaos Realm Great East Pole Dragon Pythons, none of the more than 100 East Pole Dragon Pythons in front of them were spared. They did not know why their ancestor leader wanted to kill them until their death. But it didn't matter anymore, they soon became resurrected and became Lin Moyu's subordinates. The next step is to refine the remaining formation. This process is very complicated and extremely difficult for others. For Lin Moyu, it is an enjoyment and even more of a learning experience. Lin Moyu could use this opportunity to study and delve into the Great Venerable's art of formations. He believed that even if the Great Venerable was not specialized in the art of formations, his understanding of formations would definitely be far better than his own. As the saying goes, if you master one method, you will master 100 methods. Just like me, now when I learn other methods, those simple methods can be mastered with ease. But gradually, Lin Moyu discovered something was wrong and his brows furrowed tightly. Why are there traces of him here? Lin Moyu saw the formation method of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster from some traces of the formation. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters died countless years ago, and the time is almost impossible to verify. At that time, the Tao erased all traces of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. However, everyone's formation method is different. Even if someone deliberately wants to learn and imitate, in the end it will only be vague. Lin Moyu was absolutely certain that the formations in several places within this fragment were set by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The formation of the Great Disaster Venerable was not destroyed by the Tao back then, but has been preserved until now. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart, he felt something was wrong. What happened back then seemed to be different from what I had imagined. Lin Moyu slowly closed his eyes. He searched his memory with all his might, stringing together what he knew and analyzing it again. Gradually, he caught a glimpse of something and guessed a possibility. "Father, are you okay?" Xiaoping's voice came from his soul, and when he woke up, he saw Xiaoping looking at him with worry in his eyes. Lin Moyu shook his head. "Nothing. I was just lost in thought." Xiaoping said, "There was something unusual about my father's soul fluctuations just now." Abnormal soul fluctuations? Lin Moyu realized something was wrong. Why was his soul fluctuating abnormally? Was it because he was too lost in thought? With a light tap of the finger, a virtual shadow of a boundary appeared behind him, and the avenue of time flowed out, going back in time in a very small area. With his ability, he couldn't go back in time over a large area, but it wasn't a problem for him to go back in time over a small area that only covered himself. During this time, I close my eyes tightly, frown, and occasionally even look a bit painful. Pain? When do you feel pain? As time went by, his expression became tense as if facing a great enemy. Lin Moyu was very clear about his state, which was extremely abnormal. Lin Moyu's expression changed, and the time travel came to an abrupt end. It wasn't that Lin Moyu stopped on his own initiative, but time ended here. A chill rose from the depths of his soul, and a layer of fine cold sweat quickly broke out all over his body. Xiaoping had no idea what was going on. He just stared at Lin Moyu blankly. The reason is known only to Lin Moyu and cannot be told to anyone else. When I was thinking before, someone came. It should be said that someone's will came. This guy was ridiculously strong. He could sense his arrival, but he suppressed his thoughts. And afterwards, he erased this period of time so that he would be unaware of it when he woke up. This kind of existence is too terrifying. Lin Moyu feels that only a great venerable can do it, or even the Tao. Whether it is the great master or the Tao, it is not a good thing for Lin Moyu, and he can't afford to offend these two guys. But Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. Logically, it shouldn't be them. If it wasn't one of them, who could it be? Who could achieve such a level? Lin Moyu didn't have an answer for a moment. The other party obviously didn't want him to know. If he insisted on guessing, there might be bad consequences. But if there was no answer, Lin Moyu would feel uncomfortable all over. It was a very uncomfortable feeling to be targeted without knowing who the other person was or where they were hiding. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu had a vague answer in his mind, which should not be Tao. This practice is not in line with the status of Tao. Not to mention myself, even if it is the great Lord of heaven and earth, in the eyes of Tao, he can kill at will. What am I? If the Tao really doubted itself, it would just wipe it out directly. It would be unnecessary to test it and then erase the corresponding traces. Then another possibility is the great Lord of heaven and earth. In most cases, those who can come here are the great Lord of heaven and earth from Dongji. But would the great Lord of heaven and earth do such a boring thing? Unless the great Lord of heaven and earth in Dongji has some special hobby, he generally won't do it. Of course, it is also possible that there are some special reasons, or the person who came is not the great Lord of heaven and earth from Dongji. Don't think about it anymore. Even if I think about it 717 times, I won't get the answer. Maybe one day, the answer will automatically come to me. After thinking for a long time, he became more and more confused, and ultimately he still couldn't get an answer, so Lin Moyu had to give up. The formation has been refined to almost perfection, and Lin Moyu's understanding of the formation has reached a new level. He felt that he was climbing to the peak of the art of formations. Although he did not practice the art of formations, he had already surpassed many powerful people who practiced the art of formations. Half a month later, the broken formation was finally completely refined, and Lin Moyu put it into a formation plate. The eastern extreme dragon python broke through the void and continued to look for the next remaining formation. This time the distance was even longer, and it took more than 10 days to reach the destination. The remaining third formation was not much different from the previous two. Lin Moyu followed the same method and comprehended and refined it. There was no trace left by the great Lord of natural disasters in this broken formation, and Lin Yu understood some principles of formations from it. After going through 3 broken formations, Lin Moyu vaguely grasped a hint of the great master's formation method. Every formation master has his own method of setting up the formation. The methods of setting up the 3 remaining formations are similar, but not absolutely the same. The reason for this is that the cross-domain formation was not created by the Great Venerable alone, but the Great Venerable gave the arrangement method and the formation master Shirtong arranged it. Therefore, the formation methods were similar but also different. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the difference, but he could not understand why there were traces of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster in the second remaining formation. Then they searched for the 4th remnant of the formation. This remnant had flown very far, and it was still moving away. They kept traveling through the void, and it took them nearly a month to find it. This is all thanks to the Dongji Dragon Python's spatial talent. If Lin Moyu were to fly by himself, it would probably take him hundreds of years. The 4th remaining formation is the largest of the 4 and is the best preserved, having suffered almost no serious damage. Even if it was besieged by hundreds of Dongji dragon pythons, it could not be damaged more seriously, and could not even be stopped from moving away. The reason for this is that this broken formation contains a large defensive formation, which is intact and seals the broken formation. This also caused some trouble for Lin Moyu. He was unable to descend into the formation, and even with the full force of the 3 Chaos Realm Great Perfection Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons, they could only make it fly slower. Lin Moyu could only watch from afar and steady the formation. Defense. He must first unlock the defensive formation. As long as the defensive formation is not unlocked, he cannot get close. The defensive formation was designed by the Great Venerable, and it is not easy to break it. But the more this happened, the more excited Lin Moyu became. This extremely challenging thing could arouse his competitive spirit. Cracking the formation designed by the Great Venerable felt a bit like fighting against the Great Venerable from a distance. The Great Venerable was the ultimate goal of countless practitioners in the chaos, and it was also the realm that Lin Moyu was bound to strive for in the future. How could he not be excited? In this way, he flew with the remaining formation for 3 years and finally found a way to break it. Chaos runes flew out one after another, and when they touched the defensive formation, they merged into it without any hindrance. The chaos runes drawn by Lin Moyu are as one with the defensive formation. Lin Moyu completely imitated the defensive formation. It can't be said to be 100% similar, but the similarity is at least 90%. During these 3 years, he imagined himself as the formation master who set up the formation back then, and then reconceived the formation ideas given by the great master, and finally cracked the formation through reverse deduction. Hundreds of chaos runes transformed Lin Moyu into the master of the defensive formation. Lin Moyu took a step forward and entered the formation. The hardest part has been done, and the next part will be easy. With the experience of the previous 3 incomplete formations, plus the research over the past 3 years, Lin Moyu basically understood the Great Venerable's formation method. In just a few days, he had completely mastered this remaining formation. The next step was refining, which was not a difficult task for Lin Moyu. He refined a formation plate and took away the remaining formation. Finally done. I hope the cross-domain formation is only split into 5 and not broken into more serious pieces. After spending a lot of time, he had obtained the 4 remaining formations after the cross-domain formation was broken. As long as the cross-domain formation is not broken further, he will be able to find it through the cause-seeking ring. He took out the seeking cause ring and activated it with the surge of soul power. There is a result but no cause. Searching for the cross-domain formation from the central region, located in the eastern pole. Lin Moyu's thoughts rolled, providing sufficient conditions for the cause-seeking ring to accurately locate the cause and effect that was everywhere in the dark. The cross-domain formation was related to the Great Venerable, and the backlash it brought was still enormous. Lin Moyu was shattered on the spot, but he still couldn't bear it. But he had long been accustomed to being reborn again and again in the flickering purple light. When he first arrived at Dongji, Lin Moyu used the Seeking Cause ring to lock onto a remnant of the cross-domain formation, which was the smallest of the 4 remnants. He died 10 times at that time. The number of deaths can be used to determine the size of the formation you are locked into. By using the cause-seeking loop time and time again, Lin Moyu has summed up a lot of experience. When the number of deaths exceeded 10, Lin Moyu knew he was 80% right. When the number of deaths exceeds 20, the probability increases to 95%. This time, it took 36 deaths before it stabilized, which also means that the remaining formation locked this time should be the main body of the cross-domain formation. Putting away the cause-seeking ring, Lin Moyu randomly chose a direction. There is the force of cause and effect involved. No matter which direction he chooses, it is a decision made by cause and effect and will definitely not be wrong. With a thought, he gave the order to the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python, go in that direction. The Dongji Dragon Python immediately opened the space channel and headed in the direction indicated by Lin Moyu, traveling billions of miles each time. After a full month, the space suddenly became chaotic, and an invisible force swept over, abruptly interrupting the Dongji Dragon Python's spatial talent. The immense force transformed into a mighty wind that blew across his face. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly, his pupils constricted, and a massive formation appeared within his sight. The cross-domain formation was divided into 5 parts, and the core area in the center did not completely collapse, at least 2/3 of it was retained. The other third was broken into 4 pieces, all of which have now been recovered by Lin Moyu. Now that the remnants of this core formation have been found, Lin Moyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaoping's voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Hey, why are there these guys here?" Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. "What guy?" Xiaoping looked towards a certain part of the formation, right there, the origin worm. Jinshichu? Lin Moyu had never heard of such a thing. He looked in the direction Xiaoping pointed and saw that on one side of the formation, there were huge insects lying on the formation, and there were tens of thousands of them. The defense system in the cross-domain formation is still operating, forming a light blue defense layer with the power of space. The origin worms were lying on the light blue defense layer, which seemed unaware of their presence and did not fight back. Lin Moyu could vaguely feel that these origin insects were absorbing the power of the formation. The origin worm is quite large, with a ferocious and ugly appearance. There were grooves all over his body, and gray pus kept dripping out of the grooves, which looked a bit disgusting. Lin Moyu asked, "What are origin worms?" "From your tone, it seems like you hate them." Xiaoping said, "Origin worms are a very special kind of creature. They usually live at the border between the ancient wasteland and primal chaos, possessing characteristics of both. You can often see them in the marginal areas. They basically never leave the border zone, so it's strange that they appear here. I only passed them here because their appearance and abilities are truly disgusting. They are extremely ugly, and the pus that oozes from their bodies is extremely poisonous. It's a very strange and deadly poison. If it touches a magical weapon, it can contaminate it. If it touches a living being, it can cause the creature to lose its power and fall to a lower realm. According to bloodline records, their pus possesses an extremely ancient and primordial power that is useful to all avenues in the chaos world and cannot be exempted. These guys are hard to kill, very hard to kill." Lin Moyu saw the pus flowing out of the origin worm fall into the formation and seep into it silently, and the formation was gradually weakened. Fortunately, the formation itself was extremely strong. Although it was contaminated by the pus of the origin worm, it was able to recover quickly. The only strange thing now is that this place is not close to the border of the ancient wilderness, and the origin worm should not appear here. Did someone bring them? The destruction of the cross-domain formation has anything to do with them? Lin Moyu felt that it should have nothing to do with the origin worms. If the cross-domain formation was broken by the origin worms, regardless of whether they had the strength to do so, the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python would definitely have said that the district would not have concealed anything. This also means that the origin worm came here after the cross-domain formation was broken. As to how it came about, it is not yet known. This remaining formation has a large area. From a distance, its diameter exceeds tens of millions of miles. Although it is not as good as the one in Lindong City in the central region, it is also amazing enough. In such a huge formation, tens of thousands of origin worms occupied a small area. They were not scattered, but concentrated together. This also means that there is something there that attracts them. But this did not give Lin Moyu the answer he wanted. Lin Moyu knew very well that he was still a newcomer to Hundun, and there were many things he didn't understand, and he didn't know as much as Xiaoping. In this state, it is difficult to get the correct answers to many things. Lin Moyu is constantly adjusting himself and adapting to the new environment. Xiaoping continued to talk about some of the characteristics of the origin worm. Lin Moyu's brows gradually furrowed. The origin worm was more difficult to deal with than he had thought. It's not just Xiaoping who hates the origin worms. It should be said that all creatures, big and small, in the chaos hate the origin worms. They are too disgusting and difficult to deal with, and the key is that it is difficult to actually kill them. The origin worm is a special twin. When it is born, it will produce an egg at the same time. The egg will be hidden. As long as the egg is not destroyed, they will not really die. Even if he is killed, he can quickly resurrect from the insect eggs, and his strength will not be greatly affected. After they are resurrected, they will split into another egg, and then the egg will continue to hide. If you kill the eggs first, they can immediately split into a new egg, which will have no effect on them. In other words, they are not afraid of death at all. If you really want to kill them, you need to find the eggs before they hatch again. But they often hide their eggs very well, most of the time in the ancient wilderness, making them difficult to find. Sure enough, every race that can thrive and survive in the chaos has its own unique ability to survive. But according to you, the origin worms live at the border of chaos and the ancient wasteland, and have no connection with chaos creatures. Their ugliness is their own business. Why do you hate them so much? Lin Moyu couldn't find the reason why he hated the origin worm from Xiaoping's description. Xiaoping said, there were once two ancestors. One of them ventured into the ancient wilderness and finally found a powerful treasure. However, the treasure had been contaminated by the origin worm. The ancestor didn't notice it, and as a result, his bloodline was also contaminated when he refined it. Request flowers 0. Fortunately, that ancestor discovered it in time and chose to sever his own bloodline after leaving his memory in the bloodline. Otherwise, the bloodline of our entire race might have been contaminated. Another ancestor was attacked by origin worms when he entered the ancient wasteland. The reason was that the previous ancestor killed a large number of origin worms after his bloodline was severed, and the origin worms held a grudge against him. Lin Moyu suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It seems the pus from the origin worm is very potent, even contaminating blood vessels. Xiaoping said, origin insects also have strengths and weaknesses, and some of them have reached the perfect state and possess some unique abilities. Lin Moyu estimated that the reason why other chaotic creatures hated the origin worms was probably similar. Being able to pollute the bloodline of a race, this ability is bound to be hated by others. For many chaotic creatures, racial bloodline is the most important thing, more important than their own lives. After fully understanding the origin worm, Lin Moyu waved his hand and the resurrected team composed of the Eastern Dragon Python rushed out. Although there are only a few hundred of them, 3 of them are in the Chaos Realm and have considerable combat power. On the other hand, although there are tens of thousands of primordial insects, the strongest one is only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, and is no match for the resurrected ones in terms of strength. The Eastern Dragon Python used its spatial talent to teleport in front of the origin worm, and a war broke out. Attacks came one after another, bombarding the origin worm, which was also above the formation. The originally quiet cross-domain formation was instantly activated and erupted with powerful force. The defensive formation not only has the ability to defend, but also can attack. The formation unleashed a powerful attack against the Eastern Pole Dragon Python, and the origin worm between the two instantly became a sandwich. At once, a large number of origin worms were killed, their ugly bodies shattered into pieces, and the pulp shot out in all directions. Wherever the pus passed, large cracks appeared in the void. Some chaotic energy was immediately dissolved when it touched the pus, while some of it changed color and became different. The avenue containing the chaotic energy was quickly contaminated by pus. Xiaoping shouted, "This is their ability. They can even pollute the heavenly Tao within the primal chaos chi." Bang! As an origin bug exploded, a ball of pus flew through the void and shot towards Lin Moyu. "Dad, get out of the way!" Xiaoping shouted loudly. Xiaoping seemed nervous, but he did not turn around and run away, because Lin Moyu did not move, so he naturally would not move either. This also shows that Xiaoping trusts Lin Moyu very much. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the power of death rolled out and turned into a thick barrier. With Lin Moyu as the center, the area within hundreds of miles is filled with a strong force of death, which can corrode all forces. Lin Moyu believes that even the pus of the origin worm is no exception. The power of death became a barrier, and the pus collided with the power of death, and suddenly thick black smoke emerged. Just as Lin Moyu thought, the power of death can corrode all power. The pus shot out and hit the barrier, exploding with a loud bang. The area within tens of thousands of miles was covered by pus, emitting a disgusting smell. The smell ignored space and went straight into the soul. The barrier formed by the power of death could only weaken the smell but could not block it completely. Xiaoping shouted, "Father, the smell is also poisonous." The smell of August 17th is indeed poisonous. It's okay to smell it a few times, but if you smell it too much, your soul will be polluted, causing your strength to decline. And it is not a short-term decline, but a long-term decline that damages the foundation. This is also why many practitioners are unwilling to fight against the origin worm. Even if they kill the origin worm, they will inevitably be affected. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the fire of burning the world burned fiercely and merged into the minister of the barrier. The area around him turned into a sea of fire, and all the smells were burned away by the flames, leaving not a trace. The combination of the power of death and the fire of burning the world completely blocked the pus of the origin worm, which was equivalent to cutting off the origin worm's most feared ability. Xiaoping shouted excitedly, "Dad is so awesome." Lin Moyu chuckled softly. He sensed the bits of information coming back from the power of death and the fire of incineration, unraveling the mystery to find the trace of strange power hidden in the pus. Gradually, he made some small discoveries. There was indeed a trace of extremely weak power hidden in the pulp. This power was called the power of origin by Xiaoping. Although this power is tiny and inconspicuous, it is contained in every corner of the pus and every scent. The barrier formed by the power of death could not erase this trace of power, and ultimately could not stop the invasion of the smell. And this weak power is the source of the toxicity of the origin worm. After all, the power of death belongs to the Great Tao, and the origin worm can even pollute the Great Tao, so the calendar of death can do nothing about it. This also shows that this weak original force is superior to the Great Tao. And the fire that burns the world. Lin Moyu realized the extraordinary nature of the world-burning fire. Even the power of death could not deal with the original power, but the world-burning fire could actually burn it out. The existence of the world-burning fire seemed even more extraordinary than he had imagined. The fire of burning world came from the mysterious master of the big world. I still don't know the identity and space of that mysterious master. The fire of burning world he left for me is far from growing to its limit, and I have not been able to fully tap the full power of the fire of burning world. From now on, the world-burning fire is of a higher grade than imagined, and even surpasses the existence of the Great Tao. From this point of view, the identity of the mysterious master is even more complicated, and it is impossible that he is just a celestial master in the big world. Even this place is a trap. Who are you? From the small world to the big world, to the origin continent, and now to the chaos, Lin Moyu feels that he has always been in a game. This situation seemed to be set up by the great lord of natural disasters in order to fight against the Tao, and he himself was even the reincarnation of the great lord of natural disasters, but there seemed to be something wrong. At that time, the great lord of natural disasters said that he was him and not him. If you think about this sentence carefully, it may contain a deeper meaning. His eyes fell on the battlefield. The war was nearing its end. Most of the origin insects were killed. Most of them were not killed by the Dongji dragon python, but by the cross-domain formation. The battlefield was filled with large clumps of pus, emitting an indescribable smell. Lin Moyu noticed the problem and muttered to himself, even the resurrected can't avoid it. This smell contains the original power, which is a kind of damage to the Dongji dragon python. The Dongji dragon python's strength has dropped a lot compared to the beginning of the battle. Many realms have dropped significantly. Even if it is a resurrected being, there is still blood in the body of the eastern pole dragon python. Even without blood, the essence of its power has not changed much and is still contaminated. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and several resurrected people of the eastern extreme dragon python died, and then resurrected on the spot. After being resurrected, the Dongji dragon python's strength did not recover and it remained exactly the same as before its death. Contaminated, its power plummeted, and even death will not restore it. That's the case with the resurrected, but what about the undead servants? Lin Moyu waved his hand to summon an undead servant, who entered the battlefield. This undead servant did not fight, but took the initiative to contact the viscera. Compared to smelling it, the contamination from direct contact with pus is much stronger. The undead servant was only halfway to chaos, so his resistance was weak. His power began to decline rapidly. After a short moment, the undead servant saw that he could not even maintain the half-step of chaos and returned to eternity. Lin Moyu made a move and asked it to withdraw, then committed suicide on the spot, and then waited for 2 seconds before resurrecting again. After resurrection, the undead servant still remained at the eternal level and could never return to the half-step chaos. What a magical power! Lin Moyu marveled at the magic of the origin power. If even the undead servants could not escape, then other chaos creatures would be even more so. No wonder the origin worm was so feared and loathed by people. After taking the undead servant back, Lin Moyu continued to observe. After returning to the chaotic area, the contaminated undead servant began to slowly recover. Lin Moyu could sense that this undead servant carried the contamination of the origin worm. This contamination wanted to be passed on, but was dissipated by the power in the chaos zone. Eventually, it disappeared. The power of pollution is not strong enough. If the power of pollution is strong enough, it may be transmitted to other undead servants, and eventually all undead servants will be affected. In this way, his own magic was weakened. The pollution of the origin worm not only pollutes the avenue, but also destroys magic. It is indeed powerful. Lin Moyu was also glad that he did not send the undead servants into battle at the beginning. This decision was very correct. The battle lasted for another half an hour before finally ending. Tens of thousands of origin worms were killed, but this chaotic space was also polluted, with a foul odor and pus that had not yet dispersed. The resurrected ones have been beaten to a pulp, and the 3 Chaos Realm Great Accomplishment leaders have seen their strength plummet, almost falling to the level of small accomplishment, and are unable to recover. Their bloodline was contaminated, but Lin Moyu was not sure whether it would affect the entire Dongji Dragon Python clan. Not only did he not know, but even the Dongji Dragon Python after becoming a resurrected one was not sure. But this is not important. Even if there is a problem, it will be blamed on the origin worm and has nothing to do with me. The area around the Great Array was filled with the stench of the pus of the origin worm. Lin Moyu originally planned to burn it all away with the world-burning fire, but stopped just before he started. If these things are used properly, they could be used to amazing effect. These are extremely poisonous substances and are the perfect choice for harming people. It would be a pity to burn it. Lin Moyu thought about it and decided to take it away. Ordinary magic weapons won't work, so the best way is to use formations, and that's exactly what Lin Moyu is best at. The primordial power contained in the primordial insect pus is extremely toxic and can contaminate all things. The existence of the cross-domain formation gives Lin Moyu a feasible method, which is to use the formation to resist the primordial power. Lin Moyu didn't know why the formation could block it. After all, the formation was also one of the great ways. But in fact, it is indeed possible, which makes Lin Moyu puzzled. He can only say that his realm is not high enough and his understanding of the formation is not deep enough, but this does not prevent him from setting up the formation. Taking the cross-domain formation as a sample, Lin Moyu arranged a reverse defense formation. Other defense formations were used to defend against external attacks, but the defense formation arranged by Lin Moyu was used to defend against attacks from within. The entire formation is like a huge pocket, trapping the things in the pocket tightly and releasing them when needed. Such a formation was not a difficult task for Lin Moyu. He had completed the arrangement in just a few days and refined it into a palm-sized formation plate. When the array disk was activated, the array method produced a huge suction force, absorbing all the stench and remaining pus in the space. The absorption speed was not fast. Although these things had no owner, they seemed to have merged with the Chaos 31 space and could only be absorbed bit by bit. Especially the pus, it is like having claws, firmly grasping the chaotic space. After absorbing it for 10 days, the chaotic void was completely swept away. Lin Moyu could feel the formation expanding, and could imagine that if these things were released, any chaos race would have a headache. After putting away the formation plate, Lin Moyu flew towards the cross-domain formation. After previous observations, it was confirmed that the cross-domain formation was indeed divided into 5 parts. Now that all 5 remaining formations have been gathered, the next step is repair work. It was not difficult for him to practice the formation, and he could restore it with just some time. The real trouble was how to get the repaired cross-domain formation back into the space gap. After much thought, Lin Moyu turned his attention to the Dongji Dragon Python. The Dongji Dragon Python's spatial talent might be able to help him get the formation in. Let's fix the formation first. Lin Moyu came to the formation and observed the situation inside the formation through the defense of the formation. I have been dealing with cross-domain formations for many years and have gained considerable understanding of them, making it much easier to crack them than before. Even though this time he was facing the main body of a cross-domain formation, which had stronger defenses, it was still unable to stop Lin Moyu. After observation, chaos runes flew out one by one and merged into the formation. The defense of the formation gradually lost its effect, opening the door for Lin Moyu. With the help of the Chaos Rune, Lin Moyu turned himself into half the master of the formation. When he passed through the defense and entered it, a familiar breath hit him. Lin Moyu let out a light sigh. He discovered that within the main body of the cross-domain formation, there were actually traces of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. It's not just a simple trace. According to his observation, the main body of the formation was arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, and it was disguised with many layers, eventually forming a cross-domain formation. If one is not extremely familiar with the cross-domain formation and the formation method of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, one will not feel the difference at all. Lin Moyu was afraid that he had seen it wrong, so he observed it carefully and repeatedly several times, and finally determined that the core of this cross-domain formation was arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Another Great Master then arranged the formation above it, and to a certain extent covered up the traces of the Great Master of Natural Disasters, eventually forming the current cross-domain formation. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters is too ancient, and after being wiped out by the Tao, very few people know about him. Therefore, no one would know that the core of this cross-domain formation actually came from the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. After confirming this, Lin Moyu got an answer. It seems that it was seriously injured at that time. Its erasure has become incomplete, otherwise everything related to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters should not exist. This is a test by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. In fact, it is to tell others that it is not invincible. Lin Moyu suddenly understood why the Great Lord of Natural Disasters did this. At that time, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters used the Natural Disaster Scepter to hit Dao fiercely, and Dao was injured. Whether the injury was serious or not was unknown to outsiders, but the Great Venerable Natural Disaster had other ways to tell others the extent of Dao's injury. The method he used was very simple, which was to leave traces of himself. Some traces were not disguised, while others were heavily disguised. If all traces of him were obliterated, it would mean that the Tao was only slightly injured, or even uninjured. In this case, defeating the Tao would become significantly more difficult. On the other hand, if those heavily disguised traces escaped being erased, it meant that the Tao was seriously injured, and the Scepter of Natural Disaster was enough to threaten the Tao, which also meant that killing the Tao became possible. Apparently, the Great Lord of Natural Disaster succeeded. Some traces of him, after being disguised, were not erased and still exist today. He told his comrades that their path was passable and they had a chance to kill Shi. Lin Moyu believed that there were many traces left by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, not just one. For example, the giant formation in the Divine Phoenix clan. The ancestors of the Divine Phoenix clan were also comrades in arms of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The place he was about to go to was the great formation left by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters in the east. Concentrating his mind, Lin Moyu began to repair the formation. The third elder gave him a large amount of materials for practicing the cross-domain formation. Fortunately, the damage to the cross-domain formation was less than he had expected, and the materials provided by the third elder were more than enough. Lin Moyu measured the formation with his feet, refined the materials using his own methods, and repaired the formation. Put the 4 remaining formations obtained earlier back into place, reconnect them together, and turn them back into a whole. This is a delicate task. Not only does the formation require the use of a vast number of runes, but it also requires the connection of various materials with different properties. Whether it's a rune error, wrong material selection, or some other problem, it will ultimately affect the effectiveness of the cross-domain formation. There is a high possibility that the transmission will fail, or the positioning will be inaccurate and the item will be delivered to the wrong place. This cross-domain formation is Lin Moyu's retreat route. Lin Moyu naturally has to consider himself, so he is very careful to ensure that there are no mistakes or omissions. The chaos was extremely quiet, with only the chaotic energy flowing like fog. Roads passed through the chaotic void silently, with no one knowing where they came from or where they went. 500 years passed silently, and Lin Moyu had been repairing the cross-domain formation. He was fully focused and never distracted. The process of repairing the formation is also the process of him completely mastering the cross-domain formation. If he were given enough materials now, he would be able to set up a brand new cross-domain formation on his own. Unconsciously, Lin Moyu's formation skills had entered a whole new level. Lin Moyu himself was not sure what level he had reached, but he had a feeling that perhaps many formation masters who had reached the perfect state might not be as strong as himself in the art of formation. Finally, after 500 years, the cross-domain formation was completely repaired. When Lin Moyu activated the formation, the core of the formation suddenly lit up with a faint light, and the defense of the formation was automatically activated, forming a thick defense. Lin Moyu was a little surprised that the defense was not activated by him. At the same time, the voice of the great Lord of Natural Disasters rang out in Lin Moyu's mind, "Come here." Suddenly hearing the voice of the great Lord of Natural Disasters, I felt surprised, but also seemed to be in the right place. Lin Moyu was heading towards the core of the cross-domain formation, the source of this formation. According to previous observations, the core of this cross-domain formation was arranged by the great Lord of Natural Disasters. Lin Moyu believed in his own judgment, and now the great Lord of Natural Disasters suddenly appeared, which also confirmed his guess. Lin Moyu was in a good mood. His judgment of the formation was correct, which proved his level of formation skills, which was much better than before. The cross-domain formation's defense system has been fully activated, completely isolating it from the outside world through layers of defense. However, this is far from enough, and it is not enough to deceive the Tao. Lin Moyu didn't know what the great Lord of Natural Disasters left behind, or why he was so bold, but he thought he should have his own methods. Arriving at the core, bathed in the dim light, Lin Moyu felt a strange aura that seemed somewhat similar to the power of the Origin Worm. This aura was extremely ancient and did not belong to the current chaos. A faint light enveloped his whole body, and an invisible force wrapped around Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not resist and let this force drag him away. He slowly sank, and the place where he stood was like a swamp. An invisible force gently sucked him down, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu disappeared. Passing through the layers of light, each layer is a formation. In the core of the cross-domain formation, there are at least hundreds of formations of different sizes hidden. These formations are very ancient and powerful. Although any one of them may not be large in scale, in terms of level, they are comparable to the cross-domain formations. Moreover, these formations have one thing in common: they all come from the great Lord of Natural Disasters. When her feet touched the ground, Momoyu saw a statue. The statue has no face and is exactly the same as the statue in the Dewey boat. It is the great Lord of Natural Disasters. The statue glowed faintly, and a deep voice came, "We meet again." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Yes, we meet again. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by showing up like this?" The great Lord of Natural Disaster laughed. "If I was going to find out, I would have found out long ago. That guy is seriously injured." The great Lord of Natural Disaster's answer was similar to Lin Moyu's guess. "It seems your plan has a high success rate." "No, it's our plan." The great Lord of Natural Disaster corrected Lin Yu's words. Lin Moyu didn't respond, but asked, "You've waited for me for so long, you can't just tell me this." The statue suddenly moved, one arm slowly raised and pointed to a certain location. "Look there." There, an extremely powerful formation slowly unfolded. This formation released a strong spatial aura. Its appearance was less than the size of a fist, and the internal space was extremely shocking. When the formation unfolded, part of the situation inside the formation was revealed. An extremely huge origin insect was crawling in the formation, and a strong breath leaked out from the formation. Lin Moyu suddenly realized what attracted those origin bugs to leave their homes and go deep into the chaos. It turns out that the root is here. A perfect level of origin minister is sleeping in the formation. This origin insect has obviously been trapped in the formation for countless years, and the culprit is naturally the great lord of natural disasters. But the origin worm in the perfect state still gave Lin Moyu some unusual feelings. He frowned slowly. This origin worm is a little different. The great lord of natural disasters whispered, "Of course they are different. Half of the origin worm belongs to the ancient wasteland and is different from ordinary chaos creatures. Can you see the difference?" Lin Moyu separated a piece of his soul and entered the formation, but he couldn't see clearly through the formation. The great lord of natural disasters was controlling the formation and did not stop Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu observed the formation carefully for a while and found the problem. It has no boundaries. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. In the chaos, whether it was a chaotic creature or a cultivator, if they wanted to achieve a perfect state, they must rely on the power of the realm. It is really puzzling that this original insect, which has reached the state of perfection, can achieve perfection even without any boundaries. Lin Moyu felt that there was only one possibility, that is, half of the origin insects belonged to the ancient wilderness. The great lord of natural disasters chuckled, "Yes, they have no boundaries. Do you think this is because of the power of the ancient desolate?" Lin Moyu asked, "Isn't it?" The great lord of natural disasters said, "It has some ancient reasons, but not entirely. It's called the origin worm because it has a trace of origin power within it. It is this origin power that allows it to break some of the rules of chaos. To understand this problem, you must first understand the level of power." Lin Moyu finally understood the real intention of the great lord of natural disasters to leave traces here. He wanted to tell him some information. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The information that the great lord of natural disasters was willing to risk to tell him was obviously not simple. A deep voice echoed in the formation space. The statue did not move, but in Lin Moyu's eyes it seemed to come alive. The once powerful great lord of natural disasters was personally preaching to him. The great lord of natural disasters once said that he was him, but also not him. "I have never been able to figure out the answer, and now it seems that I am not qualified to know the answer. Chaos has an inner and outer part. The so-called inner part refers to the various realms and the power within them. Whether it's the worlds, large or small, or the various spaces within them, everything within the realm is the inner part. The power within the realm belongs to the realm's avenue. And the manifestation of chaos, although also called the Great Tao, is the Great Tao of chaos. When a cultivator achieves the chaos realm, they must undergo chaos transformation before they can truly move freely within the chaos. One of the many functions of chaos transformation is to transform the cultivator's realm avenue into the chaos avenue. When a realm has a master, the nature of its power will change. It will also undergo chaos. Eventually, the avenue within the realm will be integrated with the characteristics of the chaos avenue. The cultivation of the creatures within the realm will be faster, and it will be easier for them to break through and enter the chaos avenue. The various powers are divided into several levels based on their strength and weakness. The first level is the Realm Avenue, which is also the lowest level of power. The second level is the Chaos Avenue. It's slightly stronger than the Realm Avenue, according to Zhao, but it's also limited. All Chaos Realm beings possess this level of power. The third level is what we call the Great Venerable Rules. It is a power that belongs exclusively to the Great Venerable. You will naturally know how powerful the Great Venerable Rules are once you become a Great Venerable. I once ascended 9 times and reached the pinnacle of the Great Venerable. I thought I was the strongest. I could go anywhere in the ancient chaos until I learned of its existence. His power belongs to the 4th level. We don't know what it is called, but we gave it a name, calling it the Tao Law. After hearing this, Lin Moyu finally understood the specific division of power. He had been thinking about this problem, but never got the correct answer. Now he finally figured it out. As for the power level below the Realm Avenue, it is too weak for the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and is completely out of the question. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters hadn't finished speaking yet, but the Tao Law isn't the end. We've discovered a higher level of power. The power of Tao is not the end, there is a higher level of power. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters was talking about us, which means he is not the only one. Lin Moyu thought in his heart that the power level beyond the Tao should be the Scepter of Natural Disaster. But he didn't say anything. Now he was the listener and just listened carefully. Speaking here, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters did not seem afraid of being heard by the Tao. His deep voice echoed, telling an ancient story. If you study the reasons behind anything, you will always find something, as long as you are not too unlucky. We were lucky enough to find some clues after careful searching. This guy was the first one we spotted. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters refers to the origin worm. The formation that imprisoned the origin worm was flashing and exuding mystery. The trace of Lin Moyu's soul that entered the formation has dissipated. There is a strange power in the formation, and his soul cannot exist for too long. We were the ones who actually gave the origin worm its name. He had another name back then, but that name has probably been forgotten long ago, so let's not mention it. There is a power within its body, known as the origin power. The origin power seems to be a combination of the ancient wasteland and chaos, and its level is the same as its own power. 403 It is precisely because of this power that the origin worm can achieve perfection without relying on the power of the realm. We have been researching for a long time and finally found a way to extract the original power. However, the extraction speed is very slow and the method is very special. It requires the help of certain conditions to achieve it. Can you guess what method it is? Lin Moyu thought about it and decided to use the cross-domain bus. Haha, you've guessed it. The origin worms possess the dual characteristics of the ancient wasteland and primal chaos. Their origin power also comes from this. When the cross-domain formation is activated, it will cross the border of the ancient wasteland. At that time, the power of the formation will stimulate the origin worms, causing them to instinctively release some origin power. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. The cross-domain formation has existed for countless years, and its core was arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. It is obviously more than just crossing the 3 domains and 4 poles. Beings like the Great Lord of Natural Disasters always plan 3 steps ahead and never do things that are too simple. The deep voice continued, after we discovered this, we are not sure whether we can hide it from the Tao. This requires an experiment, but this experiment will come at a price. Someone will have to sacrifice, and it can't be done lightly. Only I have the qualifications. Abba. Lin Moyu knew what sacrifice the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was talking about, so he challenged Dao Yi to test Dao's ability. So I tried. It was seriously injured, and it didn't notice the method I was hiding here. Later, I began to absorb the power of the origin worm, using the power of the origin to hide deeper, making it even less likely for it to discover. This is the 4th level of power. Although this level of power can match it, it is far from enough to kill it. We have found many powers of this level in the ancient wilderness, but none of them are strong enough to kill it. In the end, we determined that only that thing could kill it, and the other things were just auxiliary, like icing on the cake. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu took out the Scourge Scepter, the power of the 5th level. That's right, the 5th level. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters hummed, it transcends chaos and ancient desolation, and transcends the laws of Tao, but it is only a chance, just like I ultimately failed. So it is the master, but not the absolute one. The most important thing is you. Having said this, the statue moved again, and its head suddenly lowered. Lin Moyu found that a pair of eyes seemed to appear on its empty face, staring at him intently. The voice of the great Lord of natural disasters grew deeper and deeper. We have an expectation. Do you know what it is? Lin Moyu had a guess in his mind, but he still shook his head. I don't know. The great Lord of natural disasters didn't seem to believe Lin Moyu's words. You must have guessed it. Lin Moyu said, that would be more difficult. The great Lord of natural disasters said, although it is difficult, we must try. Besides, you have already started, and we are also ready. After waiting for countless years, I finally got a chance. How could I give up so easily? You have completed 9 sublimations, you have the 9-sided realm, and you have it, you have every chance. If others can do it, we believe you can do it too. Lin Moyu understood what the great Lord of natural disaster meant. If he wanted to kill the Tao, the natural disaster scepter was indispensable. Only the level of the natural disaster scepter surpassed the Tao, but the natural disaster scepter was not the only thing that could kill the Tao. In the minds of the great Lord of natural disaster and others, no matter how useful the scepter of natural disaster is, it is still an external object, and it is best not to rely on oneself. And if you want to unleash the full power of the scepter of calamity, being a great venerable is not enough, you need to go further. It does not necessarily mean to advance one's realm, but to advance one's strength, surpass the 3rd level, and at least reach the same level as the Tao Law. Only then will one be qualified to fight against the Tao. But this is difficult, very difficult. We can only say that there is hope. The great Lord of natural disasters continued, your chaos transformation is special. You won't be affected by it like me. So you have a chance. Although it's difficult, there's still a chance. Although the great Lord of natural disasters accepted the failure of that year, he was still filled with resentment in his heart. He is the strongest being in the chaos, with unparalleled arrogance, so how could he willingly accept failure? At the same time, he was the kind of person who would rather die in battle than admit defeat. Even if his opponent was the Tao, he never truly conceded defeat. He lost the first game, and now it's the second game, and he thinks he can win. Lin Moyu said, I will do my best. Although there are still many things that are unclear, I will figure them out in the end. And I'm a lot like you in one respect. I don't like having someone press down on me either. The great Lord of natural disasters chuckled, if there is, then overthrow him. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, I will. The great Lord of natural disasters said, well, let's get back to business. I've been absorbing the origin power of the origin worm. Countless years have passed, and although I've absorbed a lot, it's still far from enough compared to this. I have set up 12 great formations in the 3 realms and 4 poles, plus the depths of the ancient wilderness. Once these 12 formations are activated, the power they unleash will be astonishing. How strong is it? I actually couldn't predict it, or at least it caused some trouble. You need to find the remaining formations one by one and control them all. There should be someone guarding the formations, but countless years have passed and accidents may have happened. People's hearts can change, so you must be careful. Lin Moyu chuckled, just like this cross-domain formation, right? How did you know I would go to Dongji first? The great Lord of natural disasters said, this involves karma and fate, so our preparations are not in vain. Now that you know all this and what to do, my mission is complete. I leave this place to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a space crack appeared next to the statue, and the statue flew into the crack and disappeared. Lin Moyu looked at the crack, sighed and said to himself, the mission is accomplished, but the work is not over yet. This time, the great Lord of natural disasters wanted to tell him what the levels of power in the chaos were like. He explained everything in an easy-to-understand way. At the same time, it also told me what level of existence the enemy I would face would be. He surpassed the great venerable, controlled the chaos, and was the strongest in chaos, bar none. Even if there are other powers of the same level, they are only at the same level and are far inferior to it. The Scourge Scepter is the only existence that surpasses chaos, and the plan of the Scourge Lord and his men is not only to kill it with the Scourge Scepter, but also to surpass chaos themselves, at least in terms of power. Lin Moyu knew that this was difficult, but it seemed that fate had already determined that he had to take this path. Once he gave up, he would definitely die. Not to mention the Tao, even those great lords who conspired with the great lord of natural disasters would not let him go. Lin Moyu knew from the beginning that he had boarded a pirate ship and could not get off unless he died. Looking at the spatial formation that imprisoned the origin worm, Lin Moyu's fingers danced lightly, drawing out chaos runes. This cross-domain formation will completely belong to him from now on. Not only this one, but also the formation in Lindong City will be under his control. There are 12 formations arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. There are 8 formations in total, including the 3 domains and 4 poles in the Chaos and the Ancient Wilderness. In addition, there are 4 cross-domain formations starting from the central domain and heading to the 4 poles, for a total of 12 formations. But are there really only 12? Lin Moyu thinks there may be more. The chaos is too vast, and with the addition of the Ancient Wilderness, even if the cross-domain formation can cross the void, it is impossible to cover the entire chaos with just a few formations. Unless this formation doesn't need to cover the entire primal chaos. That's right, it should be like this: unity makes us stronger. Lin Moyu realized that he was wrong. The purpose of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters setting up these formations was not to cover the chaotic Ancient Wilderness, but to condense the power of Chaos and Ancient Wilderness to condense the strongest attack. This attack might be the strongest attack that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters could make with his own strength. Although he was defeated that year, he still wanted to tell Tao that he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Even if he couldn't beat you, he wouldn't let you have an easy time. Moreover, Lin Moyu knew that these formations would be useful to him, so he still had to go find them. The chaos runes drawn by Lin Moyu continued to merge into the core of the cross-domain formation. Gradually, Lin Moyu's identity changed, and he began to completely master this cross-domain formation. Only then did he realize that his previous worries were completely unnecessary. The cross-domain formation has its own space formation, and it can hide itself through the space formation. Not only can it hide itself, it can also directly connect to the cross-domain formation in Lindong City. The cross-domain formation is a set of mother and child formations. The one near East City is the mother, and the one in Dongji is the child. Lin Moyu activated the cross-domain formation, first disappearing into the gap between spaces to completely conceal his own aura, and then began to connect to the mother formation in Lindong City. This is a time-consuming process, but fortunately Lin Moyu doesn't have to worry too much about it, as the formation will automatically find the connection. When the connection is completed, the cross-domain formation from the central domain to the eastern pole will be completely restored, and his mission will be completed. He could even use the cross-domain formation to return directly to Lindong City. However, Lin Moyu knew very well that it would be the time for him to work after the cross-domain formation was completely restored. This work could only be done here and not in Lindong City. If he did that, he would be seeking death. Therefore, he wanted to use the sub-array here to control the main array, so that he could become the master of this cross-domain array silently. For countless years, countless people have used the cross-domain formation, and the cross-domain formation has always been in the hands of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Everyone thought that the Central Domain Divine Alliance was the manager of the cross-domain formation, and its master should be the Great Master in the Central Domain. But in fact, the cross-domain formation has no real master. With the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters as the core, the master can only be oneself. The subformation kept searching for the location of the mother formation. An invisible and special force passed through the void, spanning countless years, sweeping past bit by bit. Although the chaos is vast, there is a natural connection between the parent and child formations, and it can always be found. Lin Moyu waited patiently, thinking about a question at the same time. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters had said before that they had found a lot of fourth-level powers, including treasures and other things. For example, the Dewey boat is one of them. Lin Moyu feels that the Ice Jade Futon might also be one of them, and there is also the Burning World Fire. At this point, if someone says that the mysterious master has no connection with the Great Lord of Natural Disaster and the others, I would never believe it even if you beat me to death. And these things, could they be naturally produced? The information that the great Lord of natural disasters conveyed to him at that time was that these things should be treasures born from nature. 0**. But Lin Moyu now feels that even the great Lord of natural disasters himself may not know. If they were not born naturally, then where did these treasures come from? These treasures should have had owners in the past. Who could be their owners? Anyone who can come and go freely in the ancient wilderness must be at least a perfect and powerful person, or even a great master. Where have these people gone now? Have they already died? If they fell, who would kill them? Could it also be the Tao? Lin Moyu felt more and more confused. This incomparable mystery became the biggest dark cloud hovering in the chaos. Its existence blocks everyone's way and prevents people from seeing the truth. What were chaos and ancient desolation like before it appeared? Who is the master of the scepter of Scourge? Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the owner of the Scourge scepter might be the biggest secret of chaos and ancient desolation. Boom! A roar echoed from the cross-domain formation, and the entire formation was shaking. Lin Moyu's thoughts were interrupted, and his eyes gleamed with brilliance. I found it. Time to get started. The mother array in Lindong City was finally found, and the sub-array established a new connection with it. Lin Moyu waved his hand and countless chaos runes flew out. He was well prepared. He had observed the mother formation as early as when he arrived in Dongqing. Although he didn't fully understand it at the time, he still memorized the general idea. Combined with the information left by the great Lord of natural disasters, he already knew how to silently control the mother formation and truly master the cross-domain formation. He acted cautiously and covered himself with runes first. He believed that no one would be able to discover his actions unless the great Lord came in person. The great Lord in the central region and the great Lord of natural disasters should be in the same group, and he won't care about himself. Lin Moyu had no psychological burden at all and didn't feel that he was stealing anything. Instead, he felt that he was taking what he deserved. This is indeed the case. This was prepared by the great Lord of natural disasters for himself, so it should belong to him. If my current strength was not insufficient, I could even go back and get this formation openly. 000. In the central region, in Lindong City, the third elder had been guarding here for a long time. Suddenly, Lindong City shook violently, and the whole city seemed to have collapsed. The third elder was not surprised but delighted. It's done. He let out a long roar, quickly took out a formation disc and activated it, shouting loudly, "It's done. It's a human." The excited third elder passed back the information that the cross-domain formation had been restored. The passage from the central region to the eastern pole was opened again, and those who were qualified could once again travel back and forth to the eastern pole through the boundary formation. If a war breaks out between the central region and the eastern pole, the central region will not be put in a passive position. At the same time, many central domain cultivators who were active in Dongji were mostly teleported here through a large cross-domain formation. They all had a small formation plate in their hands to guide their direction. They can use this array plate to find the cross-domain array in the easternmost part and return to the central domain. Because the cross-domain formation was damaged before, the formation plates in their hands also lost their function. Now that the array disk was glowing again, it was telling them that the cross-domain array had been restored. If they wanted to go back, they no longer needed to cross the desolate mark. This directional array is bound to the soul and cannot be used by anyone else. It can basically ensure the concealment of the cross-domain array. Many people immediately followed the instructions of the formation plate and headed towards the cross-domain formation. The busiest person at this moment is naturally Lin Moyu. He uses the connection between the parent and child formations to send chaos runes into the mother formation through the child formation, thereby controlling the mother formation. The most difficult part of doing this is that he cannot see the main formation and can only move forward by feeling. But you can't be too hasty. If you are too hasty, you will be easily exposed. Once discovered by the people of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, it will be difficult to explain. The first batch of chaos runes that flew over gathered into a tiny formation. This formation was hidden within the mother formation and became Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu used this formation to observe the situation of the mother formation, and after determining the exact location, he sent more chaos runes over. Several elders from the Central Domain Divine Alliance came to check it out, and used a cross-domain formation to try to send people back and forth between the Central Domain and the Eastern Pole. After several attempts, it was finally confirmed that the cross-domain formation had been restored. But Lin Moyu, who was practicing the formation, disappeared at this moment. Lin Moyu was hiding in the core area of the sub-array, and no one who came over noticed him at all. Several elders were puzzled, but they couldn't find the reason. Decades later, some cultivators from the central region found the subformation and successfully returned to the central region. On the surface, everything seemed to have returned to normal. No one knew that the cross-domain formation in Lindong City had changed its owner silently. A full 100 years later, Lin Moyu sent out the last chaos rune, which smoothly entered the mother formation along the space channel. In Lin Moyu's soul world, the shadow of a mother-child formation suddenly emerged, which meant that Lin Moyu had completely become the master of this formation. Then the shadow shrank and turned into a point of light, which could grow or shrink according to Lin Moyu's wishes. Then, one light spot after another jumped out, glowing faintly and connecting with each other to form a strange pattern. There are 12 light spots in total, and each light spot represents a formation, all of which are formations arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Lin Moyu looked at the light spots and muttered to himself, 12 light spots represent 12 formations. 2 of them are in my hands and have been lit up. The other 10 have not yet been lit up. But looking at this structure, the core of the entire formation is actually in the ancient wasteland, but the hub is placed in the central region. It's really interesting. He is worthy of such a brilliant idea. The core of the formation was placed in the ancient wasteland by the great venerable natural disaster. The ancient wasteland is a blind spot that even the Tao cannot reach, so it is safest to place it there. The formation requires the mobilization of the power of chaos. There is one in each of the 4 poles and 3 domains, and they are centered on the 4 cross-domain transmission formations in the central domain. Just as Lin Moyu thought, the cross-domain teleportation formation is not as simple as it seems. This is also a trap set by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster. But later it was covered up and shrouded by time, and very few people know its true face. Lin Moyu looked at these light spots, and finally his attention fell on the farthest one, which was the formation arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster in the ancient wilderness. This light spot has not been lit yet, and Lin Moyu needs to find it and control it. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the power accumulated by these formations over countless years should be sent there. Tiank Suzy and the Divine Phoenix Ancestor might have gone there as well. If not there, then here. Lin Moyu pointed his finger towards a certain void, and a spot of light appeared at the location he pointed to. It was Lin Moyu who had pointed it there himself. With the addition of the 13th light point, the whole method seemed to become more perfect. Lin Moyu chuckled, that's more like it. In his opinion, the formations set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters were not just 12, but 13. If the power of 12 formations is 100%, then the power of 13 formations may be 30%, which is doubled. This also explains where Tiank Suzy and the others went. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters must have other plans in place, and he needs these people to do it. This was a contest between practitioners and the Tao after countless years. Although he was the main force, others would not just watch the show. After doing all this, Lin Moyu whispered, it's time to go. According to the plan, he was going to go to the depths of the Eastern Pole to find the great formation left behind by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and take control of it. As for Lindong City, there is no need to go back now. Before setting off, Lin Moyu modified the formation plate that guided the direction of the cross-domain formation. He added a teleportation function to the array disk, which could teleport hundreds of billions of miles each time, and the direction of the teleportation was exactly where the cross-domain array was located. In this way, if there is any danger, he can use this array plate to escape. Hundreds of billions of miles are enough. Unless the other party has a talent for space, it will be difficult for him to find himself. Going deep into the eastern pole was extremely dangerous for a cultivator from the central region, so Lin Moyu had to be prepared. Then he took out the Seeking Cause ring and poured his soul power into it to activate it. There is a result but no cause. Look for the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters in the East Pole. The Xuanine ring glittered, and then a powerful force swept over, and Lin Moyu was ready to be shattered to pieces. But suddenly, this backlash force retreated completely, without a trace left. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Defeated? It was the first time he had seen a failed search for the cause of the ring. The conditions I provided were sufficient, so how could I fail? After thinking for a moment, we knew the answer. The causal loop searches for answers through cause and effect, but what if cause and effect are erased in 3.0? The causal loop naturally cannot find the answer. The cross-domain formation has been in use for countless years, so the cause-seeking ring can be found smoothly. I don't even know what this formation is called. My wife's leisure ring is naturally not used. It's such a headache. It was a chaotic place. Lin Moyu only knew the general direction, but didn't know how to find it. But it seems that I can still go looking for it. Fortunately, I still know the general direction. As long as I set my mind to it, I will always find it. Perhaps, the situation of the Divine Phoenix clan can be used as a reference. Then Lin Moyu took a step forward and arrived outside the cross-domain formation. As the master of the cross-domain formation, he can teleport at will wherever the formation covers. There was no one around the formation. Lin Moyu released the Dongji Dragon Python and Xiaoping, sat on Xiaoping, pointed in a direction, and said, "Let's go." The chaotic void was quiet and vast. Even the commotion and battles that Lin Moyu had caused were not even a small splash in the entire chaotic dimension. The cross-domain formation was repaired, the connection was re-established, and everything returned to normal. The formation is hidden in the cracks of space and will not be easily revealed to the public. After Lin Moyu left, the void seemed to be empty, with only chaotic energy flowing. The void twisted, and a figure slowly emerged. He looked in the direction Lin Moyu left and whispered, "Is that him?" A soft white light flashed not far from him, and an old man in a white robe appeared with a peaceful smile on his face. "Old Rui, is there anything wrong?" Old man Rui shook his head. "Nothing, I just feel." He didn't say anything else, but what he wanted to express was already very clear. The old man in white robe smiled and said, "Haven't you tried it before?" Old man Rui whispered, "His soul is indeed very sharp." The old man in white robes interrupted him, "You don't have to think too much. We are hiding behind the scenes. No matter what happens, we will not be in danger. And this matter doesn't require your support. As long as you don't come out to cause trouble, that's enough." Old man Rui's eyes flickered. "I won't interfere with you, but whether what you're doing is right or wrong is still up for discussion." The old man in white robes chuckled softly, "Time will tell." While the two were talking, someone came and passed by them. That person took the formation plate and activated the cross-domain formation, then left Dongji on the cross-domain formation. From beginning to end, that person ignored them and had no idea that there were two people here. Suddenly, they both turned their heads and looked in the same direction. Old man Rui whispered, "The wild mark is about to erupt again." The old man in white robe said, "This time the location seems to be in the south." Old man Rui nodded slightly, "It's just a big fight." The old man in white robe smiled and said, "This is reincarnation. It's been going on for countless years. Aren't you used to it yet?" Old man Rui shook his head again. "Getting used to it is one thing, liking it or not is another." As soon as he finished speaking, old man Rui's figure faded and disappeared. After the two left, a tiny formation was operating in an inconspicuous corner of the cross-domain formation hidden in the cracks of space. Inside the formation, a wisp of Lin Moyu's soul stood there, witnessing the entire conversation between the old man in white robe and old man Rui. Others failed to notice them, but Lin Moyu saw them clearly through the formation. Not only did he see them, but he also heard their conversation. The two great masters never thought that someone would dare to spy on them, so they did not hide anything. Lin Moyu hid very well and used a little of the power of the origin worm, so even the two great masters didn't discover him. The great lord of natural disasters could use the power of the origin worm to deceive the Tao, and now Lin Moyu can naturally use it to deceive the great lord. Lin Moyu, who was flying through the void at a rapid speed, suddenly revealed a smile. So he really was the great master before. Someone had spied on me before and erased my time. At that time, I guessed it was either the Tao or the great master. Later it was speculated that it was most likely the great master, and now it has been confirmed. He made a bold guess and spied that in this game set up by the great masters, he, the chess piece, was about to jump out. This was the first time he had seen the great master actively. Previously, he had only seen him passively. For Lin Moyu, this was a breakthrough. This great venerable known as Old Man Rui should be the one who controls the eastern extreme. He doesn't seem to be on the same team as the great lord of natural disasters, but he also knows the great lord of natural disasters' plan and will not stop the destruction. At most, he will just watch from the sidelines. Something happened to Wang Hin, and it's going to trigger a war. This time it's a war between Antarctica and the Central region. There are frequent wars between the three realms and the four poles. Now it seems that the reasons behind these wars are not simple. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, but these important things had nothing to do with him at the moment. He has his own things to do. Chaos is too vast. It would take more than 1,000,000 years to fly around the East Pole. Even with the spatial talent of the Dongji Dragon Python, it would take several years to construct Dongji. Lin Moyu only knows the approximate location now and cannot accurately lock its position, so he can only take one step at a time. After traveling in the void for half a year, he has truly entered the interior of Dongji, where Lin Moyu feels the hot avenue. In the eastern pole, the avenue is hot and dry, causing the practitioners here to have some hot tempers. It's not that they are bad people, but they have bad tempers and may fight if they disagree with each other. But at the same time, most of them are very straightforward and direct. Lin Moyu felt the presence of other practitioners. There were already practitioners here. Lin Moyu ordered the Dongji Dragon Python to slow down. If it were to travel through the void here, it might bump into other practitioners. Although Lin Moyu was not afraid, he did not want to conflict with the people from Dongji. If possible, he doesn't even want to come into contact with the creatures in Dongji. Lin Moyu could only determine the approximate range based on the positional relationship between the light spots. But this area is too large. The Dongji Dragon Python has been wandering around in the area for more than 3 years without finding anything. Chaos is too vast and too empty, so we can only search bit by bit. Lin Moyu released a large number of undead servants to search together, and discovered several realms. These realms all have owners and appear to have been rooted in chaos for many years. Such realms often mean that there are powerful and accomplished beings behind them. There were several times when the undead servants were discovered and attacked and killed, but the enemy did not trace Lin Moyu from the undead servants. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of the formation, searching for any traces left by the great lord of natural disasters, or anything special. This is a stupid method, and it will most likely not work. Lin Moyu knows it in his heart, but he currently has no better solution and can only take a chance. After the great lord of natural disasters set up the formation, no one knew what he had done and he did not leave any clues. Even the cause and effect were cut off, making the cause-seeking loop ineffective. It is harder for him to find it now than to find a needle in a haystack. Lin Moyu is already prepared. He will search for it for hundreds or even thousands of years, not to mention a few years. As long as you find this, you will have a clearer location relationship, and then it will be easier to find the next one. 10 years later, there was still no discovery, so he sent out all the Dongji Dragon Pythons he had to search in various levels of space. Father, I feel the presence of my kindred spirit. Xiaoping suddenly turned to look at Lin Moyu, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Chaos Lone Pen clan challenged the position of the Great Lord and was dispersed and cursed by the Great Lord. From then on, the tribe dispersed, and most of the Lone Pen people would never meet their own kind in their entire lives. Xiaoping actually felt the breath of his own people, which surprised Lin Moyu. Not only Lin Moyu, but even Xiaoping himself was surprised. Lin Moyu said, "Go and take a look." Xiaoping immediately pointed out the direction, and the Dongji dragon python broke through the void and rushed over. The aura Xiaoping felt was not far away, and he reached his destination after only 2 space travels. A continent is floating in the chaos, appearing and disappearing under the cover of chaotic energy. On the continent, a python lay dead. Xiaoping was obviously excited when he saw his people, and his blood was buzzing and resonating. Xiaoping wanted to go over but was stopped by Lin Moyu. "Don't worry, there's something wrong with this continent. The continent is not very big, and the corpses of the Xiaoping people have occupied half of it. As a powerful chaotic creature, when it reveals its true form, its size is often beyond imagination. Some terrifying chaotic creatures are even larger than a small domain. This corpse is over 10 million meters long, and the aura emanating from it should be that of the great perfection of the chaos realm." Although Xiaoping was excited by the blood resonance, he still believed Lin Moyu's words and resisted the urge to go over. He whispered, "Father, what's the problem?" Lin Moyu said, "We have been searching this area for 10 years. If I remember correctly, we have been here before, but we did not discover this continent at that time. Your people must have been dead for more than 10 years. Why are you only sensing their presence now? These 2 points alone are enough to show that this continent is unusual. Something must be fishy when things are out of the ordinary, so we can't rush. We need to find out first." Xiaoping tried hard to calm himself down. He knew that what Lin Moyu said was right, and something was indeed wrong. With the experience of the previous origin worm, Lin Moyu did not directly use the undead servant, but sent an eastern dragon moth over. There are too many dangers in the chaos. Some dangers can even be connected to oneself through the undead servants, and even endanger all the undead servants. Compared to undead servants, the connection between the resurrected and oneself is much weaker, and even if something happens, the impact will be much smaller. An eastern pole dragon python, only half a step into the chaos realm, flew over. It was getting closer and closer to the continent, but its aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if it was moving away at an alarming speed. The mainland was clearly not far ahead, but this eastern dragon python flew for a long time and still couldn't get there. It was clearly flying at an astonishing speed, but it could never get close to the mainland. Space is folded. Lin Moyu realized that the space near the continent was folded. It looked very close, but it was actually very far away. Xiaoping said, "No wonder, the tribesmen are right before my eyes, but their aura tells me they are very far away." Now that he has calmed down, he can make accurate judgments on many things. The Eastern Extreme Dragon Python's talent allows it to travel through the void, and theoretically it can ignore the folded space, but Lin Moyu did not let it do so. Only by flying there in the normal way can you know whether there will be any unexpected problems along the way. After flying for a long time, the Dongji Dragon Python finally passed through the layered space and landed on the mainland. Then its breath began to drop sharply. Lin Moyu, the owner, felt it most clearly. He clearly sensed that the life of this Eastern Extreme Dragon Python was fading. In the sight of the Dongji Dragon Python, nothing exists. Eye of the Dead. Lin Moyu opened the Eye of the Dead, and instantly he saw a large amount of soul flames. These soul flames are very small, but there are astonishing numbers of them, flickering and jumping in the void. These soul flames attached to the Dongji Dragon Python and continuously absorbed its vitality. Not only on the surface of the body, a large amount of soul flames has penetrated into the body and spread throughout the body. The same was true for the python in the distance. Its body, inside and out, was occupied by countless soul flames. In the eyes of the undead, it looked like a huge ball of fire. "What is this?" Lin Moyu whispered. Xiaoping saw nothing. "Father, what did you see?" Lin Moyu said, there are many tiny souls, but they cannot be seen with the naked eye or the soul eye. They will penetrate the body and absorb the vitality. Your people look dead, but they are actually still alive. They have become food for these guys, providing them with a constant source of vitality. It looks like this has been going on for quite some time. Interesting that you still have this ability. Through the eyes of the undead, Lin Moyu not only saw countless tiny soul flames, but also saw that there was still a soul in the body of the Mompung. Mompung was not dead. It seemed to be in a very special state. It seemed to be sleeping but not sleeping, nor was it dormant due to serious injury. Xiaoping said, this is one of our talents, called sleeping. Xiaoping then explained this ability in detail. As a race that was once extremely powerful, the Chaos Lone Peng also possessed extremely powerful talents. Unlike the Dongji Dragon Python, which only has one talent, Xiaoping's race has multiple talents, and Mianluan is one of them. The effect of sleep is similar to suspended animation, but it is different from suspended animation. When they encounter danger, they can put themselves into a dormant state. In this state, the body's defense will become extremely strong, and the energy will continuously generate powerful vitality, while the soul will shrink into a tiny. In this state, injuries to the soul and body can be healed, and by the time the sleep ends, the injuries will be almost healed. If someone is killed while in a dormant state, their soul will separate from their body and escape through the void. As long as the soul is still there, the body can regenerate. Therefore, the ability of Mianluan is more powerful than feigning death and sleeping, and it is also their weapon to escape. Only now. This solitary rock in the Chaos Realm launched a dormant spell here, but those guys did not kill him, but used him as a source of nutrition. His body was immortal, and his soul could not escape. As a result, I was trapped here. The sleep could last forever, and he would be trapped here forever. While they were talking, the Dongji Dragon Python sent by Lin Moyu was almost unable to hold on. A large amount of vitality was lost, his realm did not change, but his strength was greatly reduced. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. After a while, he fell to the ground, still conscious but unable to move. Those tiny souls spread throughout his body, constantly attracting his vitality. As a half-step chaos and a resurrected being, the vitality of this Eastern Dragon Python is not too weak, and it can continuously generate vitality. The strange and tiny soul flames on the continent also regarded him as nutrients, controlling the absorption speed and having no intention of killing him. Xiaoping didn't know what these things Lin Moyu was talking about. These guys didn't exist in his blood memory. It's really weird. Lin Moyu thought and sent out several more Eastern Dragon Pythons. Yes, okay. The eye of the undead continued to open. Before these Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons officially set foot on the continent was quiet, without any soul flames, and there was nothing. But the moment they stepped in, endless soul flames suddenly appeared and engulfed them. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the Eastern Dragon Python immediately left the continent, trying to escape before its vitality was completely sucked away. The continent suddenly glowed with light, and an invisible suction force fell on them, pulling them back. Their escape failed, and in the blink of an eye, a layer of soul flame covered their bodies, making them look like a gang. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of soul flames penetrated into their bodies, and their vitality was rapidly drained away. The situations of these Dongji Dragon Pythons are exactly the same, with no difference at all. Lin Moyu sighed, I know why your people didn't jump out. Before Lin Moyu could elaborate, Xiaoping suddenly shouted, the mainland has disappeared. The continent disappeared very suddenly and strangely, without any warning, it just disappeared. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, its appearance before was also very abrupt, and it's the same now. There are indeed many strange things in the chaos. Xiaoping asked, Father, you just said you knew why the tribe didn't flee? Lin Moyu nodded, to be precise, it's not that he doesn't want to escape, but that he can't escape. This continent only allows you to leave. Xiaoping asked, what should we do now? Lin Moyu said, don't worry, there will be an answer soon. Although the continent has disappeared, there are still several resurrected people on it, and they are all living resurrected people. There was a connection between Lin Moyu and the resurrected. He could sense that the resurrected was moving away quickly, and once it stopped, he would naturally be able to find it. Half an hour later, the resurrected creature slowed down and finally stopped, which also meant that the continent stopped. After Lin Moyu confirmed that the resurrected person remained in his original state, he signaled the Eastern Pole Dragon Python to shuttle through the void. The continent moves very fast and can also travel through the void while moving, no slower than the Dongji Dragon Python. In just half an hour, it had flown trillions of miles. The Dongji Dragon Python shuttled through the void again and again, and it also took half an hour to reach its destination. Seeing Dallo again, Xiaoping couldn't help but exclaim, "This is..." Before he could finish his words, Lin Moyu tapped him lightly, and a gentle force interrupted him, leaving him unable to make a sound. There was also shock in Lin Moyu's eyes, but he was much calmer than Xiaoping and did not shout or scream. "Back off first, slowly, don't alarm him." He signaled Xiaoping to step back and hold his breath so as not to alarm the other party. Xiaoping knew the seriousness of the situation and slowly retreated tens of millions of miles before stopping. Tens of millions of miles away, the continent was floating. The continent was nothing. What shocked Lin Moyu and Xiaoping was the behemoth behind the continent. It was an extremely terrifying beast, shaped like a cow, with a huge sharp horn on its head. Its outer skin is like rock, with countless grooves, and in the grooves there are faint traces of wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning. Its body is so large that even if you are tens of millions of miles away, you can still see every detail of its body. If you get closer, you can't even see its head or tail. Legend has it that there are chaotic creatures in the chaos that are comparable to the realm. Now it seems that this legend is a bit unreliable. Lin Moyu sighed softly. Xiaoping also whispered, "How can it be compared to a realm? This is much larger than a realm." This chaotic creature was so huge that Lin Moyu could no longer measure it using ordinary distances. He lay there, seemingly asleep. The continent he had seen before was just one of the countless rocks surrounding him. The stones are big and small, some as big as the same side of the world, and some as small as thousands of miles away. Compared to this behemoth, rocks the size of thousands of miles are not even pebbles, they should be called dust. Xiaoping's blood memory did not contain this thing. Xiaoping murmured, "Father, what should we do?" Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, let's wait and see. This guy should be sleeping and won't wake up for a while." He had used the Eye of the Undead to see that the other party's soul fluctuations were very stable, and he was obviously in a sleeping state. Once a behemoth like this falls asleep, it could last for thousands or tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Even if it is awakened, it will take some time for them to escape. There were countless rocks floating around him, and Lin Moyu observed them. He found that there were living creatures on many of them. Without exception, these creatures were in a half-dead state, with a large amount of soul flames covering the creatures above, absorbing their vitality. What's the connection between these soul flames and this giant? Lin Moyu wanted to figure it out, but he didn't really want to take action until he found out. From the intensity of his aura and soul flame, Lin Moyu judged that he should be in the perfection realm, but much stronger than the average perfection realm. At least among the people in the perfect realm that he had seen, no one was stronger than him, whether it was the 3 divine phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix clan or the several elders of the Central Region Divine Alliance. Perhaps the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix, Tianxuzi, can be compared with him. He has reached the pinnacle of perfection, and the next step is to become a great master. Once you take action against such an existence, there is no chance of victory. Even if we use formations, there is no certainty. Lin Moyu simulated various situations, but they all ended in failure. There is only one way to win, and that is to use the Calamity Village to hit him while he is sleeping. But whether I can get close to it is a question. After studying for a long time, I still couldn't figure out the reason. Suddenly, a sound like thunder was heard in the void, and lightning emerged from the ravines on the surface of the huge object. At the same time, a huge amount of lightning burst out from his mouth, nose, and even the tip of his head. A dull snoring sound suddenly sounded, followed by a flash of lightning. A huge force swept outward, and the countless stones surrounding him suddenly flew in all directions. The stone drilled into the void and flew away through time. After the stone flew away, the lightning condensed and did not dissipate, and the dull thunder continued to sound. Xiaoping asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Lin Moyu pondered, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be snoring." Snoring? Xiaoping was shocked. How can snoring make such a loud noise? Lin Moyu said, "Because he is so big, his snoring is naturally louder, but it is indeed too loud. If I hadn't been far away from this snoring, I would have probably died." Looking at these lightning bolts, even a powerful warrior at the peak of the Chaos Realm would be seriously injured within 1,000,000 miles. When you reach the peak of your career, you are doomed. If this snoring sound is at the edge of a certain boundary, that boundary will most likely collapse. A roar can have such terrifying power. If he wakes up, how powerful can he be? Lin Moyu retracted his unrealistic thoughts. It was impossible for him to get close to him, and the Scourge Scepter would be useless. This made him understand the reluctance and helplessness that the great Lord of Natural Disasters felt when he faced the Tao. Although he held a magical weapon that could kill Tao, he was doomed to failure due to his own lack of strength. Now that I am facing this behemoth, it seems that I am in the same situation. The snoring lasted for a long time, and finally reached its peak after half a day, and the sound began to weaken. Lin Moyu said, "If I'm not mistaken, those continents are coming back." A moment later, the void twisted and a continent suddenly appeared and returned. Then more and more continents returned, returning to their previous appearance and surrounding the giant beast. The situation on the mainland has not changed at all, it remains the same. When the snore starts, the continent flies out. When the snore ends, the continent returns. The noise caused by just snores was already greater than that of an average powerful and perfect being. At the end of the snore, lightning exploded like flowers scattered from the sky, landing on various continents. The continent was gleaming with light, and Xiaoping's eyes suddenly shrank. He saw countless tiny insects flying out from the continent, following the lightning and flying towards the beasts. Lin Moyu also narrowed his eyes. He naturally saw this situation, but he also saw something else. His expression was full of excitement. It was easy to get it. Countless insects flew up from the rocks and flew towards the giant beast along the lightning. The moment he saw the insect, his soul was boiling and his mind was restless. A memory was revived in the deepest part of his blood. The memory was filled with horror, and Xiaoping was trembling all over and unable to control himself. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, but could not make any sound. However, the shock in his eyes could not be hidden from Lin Mo. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to ask, waiting for Xiaoping to calm down before asking. He saw more than Xiaoping. A formation appeared faintly in the lightning, but because it was obscured by the lightning, it was not very clear. But just a few glances were enough to make Lin Moyu extremely surprised. In this formation, there were faint traces of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters would not leave any traces behind. After all, the enemy he once faced was the Tao, and any trace he left behind could be caught. There must be a reason why traces were left here. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that this supergiant chaotic creature was probably not simple. He didn't move. Now was not the time to move. When the lightning faded and the void returned to calm, the insects disappeared again. The bugs still exist, but they are also invisible when there is no lightning. If someone steps onto these stones at this moment, they will be attacked and will find it difficult to escape. When Xiaoping finally calmed down, Lin Moyu asked, "What did you think of?" Xiaoping's voice was a little hoarse, several degrees lower than usual. "I have awakened a blood memory. This memory is sealed, and will only awaken under special circumstances." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it because of those bugs?" Xiaoping nodded. "Yes, those bugs are called soul devourers. They're usually invisible and barely visible, only appearing under certain circumstances. Soul devourers can absorb the life force of living beings, making them difficult to deal with. However, the real threat isn't them, it's him. His name is the Chaos Wild Ox. The soul-devouring worm is his companion, and can also be considered his servant. The Chaos Wild Ox was born in the ancient wilderness and lives in chaos. Its strength is unknown, but legend has it that it can rival the Great Venerable. It usually likes to sleep. When it sleeps, its skin will split into pieces. The pieces will carry the soul-eating insects away and attract other creatures. Those living beings that enter the fragments will be trapped and then used as nutrients by the soul-devouring insects. The life force they absorb will be sent to the chaos desolate life through the soul-devouring insects. These creatures possessed by the soul-devouring insects will not die. The soul-devouring insects will control the amount they absorb until the Chaos Wild Ox awakens, at which point they will gather all the fragments and die. Lin Moyu asked, "Why did your ancestors seal this bloodline?" Xiaoping shook his head. "I don't know, but it must have been sealed for a reason. This memory is filled with the fear of an ancestor. We must have dealt with the Chaos Bull back then. I don't know the specifics." Lin Moyu asked, "Then do you know how many Chaos Bulls there are in the world?" Xiaoping still shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. As long as it was not in his blood memory, he knew nothing about it. There definitely aren't many chaos creatures as ridiculously powerful as the Chaos Wild Ox. He came from the ancient wilderness and possessed power comparable to that of a great master. Whether it was true or false, he was at least not weaker than any perfect strong man. The most important thing is that it has no boundaries, just like the origin worm. It seems that this is a manifestation of some kind of power in the ancient wilderness, which can reach the peak without relying on the power of the realm. I learned the other party's name from Xiaoping. Now it seems that if I want to find out more, I can only talk to him directly. But before that, Lin Moyu still needs to make some preparations and leave a way out for himself. After retreating a distance, 100 million miles away, Lin Moyu set up a spell. This formation has two major functions, one is teleportation, and the other is creating clones. After mastering the cross-domain formation, Lin Moyu has become adept at arranging teleportation formations. This teleportation formation can instantly teleport him to places billions of miles away, and the direction is uncertain and completely random. The teleportation will also erase the corresponding traces. Lin Moyu was very thoughtful. After all, he was facing a being like the Chaos Wild Ox, so he couldn't be too cautious. At the same time, the second function of the formation is to create a clone, so that he does not have to do it himself, only a clone is needed. Even if his clone is killed, he will not suffer any damage. After setting up the formation, Lin Moyu activated it directly, ready to escape at any time. At the same time, a trace of soul was injected into the formation. He casually took out a few materials from the Chaos Realm and refined them with a wave of his hand. After a while, a clone was refined out. This clone looks not much different from Lin Moyu, but it has a bit of soul incorporated into it, making it more agile and not dull. Lin Moyu's real body and Xiaoping stayed in the formation, while his clone flew towards the chaotic wasteland. When the clone was still 1,000,000 miles away, he stopped and tried to wake up the Chaos Wild Ox through soul transmission. After trying several times, the Chaos Wild Ox showed no reaction, and Lin Moyu knew he had no choice but to go over. Soon he entered a group of rocks. The rocks were of different sizes. The big ones were like a world, and the small ones were much larger than a mountain range. Lin Moyu shuttled among them. 0, request flowers 0. As long as you don't step on it, there will be no danger. The soul-eating insects only move in their own stones and will not leave. However, Lin Moyu still erred on the side of caution, just in case. As they got closer to the Chaos Wild Ox, the rocks became denser and denser, and Lin Moyu kept dodging them. The positions of these stones are not fixed, they fly around the Chaos Ox in a special and fixed orbit. Lin Moyu also flew along. Although the speed was slower, it was safer. 500,000 miles. 300,000 miles. 100,000 miles. When the distance was only the last 100,000 miles, the number of stones had increased by several orders of magnitude, and everywhere the eye could see were flying stones. Lin Moyu still followed the previous direction, following the large number of stones and moving along. Suddenly, a roar was heard, and Lin Moyu's face changed slightly. It's earlier than expected. The roaring sound meant that the Chaos Wild Ox was snoring. There was an interval between each snoring, and it was basically fixed, but this time it was obviously earlier. Thunder roared, and endless lightning emerged from the body of the Chaos Wild Ox, circulating around and forming a net. Anyone who is near the Chaos Wild Ox will find it difficult to escape. Lin Moyu had no choice but to endure it. The lightning struck the body, and the clone was instantly shattered into pieces, and was torn into pieces without any resistance at all. Seeing this, the main body, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, looked a little helpless. It's really troublesome. The snoring time is so irregular. As he spoke, he separated a strand of his soul and merged it into the formation, refining several materials at the same time. After a while, a new clone appeared. This time, Lin Moyu waited until a wave of snoring ended and immediately sent his clone over. With the experience from the previous time, Lin Moyu was able to do it with ease this time and soon arrived at a place only 100,000 miles away from the Chaos Wild Ox. Here, the appearance of the Chaos Wild Ox is completely invisible, and only a small part of its body can be seen. The stones became denser, almost connected into one piece. Lin Moyu moved forward along the direction of the stones as planned, and the distance was shortened again. He didn't dare to waste time, for fear that the Chaos Wild Ox would snore again. A distance of 100,000 miles was not far, and it was covered in just a few minutes. Lin Moyu was less than 10,000 miles away from the Chaos Wild Ox. As long as he moved forward a little further, those stones would be far away. Suddenly, several nearby rocks burst into strong light, as strong as thunder, and a large number of soul-devouring ministers appeared in sight. Dense swarms of soul-eating insects swarmed in from all directions, their number exceeding tens of billions. Each of them is as small as a speck of dust, seemingly insignificant, and their strength is unknown. But if I were possessed, I would probably be sucked dry in an instant. Soul-eating insects are not easy to deal with. According to Xiaoping, soul-eating insects are immune to most attacks. If possible, he would not want to fight with the soul-devouring insect, but in this situation, he has no choice but to take action. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. Lin Moyu raised his hand and slapped out. Suddenly, palm prints covered the sky and rushed in all directions. Although it was a clone, the Great Tao-Destroying Palm was different from ordinary magic. The power of the clone is not much weaker than that of the original body. As the huge palm print rolled over, many soul-eating insects were killed instantly, but at the same time, the power of the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm also weakened sharply. The soul-eating insect will self-destruct the moment it dies. The force of the self-destruction will offset part of the power of the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. In this way, the power of the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm will be rapidly consumed after 547. Each strike of the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm only destroyed the outermost layer of soul-eating insects. It seemed like a lot, but compared to the overwhelming number of soul-eating insects, it was just a drop in the bucket and had little effect. But in Lin Moyu's view, as long as it works, it's fine. His palm strikes were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, afterimages filled the area around him. Lin Moyu, regardless of the cost, unleashed countless Tao-destroying palm strikes. The Tao-destroying world palm does not consume much energy. It mainly consumes soul power, and his soul power can be restored infinitely. Even if it is just a clone, it is still the same with the support of the original body. This is his ability and also his advantage. Thousands of palm prints fly out every second, and the sea crystal spirits are killed. The soul-devouring insects kept exploding, using themselves to offset the power of the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. Their number was almost endless, but they could not get close to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu even used the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm to clear the way for himself and continued to approach the Chaos Wild Ox. The soul-eating bug is the companion of the Chaos Wild Ox, and is also its guardian. It is the outer line of defense when the Chaos Wild Ox is asleep. Now that Lin Moyu had broken through, the soul-devouring insects were clearly furious, and more soul-devouring insects flew out from the various rocks. They merged with each other and turned into giant soul-eating insects several thousand meters long, and then disappeared. After the fusion of the soul-devouring insect, not only did its size grow larger, but its ability to remain invisible also grew stronger. Lin Moyu couldn't understand how they became invisible. The whole process was very abrupt and did not cause any spatial fluctuations, but they just disappeared. The Eye of the Dead opened, and Lin Moyu saw huge balls of soul flames right in front of him. The next moment, dozens of giant soul-eating insects appeared in front of him, less than a kilometer away. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu's hands danced, leaving after images, and a massive Tao-destroying palm was slapped out. The giant soul-devouring insect opened its mouth wide, creating a huge suction force, and directly swallowed the Tao-destroying palm. The great Tao world-destroying palm lost its effect. The giant soul-devouring insect swallowed the great Tao world-destroying palm and opened its mouth again to aim at Lin Moyu. A huge suction force suddenly exploded, and the huge suction force coming from all directions almost tore Lin Moyu's clone into pieces on the spot. In this state, Lin Moyu couldn't even move, let alone get close to the Chaos Wild Ox. The soul-eating insects can fuse with each other, greatly increasing their strength. Although this is somewhat unexpected, it is actually reasonable. If he didn't even have this little bit of ability, how could he be sealed into his bloodline by the Chaos Lone Pun clan and be said to be difficult to deal with? The soul-eating insect was approaching and he was about to be devoured. Lin Moyu moved his mind and a raging flame exploded from his body. The fire that burns the world erupts like a volcano, breaking through the chaotic void. The soul-eating insects are tiny in size and are mainly focused on the soul. To deal with the soul, the Brahma fire is naturally the best choice. Lin Moyu seemed to hear a shrill scream. In the world-burning fire, countless soul-eating insects were burned to death, and the giant soul-eating insect collapsed in an instant. They can devour vitality and most attacks, but they have no resistance to the fire that burns the world. Lin Moyu used the world-burning fire to clear a path, and he passed through the boulder area and faced the Chaos Bull. The skin of the Chaos Wild Ox was covered with gullies, like a giant canyon. Lightning and thunder roared in the canyon, and rivers of lightning were flowing. At such a close distance, Lin Moyu once again shouted with his soul, "Wake up!" The Chaos Wild Ox did not react at all. He was sleeping very deeply and soundly. Lin Moyu calculated the time and realized that his next snore would come soon, so he didn't have much time left. Since I can't wake him up, I can only stimulate him. I'm sorry. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu slapped out with his palm, and the Tao of destruction fell on Han Dun Huangsheng. There seemed to be some gravel flying on the skin of the Chaos Wild Ox, and then there was no movement. Lin Moyu felt helpless. This guy's defense was far beyond his imagination. His attacks were not even a tickle to him. Lightning flashed in the ravine, and the next roar was about to come. The great Tao-destroying palm could not wake him up, so Lin Moyu could only use the burning world destruction. The fire of burning the world reaches directly into the soul and should be effective, but Lin Moyu is also worried that excessive stimulation will make him unhappy. After all, being grumpy when waking up is a very common thing. A ball of world-burning fire flew out and landed on the Chaos Wild Ox. The world-burning fire ignored the skin and directly penetrated into the soul. Lin Moyu opened the Eye of the Dead at the same time, staring at the soul flame of the Chaos Wild Ox. The soul flame jumped slightly, and then Lin Moyu sensed that his world-burning fire had disappeared. The invincible fire could only make the Chaos Wild Ox's soul beat slightly. Lin Moyu was speechless. Not only did the Chaos Wild Ox have a strong physical defense, but even its health soul was so abnormal. The burning world fire couldn't even stimulate him, let alone hurt him. This guy is too abnormal. Boom! Lightning flashed, and in the canyon-like ravine, a huge amount of thunder shot out into the sky, instantly submerging Lin Moyu's clone. The clone died, and Lin Moyu, who was billions of miles away, was helpless and could only try again. He wanted to condense his clone again, wait until the snoring ended, and then try to wake up the Chaos Wild Ox. Suddenly, his eyes blurred and his vision was occupied by a huge eye. The Chaos Wild Ox, which was billions of miles away, appeared in front of him as if it had teleported. Lin Moyu instinctively wanted to activate the formation and leave, but his body froze there, and even his soul wouldn't obey him. The invisible force made him temporarily lose the ability to move, and he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. The formation was also suppressed by an invisible force and stopped working. All the changes were beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. The Chaos Wild Ox woke up, and not only woke up but also locked onto him directly and came in front of him. The huge eyes, as if the world were staring at him, brought a terrifying sense of oppression. Lin Moyu saw his own reflection in his eyes, and he was so low. Afterwards, the Chaos Wild Ox slowly retreated. After retreating thousands of miles, he could finally barely see part of his appearance. A heavy voice mixed with thunder, "It's finally here." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. This sentence contained too much meaning, and only a few people could understand it. Before Lin Moyu could speak, the Chaos Wild Ox opened its mouth and said, "Come in and talk." How big is the Chaos Wild Bull? When he opens his mouth, it is boundless. Lin Moyu feels that he can easily swallow a small domain. Lin Moyu also knew that it was inconvenient to talk here, so he flew in without much hesitation. With the strength of the Chaos Wild Bull, if it really wanted to harm me, there would be no need to go through so much trouble and it could easily kill me. The Chaos Wild Ox's big mouth slowly closed, and the surroundings fell into darkness, and a certain breath came towards him. There was no bad smell in his mouth, and Lin Moyu felt as if he had entered a new realm. The Chaos Wild Ox should not have boundaries, but this feeling. Light slowly appeared all around, and a gentle breeze blew over with the smell of earth. It was a very refreshing feeling, making people feel relaxed and happy. In the light, Lin Moyu saw the boundless vast grassland, the green grass swaying in the wind, rolling up waves. In the distance, a big tree stood tall in the grassland, looking very special, but not at all abrupt. "Come here." The sound came from the tree, and Lin Moyu responded and walked over. There is a lake beside the tree. A middle-aged man is sitting under the tree, and fragrant tea is being brewed on a small tea table. The tea fragrance wafts far away, and you can tell that this tea is extraordinary just by smelling it. After entering the chaos, Lin Moyu smelled the fragrance of tea for the first time. The creatures in the chaos, whether they are cultivators or not, have different preferences. "Sit down." The middle-aged man spoke bluntly. Lin Moyu knew that he was the Chaos Wild Ox, so he went over and sat down without any hesitation. A cup of tea floated to his face, and Chaos Wild Ox whispered, "Drink." Lin Moyu was not polite at all and drank the tea in one gulp. The tea is fragrant and warm, but once it enters the stomach, it becomes scorching hot, exploding like thunder, turning into countless hot currents flowing through the body, and then rushing into the soul world, turning into a surging river. Carrying rolling thunder, he headed straight for the Chaos Ancestral Tree. The Chaos Ancestral Tree swayed continuously, and the figure of the little tree appeared. It fell asleep directly on the roots of the tree. During the whole process, it didn't even have time to say hello to Lin Moyu. The Chaos Ancestral Tree's aura rapidly rose and became stronger under the nourishment of the river. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with surprise. "Senior, tea. This tea has been waiting for you for countless years." Chaos Wild Ox whispered. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, how can you be sure that the person you are waiting for is me?" "The fire that burns the world." The Chaos Wild Ox uttered 4 words. The world-burning fire from the mysterious master can actually determine one's identity. It turns out that the mysterious master is not that simple and is definitely not just a celestial being in the big world. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior." Chaos Wild Ox interrupted him and replied to my old message. Lin Moyu hummed, "Senior Lao Nyo." Chaos Wild Ox interrupted Lin Moyu again, Old Ox. Lin Moyu understood what he meant and also understood a little about his character, Old Ox. Please tell me who the original owner of the Burning World destruction was. Lan Yo took a sip of tea. His tea was different from the one Lin Moyu had just drunk. That cup of tea was prepared for Lin Moyu, and had been prepared for countless years. He whispered, I know, but it's not important. What I mean is, I know, but I won't tell you. Lin Moyu knew that no matter how much he asked, there would be no answer, and perhaps it was not yet time for him to know. In fact, he still had many questions in his mind, such as the Chaos Ancestral Tree. The cup of tea just now was obviously prepared for the Chaos Ancestral Tree, which also meant that the other party knew about the existence of the Chaos Ancestral Tree. Everything that happened to him seemed to be a plot deliberately created to fight against the Tao. Even Lin Moyu thought of himself and Lin Mohan. This is the case for me, the person assigned a mission, and it seems that my sister is the same. The old cow continued, don't think about it, you will know in the future. His words were straightforward and contained deep meaning. It is not the time for me to think about these problems yet. Even if I knew them, it would be useless. If I want to break the deadlock, the only way is to surpass the planner. Lin Moyu said, the formation of the great lord of natural disaster. The old cow said, it's right there. You go and deal with it, so I can be relieved. Following the direction pointed by Lan Yo, Lin Moyu saw a formation in the distant void. This formation was shrouded in thunder, appearing and disappearing from time to time. After looking for a while, the palm of the great lord of natural disaster was discovered. A leaf fell and landed right in front of Lin Moyu, where it remained motionless. The old cow said, there's everything I can say here. Wait until I'm gone before you read it. Lin Moyu already understood what he meant. He had been waiting here for many years, and now it was finally time for him to be free. Finish your work quickly and leave quickly. Don't waste time here. Lin Moyu put away the leaves. He knew that the old cow could not be freed at all. At most, it could be considered that it had completed its mission that year. This layout will continue for a long time. Lin Moyu asked, Old Ox, there's a chaos rock on the rocks outside. Can you let it go? Chaos Lone Peng? Lan Yo thought for a moment and glanced over, as if checking something. There were countless stones around him, and many of them had living creatures on them. Chaos Lone Peng was just one of them, inconspicuous. Compared to Old Ox, he didn't even care about it. After a few breaths, the old cow seemed to see the solitary Chaos Peng and said, all right, I've sent him packing. Lin Moyu was a bit gossipy. I wonder what grudge this Chaos Solitary Peng has against you. They seem very afraid of you. There was a thoughtful look in Lan Yo's eyes, as if he was trying to find what Lin Moyu said from his vast memory. Perhaps this matter was a trivial matter to him, but to the Chaos Lone Peng clan, it was definitely a shameful thing that was deeply engraved in their minds. Although Lan Yo doesn't like to talk, he is still polite to himself, so Lin Moyu asked this question, mainly because he was curious. After a moment, Lan Yo seemed to have found the answer. Many years ago, those guys fought against me, and I killed most of them, and they escaped. Lin Moyu asked, why are they looking for you? Lan Yo shook his head, I don't know, they are just a bunch of trash. What he meant was, how could he know what the trash was thinking? Anyway, the trash came to him, and he killed most of them, and the remaining few escaped. It was that simple. Well, the Chaos Lone Peng clan once thought about competing for the position of the Great Venerable, so their strength must be strong. Unexpectedly, in the mouth of Old Ox, they are just garbage. Lin Moyu continued, won't it know we're talking here? The old cow said, its power level is not higher than mine, so naturally it doesn't know what is in the specific leaves. The second time he was ordered to leave, Lin Moyu knew he didn't want to talk anymore, so he slowly stood up and said, it's over. Lan Yo hummed, and with a flick of his finger, a layer of lightning enveloped Lin Moyu. The formation was shrouded in lightning. If it weren't for Lan Yo's lightning, I probably wouldn't be able to even get close to it. He clasped his fists towards the old cow and flew towards the formation. A moment later he arrived in front of the formation. Looking at the formation up close, one can more clearly see the work of the great lord of natural disasters. This formation was about 70% similar to the formation of the Divine Phoenix clan, and they came from the same source. Lin Moyu only looked at it for a while before entering the formation and starting to refine it. Refining the formation was not a difficult task for Lin Moyu, and it would be completed in no time. Lan Yo continued to drink his tea, his eyes filled with an indescribable meaning. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes. The wind seemed to be getting stronger here. In just a few days, this formation that had existed for countless years had been refined by Lin Moyu. The thunder outside the formation disappeared, and Lan Yo withdrew the thunder. Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea and injected a ball of world-burning fire into the formation, covering the entire formation. I heard the old cow's voice, "I'm leaving." The scene before her eyes changed, and Lin Moyu found herself returning to the chaotic void. The enormous chaos wild ox has disappeared without any spatial fluctuations, and no one knows how it left. In front of Lin Moyu was a small domain, hidden in the void, trapped in the cracks of space, and hidden very deeply. The formation is within the realm and is shrouded in the world-burning fire, making it even less likely to be discovered. Except for a leaf, the old cow did not leave any information. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and his soul was injected into the leaves. The leaves automatically turned into smoke and dissipated. At the same time, a huge amount of information flowed into the soul world. The Chaos Wild Ox comes from the ancient wilderness. Like the origin worm, it possesses a strange power, which is called the original Wild Thunder. The power level of the origin Wild Thunder is equivalent to the power level of the Tao, so the great lord of natural disasters gave this formation to the Chaos Wild Ox to avoid the detection of the Tao. Chaos Wild Ox became one of them, participated in this layout, and guarded the formation for countless years until his arrival. Just as Lin Moyu thought, the Chaos Wild Ox was not freed, and his mission was just a chapter. This time he is leaving. He will go to the ancient wilderness, probably to meet up with Taiyang Suzy and others, and wait for the final battle. That cup of tea was called Huan Shui, and it was made by combining the essence of ancestral water with many precious materials, including those extremely rare treasures in the ancient wilderness. From ancient times to the present, from ancient times to chaos, there is only this one cup. No one can drink this cup of wild water except the owner of the Chaos Ancestral Tree. If anyone else drinks it, they will probably die. In other words, the desolate water is prepared for the Chaos Ancestral Tree. As for its specific use, the leaves only said that it was of great use to the Chaos Ancestral Tree, but did not specify its specific use. However, this shows how far-reaching the plan of the great lord of natural disasters and others is, even taking the Chaos Ancestral Tree into account. After all, they knew very well that they were dealing with the Tao, the most difficult creature in the chaos. Lin Moyu looked at this information and became curious. Why would Chaos Wild Ox be willing to join in? If he were from the ancient wilderness, he wouldn't be in any danger. Besides, he's not like others who want to overturn the world. Is there some hidden secret? In addition to this information, the leaves also recorded some information about this formation and the realm. This realm was created by the great lord of natural disasters using a realm seed. From the very beginning, the Chaos Wild Ox injected it with primordial wild thunder. Although the realm is not large, it is of an extremely high level and only a craftsman can support this large formation. Because of the existence of the original desolate thunder, the realm has lost the possibility of giving birth to life and can only be regarded as a formation plate. The advantage is that the level is high enough and it is not easy to be discovered by the Tao. Lin Moyu rearranged a teleportation array in the realm, so if he wanted to come back here in the future, he could use this teleportation array. After completely hiding the realm, Lin Moyu truly returned to the chaos. Not far away, a solitary chaos ping was floating in the void. He was released and escaped a disaster, and is currently in a dormant state. Lin Moyu got Xiaoping out. Your people have been rescued. Seeing this, Xiaoping shouted happily, "Thank you, Dad." Lin Moyu said, I've asked around, and it was you who tried to provoke him back then, and he slaughtered most of you, so don't even think about seeking revenge. Xiaoping shook his head vigorously. I never thought about it at all. That guy is too terrifying. We are no match for him. Our ancestors also said not to think about revenge. Lin Moyu chuckled. Your clan is truly bold. Not only are you seeking the position of Great Venerable, you're also thinking of dealing with the Chaos Wild Ox. I don't know what you're thinking. Xiaoping said, I don't know either. Our ancestors didn't tell us, perhaps because they didn't want us to know. If it weren't for this accident, this memory might have been sealed forever. Lin Moyu asked, what are you going to do next? Xiaoping flew to his tribesmen and spewed out a ball of gray air from his mouth. The air enveloped his tribesmen and helped them recover. A moment later, Xiaoping returned. This is all I can do to help him recover faster. This sleep will probably last quite a while, at least 10,000 years. As long as nothing unexpected happens during this time, he'll be able to recover. Lin Moyu thought about it and drew a formation to hide this piece of void. Chaos is vast, and it is normal that no living creatures have passed through this area in 10,000 years. Even if it passes through the protection of Lin Moyu's formation, it is not certain that they will find anything. Finally, he asked Xiaoping to leave a message in the formation, and then the two left. Continuing with the East Pole Dragon Python leading the way, Lin Moyu prepared to return to the Central Region. Xiaoping asked, after we return to the Central Region, where will we go next? Lin Moyu said, this trip to the Eastern Pole went smoothly. I plan to go to the North Pole after returning. Xiaoping was a little puzzled. Why choose the Arctic? Lin Moyu said, the West Pole is too far. Both the South Pole and the North Pole are options, but the South Pole might erupt into a war with the Central Region, and I don't want to get involved. So, let's go to the North Pole first. If the Antarctic War is over by the time I return, I'll go to Antarctica. If it's not over yet, I'll go to the West first. If that doesn't work, I can go to the upper and lower realms first. We have to visit the remaining 3 poles anyway, so the order doesn't matter. We can just go wherever is more convenient. Lin Moyu was very casual about this, and the Great Lord of Natural Disasters seemed to be the same, and there was no order requirement for these formations. Anyway, Lin Moyu is just going there to control the formation, so it doesn't matter who comes earlier or later. The last time Lin Moyu spied on the conversation between the Great Venerable, he learned that the Great War between the extreme regions and the Chaos had internal reasons. He also realized that not every Great Lord was on the same side as the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The Great Master of Dongji was just a bystander, neither participating nor opposing. No one knows what the situation is with the other 3 Great Masters, and it is hard to say whether they are enemies or friends. People's hearts are complicated and changeable. Even if they were comrades in arms in the past, after so many years, things have changed and people have changed, and they may not necessarily be comrades in arms anymore. Therefore, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters will not leave this information, and you need to judge for yourself. Lin Moyu's only concern now is that his strength is not strong enough. If the Chaos Bull he encountered this time changes, he will be in great danger and won't even have a chance to escape. But if you want to increase your strength, it won't happen overnight. It seems we need to be more prepared for this trip to the Arctic. Xiaoshu is currently in a deep sleep. His aura is growing stronger and stronger, and seems to have surpassed mine. Perhaps when he wakes up, I'll be able to provide him with more help. But one's own strength comes first. It's just too difficult. It takes time to accumulate, and it can't be achieved overnight. The Eastern Pole Dragon Python broke through the void again and again, gradually approaching the cross-domain teleportation array. Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed, and he thought, oh. What's wrong? Xiaoping didn't know what happened or why it stopped suddenly. Lin Moyu whispered, someone is following us. Xiaoping didn't feel anything at all, but since Lin Moyu said there was someone, there must be one. Xiaoping has unconditional and complete trust in Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked the Dongji Dragon Python, but he didn't sense it either. Lin Moyu believed in his feelings. A sense of danger had just risen in his soul. If he continued to move in this direction, there would be danger. After stopping, the feeling of danger did not disappear, but became even stronger. Lin Moyu felt as if an invisible net was enveloping him. But in reality, he found nothing. Xiaoping said, "Let me try." Xiaoping's whole body glowed with light, and a large amount of gray gas spewed out of his mouth. The gray gas merged into the chaos and disappeared. He snorted as he explained, "Because we were cursed by the Great Lord, we've basically been acting alone for many years. Acting alone in the chaos is dangerous, so we've learned how to avoid danger. The air I emit can cover an area of tens of millions of miles in a short period of time and can penetrate deep into space. If there is anyone within this range, I will be able to sense it." The gas ejected by Xiaoping has no other function except sensing whether there is someone at 450. Perhaps as the Chaos Lone Peng, they are used to being alone. They don't have many friends and instinctively choose to retreat when they see everyone. The curse of the Great Lord not only restricted their race, but also changed their thinking to a certain extent. After spraying the air, Xiaoping carefully sensed it. After a moment, Xiaoping said, "There are living beings in the deep space." He pointed in a direction, but there was nothing there. There are many chaotic creatures that can move freely in deep space, and the most common one in Dongji is the Dongji dragon python. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and several Dongji dragon pythons flew out and flew towards the direction Xiaoping pointed. They dived into the deep space like diving into a river, and Lin Moyu's sight also connected to it synchronously. The deep space is like a dream bubble, with all kinds of colors flying before your eyes, shining brightly. Compared to the monotonous chaotic void, deep space is much more gorgeous. No one knows how many layers there are in the chaotic space. In some places, the space is very thick and has many layers, while in some places, the space is weak and has fewer layers. The gaps between spaces make the space thick and heavy. Only after understanding space to a certain extent can one understand the complexity of space. Many practitioners, only know that there is deep space, but do not know how to enter deep space. Lin Moyu can also enter deep space with his understanding of space, but he is not as talented as Dongji Longmeng. The Dongji dragon python shuttled through layer after layer of space and arrived at the area pointed out by Xiaoping. After a brief search, it saw 10 Dongji dragon pythons that had reached the minor stage of Chaos Realm. "It's the Dongji dragon python." Lin Moyu immediately understood what was going on. The fact that he had killed the black dragon python must have been known to the other Dongji dragon pythons. The Dongji dragon python had 8 perfect ancestors, and they named themselves Tiandi Xianwang Universe Hong Wang. I don't know where they heard these 8 words, but they each took one and called it Shui, learning. Among them, the black dragon python had been killed by himself. When the black dragon python died, his bloodline power returned to the tribe and was divided among other tribesmen. There may also be tribesmen who, with the power of the black dragon python's bloodline, enter the realm of perfection and become the new ancestor of the eastern extreme dragon python. Likewise, the other 7 Dongji dragon pythons who had reached the perfection realm already knew that the black dragon python had been killed. They might be able to sense it, track me all the way, and eventually lock onto me. The Dongji dragon python was able to survive in the chaos and become a not-too-weak race. They must have their own means of survival. This time, the eastern pole dragon python was tracking him, and the leader was most likely an ancestor in the perfect realm, and there was even a high possibility that there was more than one. Facing a strong man in the perfect state, Lin Moyu did not have a good solution for the time being, and he had already used up all his strength to kill the black dragon python. Lin Moyu was also not worried. If the other party really dared to come, he could fight him. If only one comes, I might be able to defeat him, but if 2 come, it might be a bit troublesome. This eastern extreme dragon python, which was only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, had been following him all the way, but it was only following him from a distance, probably waiting for other members of the tribe to come. The most important thing should be to wait for the ancestor of the perfect state to come. In this case, Lin Moyu will naturally not wait foolishly. With a slight thought, the two resurrected Dongji dragon pythons immediately pounced forward and started killing each other. Lin Moyu continued to move forward towards the cross-domain formation. If he wanted to track me, he would have to pay a price, and that price was his life. When traveling through the void, undead servants were summoned and flew in all directions. Although the undead servants could not stop the opponent, their number was large enough to disrupt the opponent's vision. At the same time, the remaining resurrected beings and their undead servants flew in all directions. Lin Moyu judged that the reason why the other party was able to track him was most likely because of these Dongji dragon pythons. Although these guys have become resurrected, there is probably still some connection within their blood, so they can become the coordinates for the other party to track. Otherwise, it would be so difficult to find yourself in the vast chaos. Soon the undead servants sent a message that they had encountered the Eastern Dragon Python and were fighting each other. At the same time, Lin Moyu's sense of danger suddenly weakened significantly. His operation was effective and it could interfere with the opponent's vision. But this is not a temporary solution. Lin Moyu is getting closer and closer to the cross-domain formation and is about to enter it. By then, with the help of the cross-domain formation, he will be invincible and can fight when he wants and leave when he wants. The cross-domain formation is so powerful that it cannot be dealt with by a few perfect masters. Suddenly, waves rolled up in the space, and the overlapping spaces were artificially lifted up, causing a tsunami to fall down in the area. Lin Moyu, who was originally traveling through space, was forced to retreat and return to the chaotic void. A tremendous force spread out in the chaotic void, a powerful aura surged, and someone was fighting fiercely. A powerful force affected the space, causing it to become chaotic and unable to travel further. "Dad, over there." Xiaoping pointed forward. About tens of millions of miles away from them, a great battle was going on. 3 cultivators who had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm were fighting against the Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons. There were more Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons, and the ones leading them were also 3 cultivators who had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm. They used their spatial talents, and with the assistance of other Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons, they took the initiative. But the cultivators are not weak either, and they can still maintain the balance for the time being. These cultivators seem to be from the central region. Should we help them? Lin Moyu glanced at the battlefield. Both sides of the battle were at the peak of the Chaos Realm, and there was no perfect strongman. Then Lin Moyu looked further away. In the even further distance, he could faintly sense the aura of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python, and the space was also affected. The Eastern Extreme Dragon Python has used its talents to occupy this area. Coincidentally, the cross-domain formation was drawn in this area. Lin Moyu glanced at the array he had made. The array was flashing with light but could not be used. This space was already in chaos, and he couldn't use the formation disk to teleport himself directly back to the cross-domain formation. Now he could only rush forward. The soul-breaking needle appeared in his hand and disappeared with a ray of light. The next moment, a scream was heard, and a Chaos Realm Great Perfection Eastern Extreme Dragon Python fell on the spot. Lin Moyu acted in panic and used the soul-breaking needle to directly kill a Chaos Realm Great Perfection Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. At the same time, he pointed his finger and said, "Corpse exploded." With a loud bang, the remaining 2 Chaos Realm Great Perfection Dongji Dragon Pythons were blown to death on the spot. Less than half a second after Lin Moyu made his move, 3 Chaos Realm humans transformed into Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons had already fallen. As long as there are corpses, killing them is like eating and drinking water. Lin Moyu even felt that if he could possess an infinitely powerful corpse, he could even kill Tao in seconds. Of course, it's just a thought. A large number of undead servants flew out and rushed towards the remaining Dongji Dragon Pythons with great momentum. At this moment, the 3 cultivators from the central region had not yet fully reacted. I was fighting well, but my opponent suddenly died. Walk! Lin Moyu let out a low roar and flew forward, spreading his wings of chaos, stirring up a chaotic wind, while at the same time he summoned the Chaos Sky Formation Disk. The chaotic sky formation unfolded, and combined with the wings of chaos, it turned the space in this area into a paste. Anyway, the Dongji Dragon Python has already blocked the space, and even his teleportation array is ineffective, so let's completely mess up the space and stop everyone from playing. The void was in chaos, but the cross-domain formation was still hidden in the deep space and did not emerge. The cross-domain formation is at such a high level that it is almost a space of its own, unaffected by the outside world. But the problem now is that if I want to enter the cross-domain formation, I have to get within 10,000 miles. If the space were more chaotic, even 10,000 miles might not be enough. If that doesn't work, then let's reveal the cross-domain formation. At worst, we can just change places. Lin Moyu thought to himself that as the master of the cross-domain formation, he could completely control the cross-domain formation to change its position. Flying at the fastest speed in the chaotic void, the Dongji Dragon Python's spatial talent has lost its effect at this moment. The three cultivators from the central region also reacted. They simultaneously followed the instructions of the formation disk and flew towards the cross-domain formation. The surrounding Dongji Dragon Pythons had been targeted by the undead servants and had no time to take care of them. A hissing sound was heard, followed by a deafening dragon roar. A sharp sword tore through the void and flew towards them, dragging a bright and dazzling tail flame. Wherever the sword passed, the chaotic space returned to peace. The greatest treasure of the realm. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this sharp sword was a treasure from the realm. The sword exuded a strong spatial aura and should be the magic weapon of a perfect ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. In the tail flame, an extremely huge Eastern Dragon Python revealed its figure, and a powerful pressure of satisfaction came towards him. It's coming so fast. Lin Moyu is still tens of millions of miles away from the cross-domain formation. Under normal circumstances, tens of thousands of miles is just a very short distance and can be passed in the blink of an eye. But now, these tens of millions of miles are quite difficult. The perfect ancestor of the Eastern Pole Dragon Python revealed his true form, transforming into a gigantic dragon python with a body length of 1 million meters, and its giant tail swept across the void. The terrifying force tore the space apart, and the three Central Region practitioners who were in the front were blown away with screams. With terrified faces, they quickly retreated in an attempt to escape. Facing a strong person in the perfect state, they have no chance of winning and can only escape. However, the space here is chaotic, and if they have any means of saving their lives, they are probably no longer effective. The sword flashed, and the treasure of the realm tore through space and flew over the three people, causing them to scream again. This sword did not kill them, but it left them seriously injured. The three of them tried their best to escape, but it was hard to say whether they could escape. The three of them blocked most of the force, and Lin Moyu's wings of chaos vibrated violently, offsetting the remaining force. He only retreated 1,000 miles before stopping. "Who is this?" Lin Moyu asked in a low voice. He was asking the resurrected person in front of him. As a member of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python clan who had reached the Chaos Realm, he must know the other party's identity. "Master, he is Hongzhu. In the vast universe of heaven and earth, the Hongzhu among the 8 ancestors is named Hong Longwen." Lin Moyu looked at Hongzhu with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This guy seemed to be a bit stronger than the Black Dragon Python, especially his realm treasure, which seemed to be very difficult to deal with. Hong Longming looked at Lin Moyu, shock in his huge eyes. "You actually manipulated him." Hong Longming was not only shocked that Lin Moyu could control his own family members, but also had a strong murderous intent. Lin Moyu did not answer. The other party was a powerful and perfect being, and most things could not be hidden from him. Instead of talking, you might as well think about how to deal with him. After all, he is not like the Black Dragon Python, who is currently in his prime, so it is not easy to kill him. It's not that he can't be killed, but it's more troublesome to kill him, and Lin Moyu is worried that other powerful and perfect people will come. Therefore, the best option is to directly enter the cross-domain formation and find a way to break through. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't speak, Han Longmang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the shadow of a boundary appeared, and the surrounding area retreated to the minister of the shadow of the boundary. The shadow of the realm reflected billions of miles, and a magic weapon like a mirror rose up in it. Lin Moyu found that gray air was rising from his body. 0. Requesting flowers. Cause and effect? The gray gas does not belong to him, it is just a manifestation of cause and effect. It is a magic weapon in the other party's realm that can mobilize the power of cause and effect. The gray gas rose and condensed into the shape of a black dragon python. Han Longmang roared, "You killed Lao Xian." Lin Moyu didn't expect that the other party actually had such a magic weapon. Since the other party already knew, there was nothing more to say. Lin Moyu's aura increased sharply. Sublimation. In the blink of an eye, he advanced from the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm to the major success stage, and his undead servants were also approaching the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm. Although it is still far from perfection, at least the combat power has been increased many times. The key is that Lin Moyu's realm has been improved. After the sublimation, the wings of chaos have become stronger, and the space has become more chaotic when it moves. 0.0. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. Winds of Chaos. Lin Moyu used all his strength to instantly send out thousands of palm strikes, palm prints powerful enough to destroy the world, rushing towards Han Longmang. The wings of chaos blew up the wind of chaos, and curses fell one after another. Han Longmang said with disdain, "You are not self-experienced." The shadow of the realm burst out with strong light. Han Longmang waved his dragon claws, and the sharp sword light cut through Lin Moyu's great Tao-destroying world palm. The curse fell silently on Han Longmang. Han Longmang's body trembled slightly and became dazed for a moment. The body exploded. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the bodies of the two Chaos Realm Great Perfection Dongji dragon pythons that had been killed before were turned into powder at the same time. At the same time, an extremely powerful force of faith erupted, and hundreds of drops of ancestral water in Lin Moyu's hands turned into smoke. It has been a long time since I used the power of faith and ancestral water. This time, facing a powerful and perfect person in his prime, I had to use them. With the triple blessing of sublimation, the power of faith, and ancestral water, the power of the corpse exploding was pushed to the extreme. Boom! 2 explosions landed on Han Longmang at the same time, and Han Longmang screamed in pain as his skin and flesh were torn apart. He didn't even know where the attack came from, it just exploded inside his body. The soul is wounded and the body is torn apart. 3 Eastern Extreme Dragon Pythons rushed out. They were the resurrected ones of Lin Moyu, and they had not taken action until this moment. Just like when they dealt with the Black Dragon Python, they rushed into the shadow of the Han Dragon Python's domain and exploded directly. At this moment, Han Long Python had not yet recovered from the explosion of the corpse, and by the time he discovered it, it was too late. Several large holes were blown out in the realm, and even more tragic screams resounded throughout the void. He was injured, his realm was damaged, and the ancestor of the perfect state who was so majestic a second ago now found himself in trouble. Once Lin Moyu started, he had no intention of stopping. Undead servants appeared in overwhelming numbers and surrounded Han Longmang. Screams were mixed with roars, sword lights flew back from afar, and Han Long Python recalled the treasure of his realm. The 3 cultivators from the central region escaped at the last moment and saved the area. They were so frightened that they didn't even dare to look back, and fled from this troubled place as quickly as possible. Han Longmang controlled the treasure of the realm, slashing out endless sword light, and a large number of undead servants were killed. But there were too many undead servants, and they could be resurrected after being killed, so Han Long Python couldn't kill them all at once. Lin Moyu was now flying towards the boundary formation. He had done everything he could. The Han Long Python was injured and weakened, and its combat power was greatly reduced. Now that he is surrounded by undead servants, it is difficult for them to kill him. But if I want to kill him, it won't be easy either. It would be best for me to leave before other perfect ancestors arrive. Roaring continuously, Han Longmeng controlled the treasure of the realm and attacked Lin Moyu again and again, but was blocked by the undead servants every time. The Wings of Chaos continuously cast curses, and regardless of whether it is useful or not, the impact point is 1 point. Lin Moyu was getting closer and closer to the cross-domain formation, and he would arrive in a short while. Suddenly, Lin Moyu frowned as a powerful aura flew over from afar. Another perfect ancestor came, and Lin Moyu saw a little light from afar. The other party also used the blessing of the realm, tore apart the chaotic space, and shuttled over. Xiaoping shouted, "Watch me!" He spread out a large amount of blood and essence, which condensed into a palm-sized chaos python. "Ancestor, save me!" Xiaoping shouted loudly, and a powerful aura suddenly rose from his blood. A terrifying python emerged from the blood essence. Lin Moyu felt the power of time. The blood essence sprayed out by Xiaoping summoned his ancestors from time. It was unknown whether it was his talent or magic. In short, the summoned ancestors are very strong, at least in the perfect state. However, this summoned ancestor only has the power of one strike. The summoned ancestor rushed forward, and the dragon python ancestor who was rushing over was blown away. But it only knocked him away, without even causing any injuries. In the blink of an eye, the opponent once again controlled the realm treasure to attack. Han Longmeng roared, "Old you, kill him quickly." He killed old Xian. Xiaoping sighed, "I'm too weak, I can only do this." Lin Moyu nodded, "That's enough." As he spoke, he took out the cause-seeking ring and said, "There is a result but no cause. For the next half hour, I will not be harmed." The cause-seeking loop is activated, and the power of cause and effect permeates. The cause-seeking ring is one of Lin Moyu's trump cards. It is extremely useful and can be used to avoid danger or fight against enemies. Moreover, the effect of the cause-seeking ring is very unreasonable. As long as you can withstand the backlash it brings, it is almost a heaven-defying existence and can be called a cheating device. However, Lin Moyu can be resurrected again and again, and the seeking cause ring in his hands becomes an extremely terrifying thing. Now Lin Moyu knows that his strength is not enough, and he cannot use the seeking cause ring recklessly. He can only use some unreasonable causes and effects, at least within the range he can bear. The backlash force surged, and before the cause and effect could be established, Lin Moyu's body shattered into pieces. But he was resurrected in the next breath, and then shattered into pieces again. Lin Moyu endured death and rebirth again and again in silence. Xiaoping seemed to have gotten used to his father being like this. He also flew towards the destination silently with Lin Moyu. Summoning the ancestors just now had some effect and delayed some time, but it also consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, Xiaoping's breath was a little weak. After all, he was only half a step into chaos. To be able to summon an ancestor of the perfect realm to attack him, the amount of essence and blood consumed was extremely astonishing, and it would take a long time to recover. The newly arrived Yulongmeng saw Lin Moyu experiencing life and death from afar. For a moment he was a little confused and didn't know what Lin Moyu was doing. But it didn't matter. He stretched out his claws and slapped Lin Moyu. The treasure of the realm above his head burst into a rosy glow. A giant claw crossed the void and fell towards Lin Moyu's head. Lin Moyu had just completed his rebirth, and when he saw the giant claw, he immediately put Xiaopingnu into the storage space. It doesn't matter if he gets hit, at most he'll die one more time, but Xiaoping can't do that. The powerful master used the realm treasure to attack with astonishing power. Lin Moyu was hit in the gap between the freshmen and was beaten to ashes on the spot. But before the two dragon pythons could be happy for even half a second, a purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu had already been resurrected. Then he died again. The backlash of the Xuanin ring was still not over. Lin Moyu was not dead enough. Yulong Python used the realm treasure to join the attack, killing Lin Moyu again and again. Lin Moyu died 70 or 80 times before the backlash from the Seeking Cause ring was finally exhausted, leaving him with no results. A strange aura rose from Lin Moyu's body, just as Yulong Python's new attack arrived. Lin Moyu did nothing as the attack was suddenly affected by some external force and disappeared into the void. Huh? Yulongming was very confused. What was happening before his eyes puzzled him? But no matter how confused he was, he didn't stop and continued to attack. He was really angry after killing Lin Moyu for so long. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lin Moyu. But the second attack, just like the previous one, suddenly disappeared when it approached Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled. The cause-seeking ring had not disappointed him. Once the cause and effect were established, he would be invincible for the next half hour. He can attack others, but others' attacks cannot hurt him. Unless... Lin Moyu guessed that the power of the seeking cause ring should belong to another level, the same level as the Tao. Unless someone with the same level of power attacks me, even a great master will be helpless against me. Lin Moyu didn't care where the Yulong Python's attacks went or how the Xuan'an ring protected him from harm. As long as it was useful, it was fine. He ignored the attack of Yulong Python and flew towards the location of the cross-domain formation with the wings of chaos. At the same time, he put away all his undead servants. Because of the Seeking Cause ring, he was invincible within half an hour and no longer needed to drag the Honglong Python. He let the two of them attack without hesitation, because they couldn't hurt him at all. This showed Lin Moyu's confidence and also his faith in Zunyanhuan. Attacks came one after another, and without exception, they all disappeared when they approached Lin Moyu. The two powerful and accomplished beings, the ancestors of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python, could not figure it out and had no idea what was going on. What the hell? What on earth did this guy do? Why did this happen? I don't know, this guy has a secret. The two of them roared, but to no avail. Roar. Suddenly, a beast roared, and a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the void. The space shattered, and a strange breath came out from the broken space. It's the breath of ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu's heart moved. How could the aura of Gulai appear here? He suddenly thought of the attacks on him. It seemed as if they were being sucked away by space, as if they had fallen into a dimensional crack. Could it be that he had gone to the ancient wilderness? As soon as the thought came to mind, the void completely shattered, everything became chaotic, even the deepest space turned to powder. Spatial turbulence rushed out like a tsunami, and huge whirlpools appeared at the same time. Lin Moyu had no time to react before he was sucked in. How so? In the vortex, Lin Moyu was spinning uncontrollably, and so were his thoughts. He didn't understand what happened. Did the cause-seeking loop fail? The cause-seeking ring did not fail, and he was indeed not injured. He could feel the astonishing power contained in the vortex, but strangely, it did not hurt him. The chaotic space was shattered, completely shattered, more completely than one could have imagined. There were countless layers of space, piled up one after another, and it was shattered to pieces. It's like glass being broken into pieces and then crushed into powder, with not even the powder left. It was the first time that Lin Moyu saw space being broken into such a shape. As far as he knew, the deepest layer of the chaotic space was filled with spatial turbulence. It is not the kind of spatial turbulence in the realm or the big world. The spatial turbulence in the deepest layer of chaos gathers the power of a large amount of chaos rules, and it is extremely chaotic, with an astonishing destructive power of 7 or 8 countries. Even a species with spatial talent like the Dongji dragon python cannot move freely in spatial turbulence. Being able to survive in it is already very remarkable, and it will not last too long. As for what lies behind the spatial turbulence, perhaps only the great master knows. Today, Lin Moyu finally saw that there were many whirlpools behind the spatial turbulence. And under the vortex, there seems to be a giant beast. Just now, because of the Xuan'an ring, the attacks of Honglong Python and Yulong Python all passed through the broken space and fell on this giant beast. Then the giant beast became angry, crushed the space and sucked itself in. Not only himself, but all the Dongji dragon pythons around him were sucked in without exception, and even the two perfect powerful ones, Honglong Python and Yulong Python, were not spared. Even at the last moment, Lin Moyu saw the cross-domain formation. The cross-domain formation slowly emerged from the shattered void, with its defenses fully activated, and cracks appeared again in the formation that had just been repaired. A previous mystery was suddenly solved. The reason why the cross-domain formation was broken seemed to be related to this giant beast. What is the origin of this giant beast? Spinning in the vortex, Lin Moyu tried hard to keep his mind clear. Besides the whistling sound, there were some other sounds coming faintly. He listened carefully and identified the source of the sound. Those were screams, mixed with dragon roars, coming from the eastern pole dragon python. The Dongji dragon pythons that were sucked in with him seemed to be dead, and there were many of them dead. The vortex was spinning faster and faster, and Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that he was about to reach the end of the vortex. As the speed increased, the scene in front of me became clearer, and I could vaguely see the situation outside the vortex. I could only feel it before, but now I can see it with my naked eyes. The rotation speed was getting faster and faster, and the picture of the outside world became clearer and clearer. He saw the whirlpools, and there were broken bones floating in those whirlpools. The Dongji dragon python that was sucked in with him was torn into pieces by the power in the vortex, not only its body but also its soul, and died in a very miserable way. It's them. Lin Moyu saw that there were 2 whirlpools, and 2 Dongji dragon pythons were still alive, namely Honglong python and Yulong python. They were struggling, as if trying to break free from the whirlpool, but their struggle was of no avail. The power in the vortex was torturing them, pieces of flesh were being cut off, and blood was flying in the vortex. They howled in pain, but it was useless, the power in the vortex was beyond their ability to resist. Screams came one after another. Lin Moyu listened carefully and found that it was not just screams, but also seemed to be saying something. Shadow. Beast. Black. Shortage. The voice was intermittent, but Lin Moyu still heard some information. They called out the giant beast's name, as if begging for mercy, but unfortunately the beast ignored them. Lin Moyu finally knew that this giant beast was called the Wild Black Shadow Beast. Lin Moyu didn't know whether it was right or not, but at least these 2 guys called it that. Under the tearing of the vortex, Han Long Yulongmeng was ultimately unable to move. 1 minute before reaching the finish line, their bodies and souls were torn to pieces. Lin Moyu clearly sensed the annihilation of their aura and even saw their realm shattered. 2 powerful and accomplished men died just like that, their deaths were unclear. Lin Moyu mourned for them for 3 breaths, and at the same time pondered a question: why did this happen? What method did Zun Yinhuan use to avoid all harm? He believes that everything has a cause and effect, and everything has a root that can be found, and nothing can come out of nothing. No matter how hard it is to find the cause, it cannot escape this basic law. So just now, the desolate black shadow beast should have been there, otherwise their attacks would not have been able to pass through space and land on the desolate black shadow beast. Since the wild black shadow beast is there, we can also infer why the cross-domain formation was broken. If you want to break the cross-domain formation, unless the Great Venerable takes action, ordinary perfect strongmen simply cannot do it. Then with the presence of the wild black shadow beast, everything can be explained. Finally reaching the end of the vortex, at the moment of escaping the vortex, Lin Moyu suddenly woke up with a cough. The strange breath that hit me went straight into my soul, and it was difficult for my soul to adapt for a while, causing me to get a stitch in the side. Ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu coughed and was shocked at the same time. This breath came from the ancient wilderness. It was not the breath of chaos and ancient wilderness mixed in the wasteland, but the breath that truly belonged to the ancient wilderness. I actually came to the ancient wilderness. Even if he didn't believe it, Lin Moyu had to admit at this moment that he had most likely entered the ancient wilderness. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Lin Moyu looked up and saw a huge monster that was only slightly smaller than the boundary passing by. It flew forward with a black light, seemingly slowly but actually quickly disappearing into the darkness. It was the wild black shadow beast. He left silently, completely ignoring himself. After all, I am too insignificant to this kind of existence. Lin Moyu didn't want to call him either. If this guy turned out to be cruel, he would be in trouble. I went directly from Dongji to the ancient wilderness, which was caused by the Black Shadow Beast. I don't know how much distance I have crossed. Anyone with such strength, even if he is not a great master, is not much different. Lin Moyu didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the desolate Black Shadow Beast completely disappeared from his perception. Now he had two choices in the ancient wilderness. One is to directly search for the formation left by the great lord of natural disasters in the ancient wilderness, which is to make the best of it. 5.4 The second is to return to chaos. He now controls 3 large formations, which are weakly connected to each other. With this connection, he can find the direction. As for how far the distance is and how long it will take, I don't know. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone in his eyes, and then countless rays of light shot out from afar, covering the sky. Before Lin Moyu could react, the brilliant rays of light had already passed by him like an infinite sword and flew into the distance. I was lucky and was not hit by any of the light. The power of these lights is strong enough to tear oneself into pieces, and one might die more than once. Fortunately, the cost-seeking loop was still working, and I escaped safely without getting hurt. The ancient wilderness is very dangerous. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of this sentence, it is indeed very dangerous. He immediately took out the Dewey boat and sat in it. With the protection of the Dewey boat, his safety was greatly increased. He lifted Xiaoping up again and called out, "Do you know the wild Black Shadow Beast?" Wild Black Shadow Beast? Xiaoping was searching his bloodline memory. The bloodline memory accumulated over countless years contained a huge amount of information, and it would take some time to search carefully. After some searching, Xiaoping shook his head. There's no information about the desolate Black Shadow Beast. There's only something called the desolate Black Shadow Beast. Wild Black Shadow Beast, Wild Black Shadow Beast, the latter seems to sound more pleasant. Xiaoping gave a brief description of the Black Shadow Beast, and Lin Moyu knew that he had made a mistake. The voices heard from Honglong Python and Yulong Python were intermittent, and there was something wrong with their arrangement and combination. It turned out that the real name of this giant beast was the Black Shadow Wild Beast. The Black Shadow Wild Beast is a strange giant beast that was born in the ancient wilderness and lives in the deepest part of space. They roam in the turbulence of space, and it is said that they can reach the deepest areas of space, which is a place that even the great masters cannot reach. Only they know what lies in the deepest layer of space. They rarely appear on weekdays. They are like the shadows of chaos and ancient desolation, lurking quietly. But it is undeniable that they are very powerful, second only to the Great Venerable, and better than the vast majority of perfect strong men. It is said that a great master once wanted to hunt them, but ultimately failed because they could transform into shadows and penetrate into the deepest part of space, which the great master could not reach. Chaos Solitary Peng had once plotted against them. Chaos Solitary Peng's ancestors believed that the Black Shadow Wild Beast held a great secret. If they could capture it and study its secrets, they would gain the power to rival the Great Venerable. But in the end, they failed. Several hunting attempts ended in failure, and the Chaos Lone Peng clan also paid a price for it. This race seemed to have a habit of courting death, having provoked the Great Venerable, the Chaos Wild Bull, and the Black Shadow Wild Beast. I guess there are others besides these, and each one of them is someone they can't afford to provoke, but they all provoke them. Lin Moyu felt that it was a miracle that the Chaos Lone Peng clan had survived until now. In the chaos, such a troublemaking race would have been extinct countless times. Because he had planned to kill the Black Shadow Wild Beast, Chaos Lone Peng knew a lot about it and kept relatively detailed records of it. Lin Moyu finally confirmed that the cross-domain formation was broken by the Black Shadow Lai Beast. The Dark Shadow Beasts usually live in the deepest part of space, but they have a hobby, which is to eat origin insects, especially powerful origin insects. In the core of the cross-domain formation, there is a primordial worm that has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. It is already considered the top powerhouse among primordial worms. In the eyes of the Black Shadow Wild Beast, it is a supreme delicacy. However, the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters continued to extract the power of the origin bug and transmitted it to an unknown place in space. During this process, he was captured by the Black Shadow Beast. Just like a hungry wolf smelling a scent, the Black Shadow Beast just came over. Unfortunately, he still failed. The cross-domain formation was too strong. He broke the cross-domain formation into pieces, but still failed to damage the real core of the cross-domain formation. In the core of the cross-domain formation lies the formation left behind by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. If we really attack there, it will definitely lead to a strong counterattack. The Black Shadow Beast may have sensed danger, so it finally stopped, but it may have been unwilling to give up, so it stayed near the cross-domain formation. And he is always in the deepest space, and no one has discovered his existence. As for why the origin worm came to the cross-domain formation, it is possible that the origin worm found it on its own, or it may have been brought here by the Black Shadow Wild Beast. This is not important. This time, the Black Shadow Beast was affected by the Seeking Cause ring and was attacked by the two ancestors of the Eastern Extreme Dragon Python. It then became angry and crushed the entire area. He even penetrated the space, passed through the deepest layer of the chaotic space, and reached the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu expressed his understanding of the Black Shadow Beast's actions. In fact, the most interesting thing in the whole thing is space. The deepest part of the chaotic space is spatial turbulence. Even if one has spatial talent, it is difficult to survive and move in the deepest spatial turbulence. Only special creatures like the Black Shadow Wild Beast, or Great Masters, can enter the turbulent space. And going deeper, even the Great Venerable didn't know what was behind the space turbulence. After all, the Great Venerable couldn't reach there, because that was the territory of the Black Shadow Wild Beast. This time, he had the opportunity to enter the deepest part of space and directly enter the ancient wilderness from chaos, which made him think. What kind of structure is chaos and ancient wilderness? Why is the deepest part of chaos connected to the ancient wilderness? Lin Moyu was puzzled, as this problem seemed beyond his understanding. Xiaoping looked at Lin Moyu puzzledly. "Father, what are you thinking about?" Lin Moyu said, "I'm wondering whether we should go to the ancient wilderness or return to the chaos through the process of cultivation." Xiaoping acted like he was being obedient and said, "I always listen to my father." Although Lin Moyu is very curious about the ancient wilderness, he is too weak now and can only move around in the ancient wilderness with the help of the Dewey boat. If you leave the Dewey boat, there will be danger at any time. For safety reasons, you should return to chaos first. But now that I'm here, it seems a bit unwilling to go back like this. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly a loud noise was heard and the boat began to shake violently. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the situation outside the Dewey boat was immediately revealed. At some point, a huge insect appeared outside the Dewey boat. The insect looked like a centipede, but was much larger than a centipede, with a body length of more than 10,000 miles. There are countless insect legs like sharp blades on its body, which looks extremely scary. He seemed to be very interested in the boat. The pair of feet in front were tapping the boat gently. It can be seen that his movements were not heavy, but when they landed on the Dewey boat, they caused the boat to shake violently. It is conceivable that if these blows were to fall upon a human, even one at the state of perfection would feel uncomfortable. The ancient wilderness is indeed an extremely terrifying place, mysterious and unknown, and the perfect state is the basic condition for entering the ancient courtyard. If one only reaches the great perfection of the primal chaos realm, he will die at any time in the ancient wilderness. Xiaopeng said, "This creature seems to be called a thousand-legged insect. It is a very common creature in the ancient wasteland. Its strength is similar to that of a chaos realm great perfection, but its attack power is comparable to that of a chaos realm perfection." As it spoke, the thousand-legged insect seemed to lose its patience, and the power of its legs began to grow stronger, causing the ground in Dewey Mansion to shake more violently. However, Lin Moyu knew how powerful the Dewey boat was, and this level of attack could not hurt it. Seeing that it couldn't destroy the Dewey boat, the centipede became more and more angry and attacked more and more fiercely. Lin Moyu wanted to use the soul-severing needle, but it was not available for more than a day. Moreover, for some reason, the soul-breaking needle's aura was much weaker than usual, and its recovery speed was also slower. After leaving the chaos, the soul-severing needle's effect weakened. Lin Moyu realized that because he was in the ancient wilderness, the soul-breaking needle had lost the support of the great Tao rules in the chaos, and its power was greatly weakened. But at the same time, Lin Moyu also sensed something unusual. There seemed to be wisps of energy coming out of the soul-breaking needle and disappearing into the void, heading towards the central region. Before, this breath was hidden in the rules of the Chaos Avenue and I didn't even notice it. The owner of the aura was none other than the third elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance. This aura meant that the third elder could lock onto his position at any time using the soul-breaking needle, or even find a way to monitor him. Fortunately, I usually keep the soul-breaking needle in the storage space, and I believe that the storage space is enough to block the third elder's sensing dragon. He also believed that the third elder had no ill intentions, he was just annoying. The thousand-legged insect got tired of fighting and burst out with great strength, slashing out countless sharp lights with its feet. The Dewey boat was immediately blown away like a ball. The centipede did not give up. It caught up again and continued to chop at the Dewey boat. It treated the Dewey boat as a toy. Lin Moyu was helpless for a moment. He couldn't get out, and if he went out he would be struck to death. This is the helplessness of insufficient strength. Relying on external things is not a long-term solution. Xiaoping asked, "What should we do now?" Lin Moyu said, "Let him play for a while, he will get tired of it sooner or later." At this point, it seems that this is the only way. Suddenly, a rosy glow appeared in the distance, and the myriad rays of light that Lin Moyu had seen before came again. The centipede, which was playing with the Dewey boat as if it were a ball, screamed and turned to flee, but it seemed that it was still a step too slow and was passed by a ray of light. Amidst screams, 1/3 of his body was broken. The centipede dragged its injured body and fled quickly, not daring to stop for a moment. The rays of light also hit the Dewey boat, which was violently impacted and blown away with a deafening roar. Fortunately, the boat was strong enough and remained intact. Xiaoping was still terrified. These lights are called the Ancient Wasteland Divine Lights. We can encounter them at any time in the Ancient Wasteland. There's no pattern to them. The Ancient Desolate 020 Divine Light does not distinguish between friend and foe. Once hit by it, even those at the Perfect Realm will be in trouble. Lin Moyu asked, "Your ancestors must have suffered the same fate." The Chaos Lone Pung clan had been active in the ancient wilderness for a long time and knew a lot about things there, so they must be familiar with the ancient wilderness divine light. Xiaoping said, "Yes, our ancestors said there is only one way to deal with the ancient wilderness divine light, get out of the way immediately. The dangers in the ancient wilderness are numerous and varied, and what I have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. It seems that I am not qualified to move around in the ancient wilderness yet. Let's go back after the Dewey boat stabilizes." Lin Moyu made a decision in his heart. The Dewey boat was now hit by the ancient divine light and was still flying sideways, completely out of control. This feeling of being out of control made Lin Moyu feel very uncomfortable. "Owner." The voice of the little tree came from his soul, and Lin Moyu was delighted, and his thoughts turned to the soul world. In the soul world, the small tree that fell into a deep sleep after drinking the desolate water has woken up. This time the sleeping time was unexpectedly short, but the effect was extremely amazing. After waking up, the little tree exuded a powerful aura, which had already surpassed the great perfection of the Chaos Realm and was only one step away from perfection. Lin Moyu asked, "It seems that the effect of the wild water is very good." The little tree nodded. "The wild water has strengthened my roots." "You know these are wastelands?" Lin Moyu was surprised. "How did Xiaoshu know that?" Xiaoshu said, "Part of my memory has revived, so I know this is Huangshui." Lin Moyu asked, "What benefits have been brought by the scarcity of water?" Xiaoshu said, "Huangshui raised my power level and unlocked a seal on me, which contained some memories. More importantly, Mo Shui also restored part of my foundation." The wild water is crucial to me. It's something I need in my recovery. Xiao Shu used the word recovery twice. In other words, the desolate water is not an additional improvement, it is originally related to the small tree. Xiao Shu is not like Han Dunzi. Lin Moyu sometimes feels that Xiao Shu is very similar to himself, and the words he uses are more rigorous. Lin Moyu asked, "Have you fully recovered now?" The little tree shook his head. "Not yet. I still lack some things. Those things are in the ancient wilderness. I need the master to take me to the ancient wilderness to find them." Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. He was actually in the ancient wilderness. He immediately asked, "What is it?" Xiao Shu said, "It is my source soil. In my memory, I need 3 things to fully recover. One is the desolate water, the second is the chaos cauldron, and the third is the source soil. Put the source soil into the chaos cauldron, and it will fuse into the chaos divine soil I need. I will dig my roots into the chaos divine soil, and with the addition of desolate water, I will be able to truly recover." Chaos cauldron? Lin Moyu looked at the Jiuzhou ding beside the small tree. Could this be the chaos ding? Xiao Shu hummed, "That's it, but there is no source king inside it." Lin Moyu analyzed Xiao Shu's words. "According to what you said, you once possessed the chaos divine soil, but it was later split into 3. Xiao Shu shook his head and corrected Lin Moyu. "It was 1 divided into 6. The primal chaos divine soil was divided into 3, as was I. Later, I merged again, but the primal chaos divine soil has not yet been divided." Lin Moyu thought of the little tree's original predecessor, which was 3 balls of innate flames. Why go to so much trouble to divide the small tree into 6 parts? After thinking about it, there is only one reason, that is to avoid the Tao. What is the origin of the little tree, and what is its relationship with the great lord of natural disasters? Lin Moyu felt that the plan set by the great lord of natural disasters seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. Although he admired the plan of the great lord of natural disasters, he increasingly found that the plan of the great lord of natural disasters was slightly beyond his ability. This game was a bit too big, or maybe I still underestimated the great lord of natural disasters. Lin Moyu asked, "Then do you know where the source soil is?" Xiao Shu said, "In the depths of the ancient wilderness. I can't tell exactly where it is, but as long as I enter the ancient wilderness, I can sense it." Lin Moyu said, "We are now in the ancient wilderness." Xiao Shu's bright eyes couldn't help but shine. "Have we entered Gujian?" Lin Moyu hummed, "I accidentally entered the ancient wilderness. It's very dangerous here. I was just about to leave." Xiao Shu said, "It is indeed very dangerous. Master's current cultivation level is not suitable for Gu Huang. Then leave first and we will come back later." It was obvious that Xiao Shu really wanted to get the source soil, but considering Lin Moyu's current state, Xiao Shu still felt that safety was more important. The soul world twisted slightly, and a small gap appeared on the roots of the small tree, and Chaos Child flew out from it. He has been attached to the roots of a small tree recently, entering the chaos and absorbing the power of chaos. Now he suddenly comes back for some unknown reason. After Han Dunzi came back, he circled around Lin Moyu and shouted, "Master, Master, I feel the breath of the ancient wilderness." Looking at his funny look, Lin Moyu found it funny. Han Dunzi and Xiao Shu were almost 2 extremes. Han Dunzi has an eccentric personality, one might even say a little irritable, but fortunately he is reliable in his work and has never run into any problems. The little tree is quiet and steady, somewhat similar to himself. But this is good. The existence of Chaos Child adds some vitality to the soul world. Lin Moyu thought that Han Dunzi also seemed to have his memory sealed, and his identity was probably comparable to Xiao Shu's. After all, being able to integrate magic techniques, helping himself to achieve chaos, and creating chaos within his body all meant that he was extraordinary. Lin Moyu said, "We have indeed reached the ancient wilderness." Han Dunzi asked curiously, "Master, with your current state, you shouldn't be coming to the ancient wasteland. Did something unexpected happen?" Before Lin Moyu could say anything, Han Dunzi continued, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. As long as the Master can enter the ancient wasteland alive, it will be fine. Master, please let me out. I want to stay in the ancient wasteland for a while. Lin Moyu asked. Wait a moment? Hun Dunzi said, anyway, just wait for a while. I can't explain it in detail, but just wait for a while. Hun Dunzi couldn't explain why he wanted to stay in the ancient wilderness for a while, but since he asked for it, Lin Moyu would naturally satisfy him. After waiting for a while, the Dewey boat finally stabilized. Lin Moyu brought Hun Dunzi to the real world, and then carefully left the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu stood on the boat, ready to get back in at any time. With his current strength, he is almost unable to deal with any danger in the ancient wilderness. Although he is not afraid of death, it does not mean he is willing to die. Chaos Child flew out of Lin Moyu's hand, and he rushed into the ancient wilderness somewhat recklessly, as if he was not afraid of the dangers in the ancient wilderness at all. He is not ignorant, but has confidence in himself. Thinking that when the small tree just started to grow, its roots could break through the boundaries and penetrate into the chaos, absorbing power from the chaos and providing itself with endless soul power. Chaos Sons can also freely come and go between the Chaos and Soul worlds. This is their ability. This means that they all have the ability to travel through the void. As long as this ability exists, it will be difficult to trap them. After Chaos Child entered the ancient wilderness, a faint light bloomed, and Lin Moyu seemed to see a huge world emerging from the faint light. This is the world inside Chaos. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little surprised. He knew that there was a world within the Chaos Seed, and that this world was like a second Chaos, filled with chaotic energy, and he himself had also completed his transformation into Chaos through this. But he had never seen the world inside the Chaos Seer with his own eyes, and this was the first time he saw it. In the dim light, a huge vortex appeared in Han Dunzi's chaotic world, and a large amount of air in Tu Guhuan was sucked into it. Chaos Child's world was infused with the ancient aura, and the two merged with each other, and some wonderful changes began to occur. After the ancient desolate aura entered Chaos Child's world, it collided violently with the chaotic energy in the world. At the beginning, the chaotic energy had an absolute advantage, and the Lie energy was squeezed into a small corner. But as more and more ancient aura was inhaled, it began to fight back. The conflict between the two sides became more and more intense, and neither side gave in. Hun Dunzi's little face became distorted, which was very funny. Lin Moyu discovered that the ancient wilderness aura absorbed by Hun Dunzi was different from the original ancient wilderness aura. It seemed to have been transformed by Hun Dunzi into his appearance. This is just like the chaotic energy he absorbed. Some subtle changes will occur. After a fierce conflict, the chaotic energy and ancient desolate aura in the chaotic subworld seemed to have reached a certain balance. The conflict between the two sides actually began to gradually subside. The ancient and desolate aura firmly occupied the center of the world, while the chaotic aura surrounded it. Neither of them gave in, and the forms of their formation were constantly changing and not fixed. At their intersection, clearly defined areas appear. In addition, there are countless channels between the two sides, which are hidden very deeply, and their number is astonishing. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood the relationship between the chaos he was in and the ancient wilderness. Hun Dunzi demonstrated it to him personally. If he still couldn't understand it, then he would be too stupid. Both worlds are a combination of chaos and ancient wilderness. Although there are some differences, they are basically the same. No wonder, once you break through the deepest layer of the chaos space, you will reach the ancient wasteland. If you want to enter the ancient wasteland, you can go through the wasteland trace, you can go through the secret passage, or you can go directly from the deepest level of space. The ancient wilderness and chaos formed a clear map in Lin Moyu's mind. Combined with the previous arrangement of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, Lin Moyu had a clearer understanding of the locations of the 12 formations. After realizing this, Lin Moyu felt his aura gradually rising, and his cultivation had made a great step forward. Although he was still at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, he was much stronger than before. As he becomes stronger, his undead servants also become stronger. This time it is no longer based on realm, but will grow stronger along with yourself. The undead servant is almost out of the realm of half-step chaos and is very close to the small success of chaos. Sublimation. With a thought, he activated the sublimation, and the undead servant instantly entered the chaos realm. Before using sublimation, the undead servants were only infinitely close to the minor success of the chaos realm. This time, he had truly entered the chaos realm and achieved a minor level of success. This proved that Lin Moyu's feeling was correct, and his undead servants were indeed growing stronger along with him. Lin Moyu realized that the chaos realm was different from all the previous realms. Every bit of his progress would be immediately reflected, without having to wait for the changes of 10 major realms. After absorbing the ancient desolate energy for a long time, Chaos Child finally absorbed enough. He transformed into a Chaos Pearl and flew back, shouting excitedly, "Master, some of my memories have returned." "Zero, please give me flowers." Lin Moyu asked, "What memory did you recover?" As soon as he finished speaking, a rosy glow appeared in the distance. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly. The ancient desolate divine light reappeared. There was no fixed time for the ancient desolate divine light to appear. If you were lucky, you might not encounter it once for many days. If you were unlucky, you might encounter it repeatedly. My luck seems to be not very good. This is the third time I have encountered this in a short period of time. Lin Moyu immediately brought Han Dunzi back to the Dui boat, and the next moment, the ancient divine light had passed by the side of the Dui boat. This time they were lucky, the ancient divine light did not hit the boat. Han Dunzi said, "Master, there's actually nothing to be afraid of with the ancient desolate divine light." Lin Moyu said, "It's not that I'm afraid, I just don't want to cause any trouble." "Go on, what memories have you recovered?" Han Dunzi said, "I know there is a place in the ancient wilderness where you can find what the master needs, and what I need as well." Lin Moyu asked, "What is it?" Han Dunzi swayed from side to side. "I don't know. I only know that place is very important to the master, and it's also very important to me. The master must go there, and it's better to go early than late." "It's better to go early than late," Han Dunzi actually said so. Lin Moyu frowned. "Is that what you remember?" Han Dunzi was very sure, "Yes, that's what they say. It's better to go early than late." Lin Moyu did not doubt Han Dunzi's words. Since Han Dunzi said so, there was no harm in going there. Anyway, with the Dewey boat here, and the Seeking Cause ring, the danger won't be that serious, at most it will just be a little troublesome. If possible, it is not impossible to help Xiaoshu get the source soil back, and we can even look for the formation left by the great lord of natural disasters. Lin Moyu asked, "Tell me everything you've recovered, word for word." Han Dunzi said, "I've already said it. There's a place that's very important to you and me. Oh, and it's also very important to Fatty Tree." Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. "You are not referring to the same place, are you?" After summoning the little tree, Lin Moyu inquired in detail and found that it was not in the same place. The place Han Dunzi wanted to go, the place where the small tree source soil was, and the place where the formation of the great lord of natural disasters was located were not the same place. The ancient wilderness is so vast that Lin Moyu feels like he will be staying there for a very long time. But there was no other choice but to go to the mountain. The ancient wilderness is a chaotic place, sometimes cold, sometimes hot, sometimes sharp, and sometimes like a swamp. The Dewey boat traveled through the ancient wilderness and encountered various dangers along the way, but they were all blocked by the Dewey boat. Now Lin Moyu has understood that according to the power levels divided by the great lord of natural disasters, the deliverance boat is at the 4th level, the same level as the Tao. Back then, when fighting against the Tao, the Dewey boat played a huge role, but unfortunately it was damaged by the Tao and has not been repaired to this day. The higher the level of something, the more difficult it is to repair it once it is damaged. Fortunately, most of the dangers in the ancient wilderness are at the 3rd level, so the boat can still sail unimpeded. Han Dunzi kept pointing in the direction along the way, but he was not completely sure of the direction and could only adjust it while flying. At the same time, it also absorbs and integrates its own inner world, and thunder-like sounds can be heard from time to time. 500, Hun Dunzi said, in fact, we can take the ancient desolate road, which will be much faster. Otherwise, flying like this may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The speed of the Dewey boat is not very fast, only slightly faster than Lin Moyu, and not even a bit slower than some perfect tracers. Lin Moyu didn't know if the Dewey boat was like this in its heyday, but at least it was like this now. The ancient wilderness roads that Hun Dunzi mentioned are the secret passages hidden in the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu had seen the passage that had formed for some unknown reason inside Tung Lai when Chaos Child was merging with the ancient desolate aura. The nature of the ancient desolate road is similar to that of a space channel, which can save a huge amount of time when traveling from one point to another. But at the same time, the ancient wild road is extremely dangerous, and even the most powerful people may not be able to escape unscathed. And after entering the ancient wilderness road, you don't know where the end is. Lin Moyu was not worried, as the Dewey boat was enough to block the danger. However, he could not find the ancient desolate road, nor did he know where its end point was. The ancient desolate road is not something you can find just by wanting to. Lin Moyu thought it would be okay to give it a try. What if the bet is right? The time saved would be a lot. If you bet wrong, the worst that can happen is that you keep flying, or keep looking for the next one. You will always find the right one. The key is, I can't find it. The little tree, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, I can try. Lin Moyu looked at the small tree. Can you find it? The little tree said, I couldn't find it before, but now that I've merged with the wild water, I can dig my roots deep into the ancient wilderness. Maybe I can find it. Lin Moyu said, then give it a try. Don't force yourself, and be careful. The little tree hummed, and the body of the Chaos Ancestral Tree vibrated slightly. A large number of roots were pulled back from the Chaos and flew in the soul world. The small tree seemed to be looking for a suitable location. Lin Moyu could feel a strong spatial aura emanating from the roots. The roots of the small tree had the ability to pierce space. Before possessing the desolate water, the little tree could pierce through the boundaries of the realm and reach the chaos, and now it can even pierce through space and into the ancient desolate. After a moment, the small tree seemed to have found a suitable position, and its roots turned into sharp swords. With the powerful force of space, it pierced into the void, penetrated the soul world, and entered the ancient wilderness. The whole process looked simple, but Lin Moyu knew in his heart how difficult it was. In the eyes of many practitioners, it was even outrageous. It is true that the soul world is within his body, but the small tree also runs through the 5 worlds and controls the reincarnation of the 5 worlds. The 5 worlds domain is located in chaos. From this, we can see that Xiaoshu's spatial ability is more powerful than that of races like the Dongji Dragon Python. Lin Moyu was 90% sure that Xiaoshu's power also belonged to the 4th level, including Chaos Child. That was why the tree had to be divided into 6 parts, otherwise it would be easy for it to be targeted by the Tao. Dao was injured by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, and even the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was unable to completely wipe him out. A bold idea came to Lin Moyu's mind. Xiaoshu was not from the same era as the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. He was divided into 6 parts, and his time is even older. Before the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, there was also a Great Lord who discovered the existence of Tao and obtained the Scepter of Natural Disasters. What if we go further ahead? Is it possible that an even more ancient Great Master has discovered the Tao and challenged it? Even if we are bolder, we can ask how the Tao came into being and whether it had competitors in the era of the Tao. Could Xiaoshu be the competitor of Tao, or even Hun Dunzi? Lin Moyu felt that his ideas were becoming more and more outrageous, but for some reason, he felt that his ideas might not be wrong, and might even be close to the correct answer. If that's the case, it would be interesting. If it is true as I guessed, that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and his men discovered the little tree and the Chaos Child, and then used them to grow. Not only them, but also the Sunim Ring and even the Bingyu Fu Tuan. Lin Moyu still remembered what the great lord of natural disasters said, that they had found many treasures of the 4th level. To fight against the Tao, the most basic requirement is to reach the 4th level of strength as defined by the great disaster master. But that is just the basics. If one really wants to kill Tao, only the 5th level Calamity Scepter can do it. In order to unleash the full power of the Scepter of Calamity, the great Lord of Calamity estimated that he must at least reach the 4th level. There is a paradox here. If one can reach the 4th level, he will be on par with Tao. Even without using the Scepter of Calamity, he can still compete with it. How could the Tao allow someone to appear on equal footing with it? Lin Moyu felt that the great lord of natural disasters and others were just gambling on a possibility. He has already boarded the ship of the great lord of natural disasters, and his fate and cause and effect are all involved. He can only move forward and not retreat, and now he can only keep moving forward. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the small tree groaned at the same time. Several tree roots broke and the small tree was also injured. Lin Moyu asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Xiaoshu shook his head. "It just happened to be the ancient desolate divine light. It's okay." As he spoke, the broken roots began to grow again. The young tree had an amazing vitality. Broken roots were just a minor injury to it. It would heal in a blink of an eye. The little tree thrust its roots into the ancient wilderness again. "I've just sensed an ancient wilderness road. It's not far from us. I'll look for it and see if I can find the end." Lin Moyu was astonished by the little tree's abilities. Finding the ancient desolate road was one thing, but he could even find its destination. 5.6 The little tree's abilities seemed a bit excessive. Even now, if the little tree could recover to its peak state, how much stronger would it be? Not to mention the combat power, the various powerful abilities alone are enough to defy the heavens. If you take into account his strong fighting power, Lin Moyu feels that Xiaoshu is more than just amazing, he is simply indescribable. Xiaoshu continued to search for the ancient desolate road, and Han Dunzi was still integrating and adjusting his inner world. Lin Moyu pondered the previous questions and could only come up with various guesses. There was no accurate answer yet. Trust your intuition, sometimes your guess may be the answer. Half a day later, Xiaoshu suddenly shouted, "We've found the ancient desolate road. This is the direction we're going." Lin Moyu saw a tree root emerge from outside the Dewey boat, emitting rays of light towards the left, indicating the route. The Dewey boat turned and flew over. After a while, a strange ancient road appeared under the glow of the sunset. The existence of the ancient desolate road is very secretive. Most of the powerful and perfect people know of its existence, but not many can actually find it. Some people have tried to explore the secrets of the ancient wilderness, but there is no answer. Xiaoping only knew the existence of the ancient wasteland road in his blood memory, but he didn't know why it existed. Through observing the inner world of chaos, Lin Moyu roughly judged that the emergence of the ancient desolate road was inextricably linked to chaos. The ancient desolate road was revealed under the glow of the small trees. It was a strange road existing in the cracks of space. In addition to space, the ancient desolate road was also filled with the power of time and various other chaotic ancient powers. These forces intertwined into a sharp edge, forming an extremely terrifying destructive force. Even a powerful and accomplished person had to be cautious when entering it, otherwise he would be injured at best, and die at worst. The entrance to the ancient desolate road is not big, even a little small. From a distance, it looks like the diameter is no more than meters. The creatures in the chaos and ancient wasteland are often over 1,000,000 meters in length or even larger, and it seems that they are unable to enter the ancient wasteland road at all. Not to mention them, even the Sioux boat is not this big. But when the boat approached the ancient desolate road, the space began to change, fold and twist. The boat seemed to become smaller, and the entrance was constantly expanding. No matter how big the creature is, the ancient 05 wasteland road can accommodate it. The Dewey boat successfully entered the ancient wilderness road. The surrounding space became dreamy and hazy, and various colors of light filled the vision. Immediately afterwards, clanging sounds were heard from outside the Dewey boat, as if countless objects had hit the Dewey boat, causing it to tremble continuously. As the master of the Dewey boat, Lin Moyu could clearly feel how strong the attack the Dewey boat was enduring was. It didn't seem to make much noise, but each impact was second only to the ancient divine light. Even a Chaos Realm cultivator couldn't withstand a few attacks here. Only a perfect realm cultivator could withstand it with the power of the realm or a powerful defensive magic weapon. On the ancient desolate road, there is a force that drags the boat forward to the end, and there is no turning back halfway. This also means that once you enter the ancient wild road, you will eventually reach the end, but it is hard to say whether you will die or live. The sound of hammering iron continued to be heard from the boat, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, with no pattern at all. Lin Moyu carefully observed the situation in the ancient desolate road, hoping to explore the secrets of the ancient desolate road. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, he gained nothing. Hun Dunzi said, "Master, there's no need to look. There aren't any secrets in the ancient desolate road." Lin Moyu asked, "Why do you say that?" Hun Dunzi said, "I don't know why, but it's just like that." His memory has not yet fully recovered, and many things are just a feeling, but his feelings are often right. Xiaoshu rarely agreed with Hun Dunzi's words. He's right. There are no secrets in the ancient desolate road. I don't know why, but I just feel that way. I didn't expect Xiaoshu to say the same thing. Xiaoshu's situation is similar to Hun Dunzi's, and his memories are sealed. If so, then that's how it should be. The power of time exists in the ancient desolate road. The power of time acts on the Dewey boat in every possible way, and merges with the power of space to form the power of time and space, making Lin Moyu unable to feel how much time has passed. Even though he was already very familiar with the power of time and space, he was still affected. It seemed very short and also very long. The scene in front of my eyes suddenly changed. The darkness belonging to the ancient wilderness became thicker and thicker, and the dreamy colors in the ancient wilderness road quickly faded away. The sound of iron hammering disappeared, and the boat had already left the village along the ancient desolate road. After leaving the ancient wasteland road, Lin Moyu's perception of time returned to normal. He roughly calculated that he had spent almost a year in the ancient wasteland road. And this year, to him, seemed to have passed in just a short while. Hun Dunzi slowly moved around Lin Moyu, sensing the location of that place. The roots of the small tree once again found a suitable location and penetrated into the ancient wilderness to look for another ancient wilderness road. After a moment, Hun Dunzi locked onto the new direction. The ancient desolate road before saved them at least 1,000 years. Xiaoshu soon found an ancient deserted road again, and the boat set out again. By relying on the ancient desolate road again and again, the journey that originally took thousands or tens of thousands of years was shortened to just a few decades. Lin Moyu discovered that each ancient desolate road was different, with different lengths, different sizes, and different degrees of danger. On the last ancient desolate road, even the Dewey boat felt a little pressure. In such a situation, even a perfect and powerful person would find it difficult to cross. When passing through this ancient desolate road, Lin Moyu saw a sea of blood and corpses. Countless pieces of flesh accompanied by rich blood floated in the ancient wilderness void. These were all powerful people who had once entered the ancient wilderness road. They were torn into pieces by the power of the ancient wilderness road, and then sprayed out from the end, and finally gathered together. It is impossible to count the number of corpses and powerful men, with bones and flesh intertwined together. These beings were once perfect and powerful men. Extremely dangerous. Even Lin Moyu, who was used to seeing life and death, felt a chill at this moment. The next moment, surprise filled his heart. The corpses of so many powerful people were unimaginably precious treasures to him. But problems also arise. So many body parts and flesh are intertwined together that it is difficult to distinguish them. Moreover, they were too powerful when they were alive, and their power did not dissipate much after death. When they piled together, they formed a dangerous area. The Dewey boat was constantly impacted just by getting close. If there was no Dewey boat, he would not be able to withstand such impact at all. How to separate these body parts and flesh is one problem, and how to obtain them is another problem. Some of these corpses belong to chaos creatures. Chaos creatures need to rely on the power of the realm to achieve perfection. They cannot be resurrected, as that would attract the attention of 683 Tau. Some are ancient wilderness creatures. Ancient wilderness creatures are different from chaotic creatures. They do not rely on the power of the realm to possess the strength of a perfect state. These guys should be able to become resurrected. How to distinguish them is also a difficult problem. While pondering a solution, Hun Dun-zi shouted excitedly, "Wow, so much food!" Lin Moyu was slightly startled. "So much food?" Hun Dun-zi said, "Yes, these are guys in the perfection realm. They were crushed into a pulp by the power of the ancient desolate Tao. They can be eaten by Xiao Shu and me to increase our strength." Lin Moyu was surprised that this was actually possible. He looked at the small tree and asked, "Is that so?" The little tree hummed, "The power in their flesh and blood hasn't dissipated, so it can be used as nourishment." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "I've never seen you like this before?" Xiao Shu said, "It needs to be in the perfect chaos realm. The previous one is too weak, with too many impurities." Hun Dun-zi said, "The flesh and blood shattered by the ancient desolate Tao not only removes impurities, but also erases the will. This has the best effect." It turned out that these two guys were picky eaters and looked down on weak food. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, then you guys figure out how to eat it, and give me a portion." Hun Dun-zi chuckled and said, "Then we won't be polite." The small tree twitched its roots, eager to try. As far as I can remember, Hun Dun-zi seemed to have devoured the corpse of a powerful man once, but he seemed to be disgusted with it at that time. He looked down on those who were below the state of perfection because of too many impurities. This time, Hun Dun-zi took the initiative to devour the flesh and blood, and Lin Moyu naturally would not stop him, letting him eat whatever he wanted. Even if I want to turn these guys into resurrected ones, I only need some fragments. Moreover, not everyone can be resurrected. The chaotic creatures and the ancient creatures have completely merged and mixed together. Even a drop of blood contains the breath of both creatures and cannot be separated. After careful observation, Lin Moyu decided to give up the idea of turning them into resurrected people. However, a portion of the body's flesh must be kept to be used as material for exploding the body. Hun Dun-zi and Xiao Shu both understood this, so they naturally wouldn't eat it all and would leave some for Lin Moyu. Hun Dun-zi rushed into the sea of corpses and blood, unfolding his inner world. His ancient chaotic aura emanated and turned into a vortex, swallowing up a large amount of broken flesh, corpses, and blood. The enormous power emanating from those corpses had no effect on Hun Dun-zi. The same is true for small trees. Their roots grow thicker and bigger, rolling up a large amount of blood and flesh, and quickly absorbing them. The small tree has a large number of roots, and its devouring speed is only faster than that of Chaos Seed. "Hey, hey, hey, fat tree, don't grab it, leave some for me." Chaosy screamed, and he tried his best to speed up the swallowing. But his power is obviously insufficient. Although the world inside his body is a fusion of chaos and ancient wilderness, its range of influence is not large and is not as good as that of a small tree. The little tree ignored him and devoured the food faster. The two little guys were fighting with each other and refusing to give in. This sea of corpses and blood was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. While the little tree was devouring the flesh and blood, it also brought some of it back and handed it to Lin Moyu. Each piece of flesh and blood was different and came from different powerful people. Although there is more than one strong person in the same piece of flesh and blood, it has no effect on the explosion of the corpse, and may even enhance it. The same went for Hun Dun-zi, who didn't forget to leave some for Lin Moyu. When the two little guys had eaten up all the corpses and blood, Lin Moyu had 6 more pieces of flesh and blood in his hands. Over the countless years, there were naturally more than 6 powerful and accomplished people who died here, but their bloodlines merged together, so only 6 could be used in the end. For Lin Moyu, each of the 6 pieces of flesh and blood has the potential to kill a powerful and perfect master. Originally, he had no way to deal with the perfect strong man, but now he had 6 trump cards, and Lin Moyu felt confident. Not to mention anything else, just these 6 pieces of flesh and blood make this trip worthwhile. Hun Dunzi came back and yelled, "Fat tree, you are so mean to take away so much." Almost 2/3 of the entire sea of corpses and blood were devoured by the small tree. Hun Dunzi felt that he had suffered a great loss. The little tree ignored him and let him call out to it, but just quietly digested and absorbed the nutrients it had just obtained. Although he swallowed a lot, it would still take quite a while to completely absorb and transform it into his own strength. Hun Dunzi's situation was similar. He complained twice and then nothing happened. As the tree absorbed and refined the energy, it said, about 30 perfected experts have died here. Most of them came from the primal chaos, with a few being ancient wasteland creatures. Their flesh and blood were crushed by the ancient wasteland Tao, merging into one, making it difficult to distinguish them. Lin Moyu nodded. The dangers of the ancient desolate road are truly beyond imagination. Hun Dunzi said, "That's right. Although the ancient desolate way can save a lot of time, everything in the world is always fair. There is no reward without effort. And how could the ancient desolate road leading to that place be simple?" Lin Moyu didn't quite understand what Hun Dunzi meant, but Hun Dunzi had only partially recovered his memory, so it seemed he couldn't explain it clearly. Xiao Shu said, "What he means is that place cannot be reached by ordinary means, and can only be reached through a specific ancient desolate road. And this specific ancient desolate road is extremely dangerous. Any ordinary perfect strong man who enters it will die." Hun Dunzi chuckled, adding a hint of sarcasm. "In the chaos and ancient wastelands, there are always some people with special abilities who can discover hidden treasures. These guys probably discovered that place and then found the ancient desolate road, but they didn't expect to die in the ancient desolate road. There are billions of creatures in the chaos and ancient wilderness, not in terms of quantity, but in terms of types. Many creatures that are born powerful have various wonderful talents, and many of them have the talent to explore treasures. They use this talent to search for treasures everywhere. Their traces could be found in the 4 poles and 3 domains of chaos and every corner of the ancient wilderness. For countless years, there have always been people who discovered this place, found the ancient road leading here, and finally died on the ancient road. This kind of thing seems very normal, completely explainable, and the cause and effect are self-consistent. If he didn't have the boat to cross the river, he would have died on the ancient desolate road. Then do you know who arranged that place back then?" Lin Moyu gestured to Hun Dunzi to think about it again and search his memory. Even the ancient wasteland road is so dangerous, Lin Moyu feels that place will not be safe either. Hun Dunzi shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe I'll remember it when I get there. Anyway, I don't know now." Lin Moyu said, "Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Since we're here, let's go and take a look." They had already walked the entire ancient wasteland road and had actually entered the place Hun Dunzi had mentioned, but they had not yet truly entered it. Hun Dunzi continued to point the way, and the Dewey boat started to fly forward. Lin Moyu controlled the Dewey boat to fly slowly so as to avoid being unable to react in time when encountering danger. This area is not small. After flying for 3 days, Lin Moyu felt the difference here. Although it is also an ancient wilderness, the atmosphere here is slightly different from that of the outside world. Moreover, there is no ancient divine light here. Before, the ancient divine light could be seen almost every once in a while, but I haven't seen it after flying here for 3 days. Lin Moyu observed carefully and determined that this ancient desolate space had been artificially arranged and was an independent space. And that dangerous ancient road is the only way to enter here. There are only 2 types of people who can make such arrangements in the ancient wilderness. One is the Great Lord, and the other is an existence that possesses power beyond the 3rd level, such as a guy like Chaos Wild Ox. Even Taiyang Suzy and the Divine Phoenix Ancestor couldn't do it. Although they were already the top-notch perfect masters, they were still a little weaker in comparison. Hun Dun-zi kept pointing in the direction. After flying for 10 days, Hun Dun-zi suddenly shouted, "We're here." The Dewey boat stopped immediately. There was nothing in front of it. No one could find anything with the naked eye or other means. Lin Moyu knew that this was the second method used by the arranger. In this way, even if someone really came here through the ancient desolate road, it would probably be difficult to find them. Facts have also proved that this place has never been discovered for countless years. Chaos Child flew out and came to a void, where a strong light burst out and the inner world emerged. The space suddenly twisted like waves, and a strange space appeared in sight. Ha ha ha, my wait was not in vain, there really is a treasure. A wild laugh suddenly rang out, and Lin Moyu's expression changed. Someone was actually hiding here.